Beautiful. Hey everyone, welcome to CES 2022. Here we are. It's been 2 years. We're glad to be back. I'm telling you, it's exciting to be back here, Scott. What do you say?
I say it is really disappointing to not be back there.
Well, just for the audience that is just starting to come in, Scott's on our East Coast location. We're on the West Coast, and we're going to have lots of coverage here for you over the next 3 days. So exciting stuff.
It's like New Year's Eve, but backwards, because we're starting in the West and going to the East later in the day.
That's right. So happy CES, everyone, and welcome. So, little did we know when we left here in January of 20 that what would happen to the world happened. And I'm very happy that CES actually decided to proceed with the event. It feels like CES, but only smaller.
Okay.
So, it's you can definitely tell the exhibitor count is down, but be honest with you, other than that, everything is rolling kind of normal. And I'm just glad they're here. Even though they've had some vendors pull out, they've had like over 200 vendors add themselves in the last week or so. So I think we're going to have a great show. And I know you've been working hard on the lineup here.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of really interesting stuff, right? So we've got some of our longtime favorites, possibly including Stern Pinball, who we've been friends with for many, many years and has been on the show many times. But then we've got all kinds of interesting stuff. There's a number of pet care companies that are coming on. That's apparently a big product category this year. I think we have 3 different pet care products coming on. We've got, regular wellness. We've got social engagement stuff. A gaming PC company is going to be on, I think, later today. We got all awesome. As always, right, Todd? Our goal is to bring cornucopia, a myriad of different things to our audience.
Yeah. So just so you know, too, the reason I'm masked up and the reason Scott isn't is we're here at the event live. We have to be as part of the COVID protocol. And but hey, Scott, I think a small miracle has actually happened.
What's that?
Our first guest is actually here on the first day of the show at 9:05 a.m. That in itself, ladies and gentlemen, is huge.
Absolutely, it is. Well,
so
then I'm going to go away.
All right, thanks. I don't know who. Go ahead.
I'm going to give it to you. The show is all yours for the next couple hours. I see that it's come up on our display screen. It's all yours, and I will see you in a couple hours, bud.
All right, Scott, take care. So we're here with Felipe from Adaptus. Is that the correct way to pronounce that?
Yes, Todd. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're excited. You're our first guest here at CES. Is this your first year here at the show, or is this are you guys a repeat CES?
No, this is first year in the show, first year here in Vegas, and we're very excited that we're going to be showing the world what artificial intelligence can do in user experience.
All right, so why don't you give us a rundown about the company? First of all, is it the correct name, Adaptos?
Yeah.
All right, so tell us about Adaptus. Give us your elevator pitch so the audience will know what you guys got going on.
Okay, how difficult it is now to succeed on the internet because every business is going there. So we realized that emotions play a huge role on how people react to services and products when they are online on digital services, even in physical services. So we decided to use artificial intelligence to gather information from the actual users and how they react while they are using the services or the products of everybody here in CES, you know. So basically what we do is we use facial recognition to gather emotions and voice analysis to gather the sentiments. And then we do a meta analysis of that, and we gave user designers and product owners the possibility to understand where the frictions are, but based on actual data from emotions of the users. You know, we don't go doing A/B testing like doing mathematical things only, but doing taking the human side of the of out there in the service of designers and product owners and the companies. Yeah.
So who would actually implement this? Would it be on the company side? Does it through an app? Tell me how that actually works.
Okay, so we created a video conference tool that allow design teams to digital design. And I struggle very much because it's very chronophage. In France, we say that it's chronophage. It's like it's outdated because when you are doing the interview with your user, the time is running by, you know, and then you have to analyze everything by hand.
Right.
You have to go back to your notes and to your process, and then once that you have the actual problem identified, 1 month or two already passed, you know. So when you have the solution, it's not relevant anymore, maybe.
So would companies be using this to build user personas for their products?
You bring the user persona,
You bring it in.
and
Yeah.
then you do the interview with that person, you
Yep.
know. So for example, you have a app.
You know, it's actually kind of rare for us to have our actual first guests show up on time. Now we'll see if number 2, number 3, number 4 show up. You just never know what the case is going to be. But hope everyone's doing good. And I tell you what we have found from so far being at the show is Kirk went over to CES Unveiled the first night, Monday night. And normally that event is attended by, at a minimum, about 1,000 media people. And there's probably 300 or 400 companies that are typically at CES Unveiled. Well, this year there was about 100 to 150 press with maybe 50 to 75 vendors. So, the show itself, you can tell where they have filled in a lot of the space. There's lounges, plenty of places to sit down. And so I think that while it's going to be a smaller show, I do give props to the folks at CES for actually holding the event, because I know there's a lot of people that are really kind of scared to go to the, to get out still. So, okay. So our next guest is here, and we're making some tweaks. I don't have a screen of who we have up. I know Scott's working that. He's like a madman jumping around here this morning. So the screen has not updated. So I'm going to go ahead and let you go ahead and introduce yourself. And good morning. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you for having me. Really happy to be here. Sean Mastrian, CEO of Darkside Scientific, the parent company of Lumalore. And what Lumalore is, it's the world's thinnest light. So we can actually apply light to the surface of any object without changing its form or function. And we can do it in 100 micron coating.
Wow. So what is the typical, I guess, then sounds really impressive. What is the application then?
So the applications, a lot of safety applications. First off, if you look at this helmet, for example, we actually used, we have a liquid applied coating that we can have that we put on there. And you can see that the helmet itself around the three-dimensional curves lights evenly and consistently throughout the object. And that's what we can do, is we can create safety around this, because we haven't modified this helmet in any other way than putting a coating of the paint. We can also deploy it as a flexible applique too, where we have the ability to light a
hold it down strip. Just a little bit. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, so we have the ability to light a thin strip of light and then apply it to any products. So from a consumer electronics standpoint, we're really looking at things with batteries in them. So e-bikes is a large market. Just nighttime visibility. There's so many crashes that happen at night from lack of visibility. It's such a simple application of our coating system that we can do it in artistic ways too, because it is a liquid applied, a thin applied coating. You can do the different effects. You can do logos. Etc. So from a safety standpoint, and also, in fragmented marketplaces, scooters, e-bikes, etc., where there isn't the market's kind of defining itself right now, this is something that could really help the consumers to be excited about the product and to differentiate your products.
So it looks to me like even in the sample that you have there, that potentially could be molded to the point where it's just a stick-on, where it sticks on with an adhesive right on the back. It's a double-sided adhesive or whatever it may be. This is really, I don't think I've seen anything like this before. Are you guys first in the market on this?
Yes, we are definitely first in the market. We have 2 patents protected worldwide. Any liquid applied, and so the thing is, we start off as a liquid applied system, which is how we've got it to the helmet. But you can do, as you were mentioning, the stickers. This is actually a sticker that you can actually affix to any object. So are you limited then to a single color, or can you mix and match, or is it basically have to have 2 different electrical runs, or what's the palette look like? So we have a palette of 8 different colors right now that we have available to us. It just so happens that both of them are in the blue spectrum, but you can actually see how the top coating, you can actually put colors on top of it to alter that.
Oh, yep.
So that purple color is actually the blue with a purple on top.
With a purple underneath it.
Right. So you can alter the colors. It's a single fixed color right now. We are working on being able to dynamically change the colors of that. But the value proposition right now is as a single color, putting light, 100 microns worth of coating on a surface of an object that doesn't have to modify it in order to make it emit light.
One thing that I found in my neighborhood, there's a gal that runs early in the morning. And in Michigan this time of year at 6 and 7, it's still dark.
Oh, yeah.
And she does wear a reflective vest. But depending on which way she's coming at me, because it just seems like we cross paths every morning. She runs the same time I'm driving on a street. Sometimes I can see her easier than others. So I just wonder then from a reflective vest standpoint, if this blinking would help from a safety standpoint.
Absolutely. And I kind of tell the same story. I was coming home from the gym one day and there was a lady that had a reflective vest, reflections on our bikes, front and rear lights. And it was all well and good, except my headlights were facing this way and she was facing this way. So I almost ran into her because I didn't see her. If you have the ability to have side illumination and flashing, because we're animals,
that's right,
we respond to that sort of thing. So apparel is definitely a good market for us. And again, anything with batteries in it, where we're improving the safety, the visibility, and the appearance of an object is good for us as well.
I could see where some car guys might be excited about this too, just for, putting it on their vehicles and whatever type of application. So, are you here just prototyping? Where are you guys at in the stage of rollout, distribution, execution of of the product?
So we have the ability to mass deploy this in a number of different form factors. We can mass deploy it in liquid applied coatings for millions of objects and mass paint applications. We can also sell the appliques, as we were talking about earlier, to any market in hundreds, thousands, or millions of those as well. So what we're really doing is we're looking for partners that are willing to innovate and to make their products more exciting using our light emitting coating technology.
This is really, really cool. So your goal here at CES is not necessarily direct to consumers. You're looking for brands to work with to apply this across their product lines.
That's correct. We're looking for innovative brands that are looking to do something to delight their consumers.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering then, I'm assuming just based on kind of what I know, probably the power requirements is nothing on this, isn't it?
Oh, exactly. I mean, you can feel that there's no heat that's emitted on that. It's incredibly cool to the touch. So we're not wasting a lot. So compared to LEDs, we're not as bright, but we don't have a lot of weight is removed. A lot of thickness is removed because you don't have to channel the light, diffuse it, etc. And from the power requirements standpoint, all of your energy is really going into the emission of the light. So
I'd be fascinated to get this under a microscope.
It's actually really cool under a microscope.
Yeah. So there you go, folks. Lumlor. Is that the correct way to pronounce it? Lumlor?
Lumalor.
Lumalor.
Yes.
And where should people go to find more information about this?
There's two of us that are 6'6", so we're easy to spot.
For the folks that are watching live or not here at CES, is there a website?
Lumalor.com, Lumilor. There's full technical specifications on the product on our support page. Go to support.lumalor.com. You can learn a lot about the product that way. And there's a contact form. Just tell us what you're interested in, and we'll be happy to work with you.
Outstanding. Well, thank you so very much for coming out and showing this product to us. It's really cool. I really see that you're going to have much success with this because I don't think I've ever seen this type of an application.
Good.
So outstanding. Thank you much, sir.
Thank you for having us.
This is what we come to CES for, is to really see everything that is that's new and innovative and cool, and I would put that down in the innovative and cool category. So Chris, just so you know, this screen here is doing an HDMI. There is no signal on the monitor directly in front of me. It's dead. So just so you FYI. But anyway, well, good. I'm actually kind of impressed. We've had there it goes. Oh, the computer went to sleep. So, all right. Well, you just never know what you're going to see. It's exciting stuff. So anyway, I hope everyone's enjoying our first, our first, I guess, hour of coverage here at being back at CES. And of course, we're working out just a few of the bugs, I guess you would say, when it comes to live. So let me talk about where we're streaming today. So our primary stream is on Twitch, And you can find the embed anytime at techpodcast.com. Of course, all the participating shows here as well have links and the live stream on their own websites. My personal site is geeknewscentral.com. The live stream is there. We have we're also live on Facebook, and if you're on Facebook as part of my family, make sure you say hello. Check in this morning. We definitely want to hear from you. But we've got a big team here. Well, I guess not a huge team, but considering the circumstances, we've got a great team here. And really, I'll just give you a little background. Is unfortunately Scott's team at Plug Hits Live, some of his members could not come, and basically we end up having to. Scott worked with Chris, one of our team members from Talking Sounds podcast, and he basically threw the gear together that we would need to do live that Scott would normally bring to the show. So Chris has been very, very busy here over the last couple of days, getting us dialed in. And I don't know which camera am I looking at? That one? Oh, this one. Okay. And so anyway, so big kudos to Chris, and you definitely want to check his show out at talkingsoundspodcast.com. We've got Kirk here. He's taking care of the green room at GNC Weekend Review. Of course, I'm at geeknewscentral.com. We got Plug Hits Live as well. All of these shows have associated podcasts, so make sure that you get subscribed to all of them. And then we even got Maurice here. Maurice is working with Chris and is going to be our camera switching extraordinaire a little bit later. But other than that, you know what, Chris? It's really hot under this mask when you're trying to like talk. And so it's definitely going to be a steamy morning from that regard. So another thing that I observed here at the show, and let me flip over here, and this is a paper or a magazine that comes out each day during the show, and it's called the CES Daily. This is usually about 6 inches taller, 3 or 4 inches wider, and maybe about 100 pages thicker. And they come out with one of these each day of the show, and it covers a wide variety of stuff. There's commentary in here. There's a lot of paid articles too, of course. People paid to get their information in there. There's information about the tech innovation winners and, just cool stuff that is here at the podcast. Here at the CES, that if you haven't done your research, you can find some good things to go see. So it was a sign of the times again to find the CES Daily to be just a little bit smaller than it normally is. And I think that is probably the theme of the show. It's just a little smaller than it normally is. So anyway, hey, Andrew, thank you for checking in on Facebook. We want to say hello to you. And of course, if you're watching us live, no matter where you're at, you're on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you check in and say hello to the team there. We're monitoring as many chat rooms as we can. Most of you should be in the same chat room. We're even up on YouTube as well, for a few select places where we've got the stream restream. But Twitch is our primary streaming location. Again, you can find it at techpodcast.com, at Plug Hits Live, at GNC Weekend Review. All those locations have the live stream embed up there as well. So I think we're at a pause while we're waiting for our first guest. It's for those of you that have followed this for years. The first day of the show has been notorious for people being late, and part of it is some new folks to Vegas don't understand that it takes sometimes 15 minutes to walk from one location to the other, and they just don't know, or they're coming from South Hall, and they're saying, "Oh, we'll just 15 minutes. We'll zip over to the Venetian, and we'll be good." And whoa, next thing you know, it's an hour later, and they're running late. So this is, and plus two, everyone's pulling their hair out, getting their booths ready. So sometimes that's the case too. So we haven't been, So we haven't been able to do a lot of pre-roll for you for this event, largely just because we, again, limited time. We definitely want you to watch our live blog, though. That's on all the pages at techpodcast.com, at geeknewscentral.com. All of those at Plug Hits Live, all the live blog is there, and it has updates from the different team members. We can actually watch which each of the team members is pushing to Twitter, and I can actually grab that and push that into our live stream. So, which is always awesome. Okay, so this is where we have to ad lib. So, Chris, why don't you come up on mic and we can have a little discussion about what we have found with the show so far. So we're doing a switch out of broadcast operations. Oh, there we go. We may not need that third chair, you know. We're always plan for multiple guests, you know. All right. And the cord didn't get tangled up. So I think he's got to push number 2
Yep.
on the soundboard. Ah,
Mute it.
there
you
you
go.
go.
Hot diggity. Yeah, we are live.
So
Great to be back here, man.
yeah, and you've been running around like crazy.
It's been interesting. I mean, the last product, Lumalore, I actually wrote down in my book. I did not see them, like you were saying. There's this magazine. I went through and I've literally got like 5 pages of companies and booths to go check out
Yeah,
and interview and try to interview. Lumalore never hit that radar.
Right,
Like
right.
when you go through on the website, there are so many
companies.
that are there.
The only way to really, truly know who all is here is to do the 15-mile walk.
Yeah.
And walk every single booth.
Yeah.
That's really, truly the only way to get that done.
Yeah. I remember the first year that I came, that is exactly what I did the first day. Once I was off air, I just went around with a notebook and just walked Eureka Park and walked over to the Wynn and walked that. And it was everywhere I went, just going down, writing company, booth number, what they do, you know, and then looping back around and giving them a card. Like, I'd love to come back tomorrow and talk to you.
Yeah. So one thing is interesting too, is that we've kind of been up here the whole time. We haven't roamed around too much because everyone was a mass setup yesterday. But I'm excited after we get done live today because we're splitting it with our East Coast affiliate.
That's right.
I look forward to going downstairs. And again, I'm just going to take a GoPro.
Yeah.
And I'm going to walk through and see who's there. And if nothing else, just get a quick 3-minute, you know, what do you guys do? What's the product? Yeah, because it's always, it's hard for me to get back.
Yeah.
So if I see it, I gotta hit it immediately.
Yeah, you got to do it. You got to do it.
Hit it immediately.
That's a really great way to do it as well. I mean,
I call it grazing. You just kind of, and you know, it's actually a good lesson for anyone that's watching this, that's considering going to a trade show someday and exhibiting at a trade show. When there is 3,000, and this year is going to be 2,500 exhibitors, when you walk by a booth, you literally have 3 seconds to figure out what they have, what they're doing. And if the booth signage doesn't tell you in 3 seconds what it is, you're going to walk on by that booth and they may have the coolest product in the whole world.
And you know, when I was going through and making that list the other day, it crossed my mind. Like, I know you've attended some of the same conferences I've had. We've spoken at the same conferences, and it's branding. And it's one of those like, does your company name reflect what you actually like? Lumalore, absolutely. I work in the AV industry. Lumens is what we would measure light in. So Lumalore makes sense to me.
But they were a subsidiary of another company too. So so that's where, you know, like my personal company have subsidiary companies or properties, and that branding is really everything. And I tell the team, I say, when you look into the booth, can you understand really in 3 seconds what this product is, what it means to me, what it's going to do for me? And sometimes I find the coolest stuff and the branding and the signage is just horrible. And you know, and again, if you're not looking on the online website and have a good description and keywords and all that stuff is super, super, super critical. So I guess it's just a matter of time to, you know, we'll find out, I guess, later today if we're able to find those gems out there.
Well, and you know, speaking of those gems, even last year doing this fully virtual, I know I said it numerous times that this is a handshake event. This is an event where if your booth is in the right place, you know, head of Amazon purchasing will walk by and go, I like this remote. Can we get Amazon put on that?
That's right.
And you're done.
You're done.
You're set.
You've done the whole show.
But when you're doing that fully digitally, once again, it comes down to that list. And you don't get to walk, you don't get to graze so much. And just have the eye candy experience.
And as an example, when I've seen the Amazon Entourage or the Best Buy Entourage or whatever company Entourage, it's always a group. They usually have already mapped out where they're going to go. But little do you know, they have maybe 20 surrogates here that are doing nothing more than, and it won't even say Amazon on the badge. It'll list something else.
It'll be their merchandising partner, their, you know, whoever they're teaming up with to make an Amazon product.
And that individual is doing the same thing. He's grazing the show, looking for that cool product that they want to put their label on. Now, I guess a lot of people maybe don't even fully realize that, you know, example on cell phone covers alone. You know, if you go over to the North Hall, there is literally booth after booth after booth where they have nothing but cell phone covers. Now, for you and me, that is not stuff we want to cover during the show.
Not necessarily.
But if you're a Best Buy or an Amazon buyer or whoever you may be, and you need
a gadget columnist or, you know,
and you go in there
and
they write an order for 50,000 covers or 100,000. Then that is where it really, where the, you know, and that's what makes this show very interesting. So, you know, the CES made a decision a number of years ago to change the acronym of the show because it's now the CES show, or, you know, and you are not really supposed to say what those prior words meant because this thing has moved. There's automotive. It's gone far beyond consumer. Right. Very much further than consumer.
And that's just it. Like you start seeing B2B booths, stuff like that, where you start seeing licensing, merchandising, that kind of stuff, where it's like, hey, here's our lens chip. You can put this in your camera. You can put this in your subsidiary's camera.
I always laugh because it seems like every year I come here and I see, oh, that's cool. And then 4 months later, I'm in a big box or something, and there it is. And it may have that company's branding on it, but usually it's got a different label.
Hey, you know, one of the things, the first CES that I came to with you guys here, we interviewed Octobot, the little learning game with the kids, and I got my kid one. 2 years later, it is still one of his favorite toys. Not even joking.
Amazing.
He loves his Octobot, and that's just it. There's so much stuff from things like that to health stuff. Like my mother's hit that elderly range now. So some of those products that a couple years ago were maybe not so interesting, like My brother and I were just
Yep.
talking about emergency services. We both live away from her.
Yep.
So a lot of these fall alert devices, things like that are out here.
This year, there's over 200 new companies that are here with health-related products.
Yeah.
And the thing is, people say, "Oh, that's just because of COVID." No, it's not. It's because the aging population worldwide is just a huge. There's just a huge pent up demand for different types of things. I've been waiting and waiting. I'm a type 2 diabetic, and I've been waiting for years now for, I was thinking Apple was going to get it done. Now there's other companies that now have you can put a patch on the back of your arm, and it's got a couple of probes, and it can be used to get your blood sugar reading. And it's expensive. I looked into it, what it would cost because my insurance won't cover it because I'm a type 2. So I thought, and then I looked at the price. I'm like, oh, it's not within affordable. All I really need is I'm just waiting for them to get me close, get me within a decimal point or two. But because of the FDA, they probably are within a decimal point or two, but in order to get something that'll read blood sugar, you're going to have to pass the FDA hurdle of accuracy.
That's right.
And you're not going to allow to put something on the market, even if it's a couple decimal points off from an accuracy reading. But, they're getting close. They really are. Like this, my watch will do oxygen level, of course, the heartbeat stuff. But what more are we going to have that's going to be wearable? With fall detection and everything else that's being built into these devices. But what we're still waiting on is that fully autonomous driving vehicle.
Exactly. And there were a few of those a couple years ago.
Here's the thing. I had said about 3 years ago that we were 10 years away from having a vehicle where I could just put my arms back and not pay attention. But it's not, my car that I have has lane centering. But boy, it loves to run home to mama if the lines aren't marked correctly. It'll drive me right into a ditch.
And yet at the same time, I posted an article on one of my discussion groups the other day on Facebook about a group of researchers that just made the first FOV, the first fish-operated vehicle, a fish driving down the road.
A fish?
Not even joking.
A fish?
Yeah, the direction of the fish's swim actually moved the vehicle. I was like, that's some wild technology. To even think about a fish driving something down the road. I was like, that is the stuff of nightmares. They have no conscience. They don't remember 5 seconds ago. That's how they overfeed. That's horrible.
Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable.
But the level of technology, even the folks from Lumalore that were here a while ago, the fact that 100 microns. 100 microns. The uses for that in my industry are literally millions. You're talking LED walls. You're talking eventually being able to push video through them.
The illumination on it wasn't super high, but it was enough that if it was multicolored and programmed, would be very, very cool.
Oh yeah.
I think there's applications for it, but I'm probably talking out of turn, but he said they were the first. Had you ever seen?
I've now granted 2 years ago, there was a booth here that actually had the same thickness, flexible solar panels. And that was cool.
Yeah.
But I've seen numerous LED strips, soft panel LED.
So who knows?
OLED technology.
Yeah.
But that is the thinnest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Thinnest I've ever seen.
And someone's watching out there said, Todd, this is that's we've seen that before. So again, I haven't. So it was new and cool to me.
I haven't. And I mean, like I said, I see a lot of technology. I utilize a lot of technology in my field. And the applications for that in the live AV industry, especially if you can get it DMX controllable, anything like that, out of control.
Well, here we are, par for the course. And
it is a first day.
It is a first day. It's always like this. Maybe we'll get to the point where the first day we'll just not start until noon. You know, the way the way these folks, because it's you know, you're like, people look, okay, where are you at? You know, but let's look at the show floor just for a second. The traffic. Now I'm going to be kind of honest, and I just got to call a spade a spade. It is the show floor open. Oh, the show floor opens at 10. All right. Okay. So I was like, whoa.
So we can't beat them up.
We can't yet because no, because
we got to be thankful for the 2 that we got at that point.
No. I'm just saying what it is I was looking for floor traffic, and and because we are still, the actual floor hasn't opened yet, I was looking for body traffic, what it was going to be look like for how many people. So right now, all that's down there is exhibitors. So there's no
people setting their booths, putting their swag and their pamphlets out.
When I left here at 3:00 yesterday, I said, wow, there's a lot of people that are nowhere they're going to be ready. And guess what? They're ready.
Yeah.
So,
well, and you know, these guys that put on this stuff locally and put these things together, put the booths together and everything, like, they work straight through the night.
Yeah.
Sincerely. Like they leave when the exhibitors are coming in. They're like, okay, wiping it off. See you later. There's an event that I work every year in Florida. That, man, my whole job, I come in when everybody's leaving, and my job is to clean all of the exhibitors' monitors. And it's an 8-hour job. There are, I want to say last time there were 1,000, 1,500 monitors out on the show floor that were rented out. It's pretty.
So you clean them before they store them,
so that the next day there are no fingerprints on them whenever they come. And all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But yeah, I just ride around on a Segway all night with cleaning materials and just listen to music and clean screens.
Oh.
6 a.m. It's like, see you guys tomorrow. You know, like I'm the only guy there with security cruising around all night. But it's crazy to see the people working throughout the night.
To get things ready. Yeah, so but it was just I knew that booth over there would be ready.
Mm-hmm.
And matter of fact, I had to stop a couple of times and actually look closely at their exhibit, because they have some leaves on their plants that kind of look like weed.
They are not. They don't kind of look like it. They are. Now, granted, they're false. They are not actual plants.
I know, but I stopped and looked. I'm like, that looks like a marijuana leaf.
And you know, that's one of the interesting things is that your product can be used for that here, but you cannot advertise that that's your product's use.
Yeah, its company is End Things, and they have I guess better was grow lights.
Yeah, exactly. And last time we were here, right outside of our booth was a big hydroponics setup.
Yeah,
you know, all that kind of stuff.
It's just in up to a few years ago, CES and CTA was really cautious on, how should we call it, self-help devices.
Yes.
And so now there is a few companies here that are, it's there's no guessing what it is.
Yes.
You know, and so that is something that is slowly, I think they do onesie twosies approvals of those companies depending on what their product line is. And
I remember we had a couple of those products on a couple of years ago.
Yeah, we did.
And you know, it's one of those that is a health situation as well, and to see that is being given its space is very interesting. And even that same couple of years ago, there was a company that won a Best of CES award.
That's right,
for their marijuana locker.
For their marijuana locker.
Yeah, it was a locker, a biometric locker that was made to store your, you know, medicinal marijuana and everything else,
so
whatever else you wanted to.
So that the teenager couldn't get into it.
And whenever if it was touched, you got an alert on your mobile device.
Oh.
Like it was pretty intense.
So if your 17 goes over there and thinks he's going to get himself a bud or two, he's not.
And the whole reason behind its creation was that they had a friend who medicinally used gummies, and their kid went to their house and ended up eating a gummy. And it was like,
Lucky,
how do we stop
luckily,
this?
only ate one.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And but it's one of those. That's a sincere thing. There's a
Yep,
lot
yep,
of it, no
yep.
different than any medication. I could put my anxiety meds in there to
That's
keep
right.
my kid away from them.
Yep.
And while they won a best of CES, they were not allowed to exhibit,
Oh, that's amazing.
and it was a really interesting situation. So
They were given a best of CES, but they weren't allowed to exhibit.
yeah, they weren't allowed to exhibit their product in that fashion.
Right.
That was the intended
That
use.
was the intended use.
So
Well,
yeah. But the innovation that happens, and even that kind of innovation in that kind of market, is phenomenal.
Right.
It's amazing. And to see that kind of progress, to see those kind of items coming out, is great. It's great. It's a great leverage of the technology, mobile alert technology, biometric technology. It's different than just a digital code that you
Right.
punch in,
Well, let's talk a little bit about the press situation.
Yeah.
So The Verge is out.
Oh,
Well, they're not here.
I didn't realize that.
CNET's not here.
Oh,
They're the big dogs that are usually here in person. Now I'm
Yeah.
sure they're doing blogs and doing coverage virtually,
yeah.
but they did not send their team. So it's interesting where we are. Broadcast Tower is in the second floor of the Venetian, which is previously known as the Sands. I don't know when that change happened, but right next to us, there's a group that's going to be doing some live, but down below, right next door to us, is the BBC.
Yep.
And then Fox News is one over. BBC says staging gear out of here. They're on a big stage 200 feet from here. And then Fox is going to be doing some stuff, I think, on Friday. So they're not here the full week. BBC, I think, is.
Mm.
But it is curious to see. I think what's going to be interesting is for this show, especially for us, being one of the few folks that are actually here in person doing live, what's going to be our total coverage of the show. Now, if our guests don't show up, well, it's going to be kind of boring here really quick. But I think that it's an interesting reflection of, I'm here. Why aren't they here? It doesn't make any sense to me. And I think what it is those are big, huge corporations, and they set no travel policies for the whole entire company. And then it just, maybe it isn't even the parent company, maybe it's whoever owns The Verge has decided that people aren't going to travel.
Well, and I mean, there's a difference between you being the owner of Blueberry, myself being the owner of HC Productions and HC Universal Network, and them being a large conglomerate company under a parent umbrella who has an incredible amount of liability.
Right.
And that's where a lot of that sources from.
My liability here is me. Because I'm here underneath my tech show.
Yeah.
I'm not here representing my company that I own. Or
you may not be tied to major investors or something like that and have some kind of insurance liability on that end. And I think that's where a lot of, because even myself working the shows that I work, like we have specific protocols that we go through. We have to show negative test result upon arrival. All that kind of stuff.
So what they did for this show was everyone here has had the jab.
Yep.
And we had to show proof of that, of course. And we did that through an app. I'm not going to give that app any more free promotion that they've already got. And then they actually gave us, which are in short supply right now worldwide, they gave us testing kits.
Yeah.
And asked us to test the day before or the morning of the show.
Mm-hmm.
So every attendee got a testing kit. And then international travel, they've actually got PCR testing set up here on site.
Yeah.
So that they can do their tests and get the results on site.
Yeah.
So the international folks will be able to get on airplanes and go home on Sunday. But they did take an unusual, and I don't understand because we've already been here. This is the third day. I don't understand why they cut the show a day short on Saturday. So
yeah. I'm not sure about that one either. That was an interesting call.
yeah.
Because if you're already here, you're already
We're
exhibiting.
here, and you've already had 3 to 5 days of exposure to other people. And what makes a difference for another day of the show?
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
think what it was they had to do something. I think CTA had to do something without canceling the show.
Well, and I think it's also the fact of, much like us, you made your ticket to leave Sunday.
That's
I made
right.
mine to leave Sunday.
That's
Just
right.
about everybody makes their ticket.
So I
to
guess
leave the
a
day
lot of us
after.
are going to be partying on Saturday.
So I know I will be. But it's one of those, if you've got to make that international flight, or if you've got to make a flight to somewhere that you have to show negative results
Right.
48 hours before,
Or what?
you wouldn't be able to take the test on Saturday.
Well,
If
yeah,
you
what
came
if-
to the show Saturday,
What if the
you
test?
wouldn't be able to fly home
What if
Sunday.
it's a 24-hour period? Then this PCR testing is. So are they leaving PCR testing open?
They
on
would have
Saturday?
to.
You would think
They
so,
would have
right?
to, so that they would have something to be able to put into that app, so that they can show TSA or
Yeah.
whoever on the way
Yeah.
back in.
Yeah.
And that's just it. All of this stuff, the technology that has come out because of it. There is a company in Eureka Park. I'm trying to find the name of it right now, that has the claim on an item that you breathe. It's like a COVID breathalyzer. You breathe into it, and within 20 seconds gives you 100% accuracy, whether you're positive or not.
And probably what they're up against is you got to get
FDA
that
testing.
FDA testing and approval.
Yeah, but even if that test had a 60-70% accuracy, the fact that product was researched, developed, coming to market within 2 years,
Right.
the technological leap of these things
Yeah.
is just incredible. And it really, really shows what that the ingenuity is still out there, that NASA concept of, hey, look, we have this hurdle to surmount as humanity. How do we do it?
Yeah.
And that's where these distributors, these companies, these manufacturers come together of, like, we have this part that can do this. Oh, well, we have this that can do that. Well, let's get together and make that happen.
Of the people that I've talked to here so far, everyone is thrilled to be back.
Yeah.
They're thrilled to be back in person. Maybe not handshaking, but maybe elbow bumping or whatever it may be. But they are excited to be back.
Well, because there are a lot of things that transfer to digital well.
Right.
I work a lot of medical conferences where people are coming for training, that kind of stuff. Anything that's digital learning type transfers great to a virtual. It's hard with an event like high-end sales, where award ceremonies, they're hard to do digitally because that's a vibe in a room.
I did virtual for some podcast conferences and sat in a virtual room waiting to talk to people. And guess what? Crickets.
Yeah.
So for me, the virtual, because what it is, and just like today, we're going to have people that are going to be tuning into our live coverage that are at work. This is the first work week after the new year.
Yeah.
So everyone is, going to be head down catching up, and people are going to have this on their screen or listening in the background maybe. So I think that,
and that's just it. Something like this transfers great because it's kind of like listening to the TV in the background, like listening to CNET or something like that.
And what we'll be able to do with all this content, obviously, is, again, if our guests show up, is to chop it up into pieces and then republish it later, and people will be able to consume it as they want.
Well, yeah, exactly. And this is one of those events that, much like any podcast conference or, like I said, sales or awards, it's the people in the room.
Yeah.
It's the walking off stage and talking to people and having the side conversations. That's what makes the event.
So Andrew says that, and at least in the Facebook chat, says anyone showing off self-vaccination kits. Well, we haven't been on the floor to see.
I haven't seen any yet.
Yeah,
I didn't see any. That's an interesting concept, though. Self-vaccination kit.
Yeah. Okay, so let me refresh this page.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure we're I think everything's working fine. We're
It
just,
is, it
yeah,
is.
it's just that was
You're
not.
just dealing with stream delay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh. And there are numerous people out on the floor down in Eureka Park, stuff like that, that have some great emerging technology coming up. There were a couple that I saw doing artificial limbs.
Yep.
That kind of stuff, like full on brain integrated artificial limbs.
Yep.
There's been some really wild stuff. I remember last year you and I were during virtual talking with somebody who had the micro sensors,
Right.
And things like that. The drone technology that's out there now. Air Selfie, I know, is back this year with some new stuff, and they have some really. If you're just a gadget nerd out there, it's one of those. It's a tiny little drone about palm size that you can launch, and it just follows you and takes footage.
Right.
It's one of those like, watch out, cameraman.
All right, so everything is fine. That's weird. It was weird it didn't come up initially. So yeah, we're just checking the streams, and we had a dead screen there for a second, but everything is fine. I don't need to be using bandwidth, so let me pause that. Yeah, that's another thing too this year. We were worried about bandwidth here because we have a little lower bandwidth than normal, but so far everything's working good. We're not pushing that much now because we're just going back. It's kind of interesting this year. So we're using StreamYard.
Yes.
And you're just a guest on a StreamYard. And then we have multiple cameras here. So you switch and we'll send whatever you want to StreamYard. And then Scott on his side has the overlays and everything else.
Exactly. Runs all the studio graphics, intros, outros, stingers, all that kind of good stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. We integrated a decent system, and that's the same way. That way we can ping back and forth whenever National Tech Day comes, because we've got that going on, that coverage.
Oh, this is going to be cool on Thursday, tomorrow. I'm already forgetting. It's already Wednesday. Tomorrow is National Tech Day, and there is going to be a third streaming location that will go live here at CES to celebrate National Tech Day. So we're going to be able to bring you really a full faceted. I think they're going to be in the afternoon only.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be fun. And we're going to have more of a coordinated effort next year to celebrate National Tech Day. This kind of came together at the last minute.
Yeah.
And then we're kind of begging space for that event. But Marlo from the Tech Ranch will be and his wife will be running that coverage. Nice. So here we are, and almost 10 o'clock. They're going to let the masses in. Usually this hall floods.
Yes.
With people. Yeah. So at about 10:15, we'll take a peek and see what it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, how long have you been coming to CES, Todd?
I think the first year would have been... wasn't 2000. It's either 2005 or 2006.
Wow.
Yeah. So I have to go back and look at our history, because we do have a history page that talks about our coverage here. So 2005, 2006, something. The first year I came only with a microphone and it was a portable recorder.
Yeah.
And just did hand interviews. It was with me and Andy McCaskey of Then They Did the /review, SDRnews.com, which doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it does, but it's redirected somewhere. Him and I walked the floor, and we quickly figured out that this was a visual medium. And, we're audio podcasters. No one was thinking about doing video at that point. So the following year, I purchased a prosumer Sony camera, high 8, still on tape. And then that year, everything went to tape. And then we pulled tape, converted to digital in the evenings.
Yep.
And we're working massive hours to get content out. And then the third year that we came back, I think I still had the high 8 camera, but I had been able to afford a digital recorder for it. So it was like this, this little camera, then this big brick.
Massive brick recorder on
Yeah,
top.
that had a hard drive in it. But that saved me massive hours because we were able to pull
just
the
dump
digital
footage
immediately. And then, I think the fourth year is when we started doing the live stream. And at that time, it was Ustream or Blip, one of those two. And what was interesting about that, and I love telling this story. I'm seeing that we don't have anybody here. We can at least tell stories. Jeffrey Powers had a friend at MSNBC, and they invited us over to use the MSNBC booth. And I think it was the Vancouver Olympics or some Winter Games was getting ready to kick off. And we showed up, and we had 90 minutes and very strict on what we couldn't use their union camera guys. We had to bring our own equipment. We couldn't tap into anything. So we had to be self-contained on this beautiful multi-million-dollar stage.
Yeah.
Well, there was a gal, I don't know where she was from, but she was on like take 42 of trying to do a 30-second promo. And I'm like, come on, get on with it. Right? Literally 42 takes, and we're late. And I've got 15 vendors lined up. The first vendor up that we were going to interview was the CEO of Red Camera Systems. That was the first year Red had their camera. And finally, that we got our space, and I had a tripod with that prosumer camera running into something, I don't remember what, to convert that so I could get a digital stream into Ustream.
Yeah.
Or Blip or whoever we were using. And we'd promoted this pretty heavy. But those interviews, bam, 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 went one after as Andy McCaskey, myself, Jeffrey Powers, the guest. And we did 90 minutes nonstop. There was 45 to 55,000 people that were on that live stream when we did that. And the whole MSNBC crew actually applauded us afterwards because there was no multiple takes.
Yeah.
It was go live, get her done, the whole 9 yards. So it was pretty cool. And then that's kind of what started the whole live streaming thing for us here.
Yeah. And, it's interesting that you bring that up because the one thing I noticed with my broadcast experience and with being a podcaster, which are somewhat similar, but also vastly different, when COVID hit and production changed, podcasts had better sound than broadcast television. It was like the people who were used to these multi-million-dollar studios had no idea how to go to Al Roker's house and hook up a camera and a microphone.
That's true.
They were all just on a laptop
and it
with
was
audio. And it's like, why is Al Roker sitting out in his backyard with a sagging badminton net?
It is funny how things have...
Like, don't tell me you can't assemble this. You're NBC.
Yeah.
You could send all this to his home study.
So I guess we've got a guest.
Hey, all right.
So just go ahead and hang out, and So he doesn't know what to do.
No. Yeah.
So go ahead and bring him up.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
How are you doing, guys?
Doing good.
Great. Ooh, fantastic.
Now I might be able to, I can probably pronounce this one. I was worried there for a second.
Ooh.
So, all right.
I love things like this. I can't wait to hear about this. We have with us, let me give this a shot. Wouter Magdenberg.
Ooh, almost good. Hi, good morning.
Okay. Doing great. How are you?
I am fine. Thank you for having me here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And you're from Texto Media?
Yeah, Texto Media, TXTO Media, indeed. Yes. And we traveled all the way to Vegas.
Outstanding. Well, thanks for making the jump across the pound to come.
Yeah, we did. Absolutely. Yeah, it was quite a thing, of course, due COVID. That's what we all suffer here, of course. But it's worth it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we're glad we're back in person. Glad you're here. Why don't you give us the elevator pitch of what you guys are doing and what you're bringing to market?
Yeah, Texto Media is a Dutch firm. We're based in Rotterdam in Europe. And what we are all about is we turn existing documentation into video automatically. So we are a SaaS firm, a software firm. We work for global enterprises to bring, for instance, user manuals and instructions to video for those companies. And that's an automated process.
Well, and how does your automation work? Because I do quite a bit of video editing, things like that, and the whole process of video automation
Yes.
has been very interesting to me as
I
it's
can
grown
imagine.
over the last few years.
Do we have him up on camera? I don't think so.
I don't know.
Yeah, how it actually works is what we do is we take in the existing materials that companies write. So topics on how to clean something or how to put something together or whatever. And those kinds of topics we actually use as a basis. So we are connected to content management systems, and the text is brought to speech. That already gives a timeline, and then depending on what kind of video you want to make, if you want to make animated video, animations, or live action video, there are different procedures to get the media assets in, clean fragments or pictures, and then we map the text with pictures, with fragments all together. And what is one of the big ideas behind it is to help companies like Philips and HP to make sure that all these how-to videos become there in all the localized versions. So not only an English version, which is hard to maintain as well after a project, but that we are connected, and next to PDF and print, that video starts to exist for these departments.
You know, in creating, one thing that I've suffered with is we make instructional videos for our products and services, and you want to keep it very short because people's attention span isn't isn't really tight. How do you then help with that?
Yeah, well, the topics itself in the manual are quite short, right? So it tends to be 30 seconds, maybe a minute, something like that. And it's all about, of course, what technical writers in this case write. And maybe they have to get trained a bit to be short on what they say and be very concrete. And that is brought to speech. And that's already the timing, right? So these videos tend to be indeed less than a minute, or sometimes when it's getting complicated, a bit more. Depending on what, but if it's end user material, it tends to be short. If it's training for internal use in companies or instruction for the workflow, it can be a bit longer. But that's all about how the existing content already is there. Yeah.
Oh, outstanding. So I'm reading your pamphlet here a little bit, and your tagline is "We automate your instruction videos." And it sounds fantastic. Can it be that easy?
It is that easy. Of course, you have to change your approach to how you create video, because we are all used to creating, of course, video titles. And that's not what you do when we create the videos via our system. Then you are actually used to create video fragments only. It's all components, and then we bring the right components together. So the whole approach of creating video is different.
Outstanding. Well, I tell you what, this is a very cool, very interesting product. Whereabouts can we find? Well, I'm just going to tell everyone it's txtomedia.com.
Yeah, that's our website. And we are actually exhibiting here on the Dutch Pavilion at Eureka Park.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and our booth number is 61928.
61928.
Yes, exactly.
So for folks that are at home that aren't here at CES, definitely check out Textomedia, txtomedia.com. And I want to thank I'm going to destroy your name.
Wouter.
Okay. Thank you for coming and being on the show.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Outstanding. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is I think Chris is going to head back to the control system and go ahead and switch us up here. There we go. So we're doing a little bit of instruction still on the live video switching. So, all right. Okay. So are we? All right. Hey, thank you very much. Have a good show. So anyway, we're doing good, and hopefully we. I guess that's not bad for the first hour, having 3 of the 6 show up. Okay. Did a little OJT, I think, here is what we're doing. So, I have to admit, Chris, I'm looking, you're all snazzy. You got the HCL Productions, you got your name on the shirt.
Yeah. Ooh, let me remask. Sorry.
It's okay. And there we go. There we're
I
front.
try to be as shameless as possible when in public, Todd.
Yeah.
It's
I
really
like
the only
I
way
like
to go
that
as a
front and
business
center
owner.
shot. I kept feeling like we were over here for a while. So yeah, I like that front
Yeah.
and center shot. It's good. Yeah, the mask thing is challenging, but
It's a little tough.
Yeah.
It's definitely interesting audio wise, and it's also, I mean, like I was saying earlier before we started show, for myself, man, just walking around with it all day is
Yeah.
it's hard. It's hard. It definitely belies my age. Let's just say that. But the text to media concept is really interesting. I've been, like I said, been fascinated about the DIY videos and the automation with videos. Now there's so many platforms that have come out for instructional videos, that kind of thing, that really kind of not necessarily fully automated that
Yeah.
process for you, but handle a lot of easy graphics, that kind of stuff, where it's kind of a block builder kind of
Yeah.
concept.
When it says using your existing training and work instruction material as an input, combined with images, animations, or video footage, you can turn your written content into effective video. So it looks like
That's great.
It looks to me like then you're not actually, you're just using images. You're probably not using someone live doing an instructional video.
Well, and it's the fact of, so you've got a 5-page instructional manual. You can now input that text. A VR voice is going to take over that and narrate it for you.
Yeah, one of the examples they gave
and
was
because of keywords inside of that text, it will give you selected media.
Yeah.
Like, you may want to use this, you may want to use that.
Like how-to videos, doing things like how to change a cartridge, clean new household appliances, make or correct healthcare devices.
Yeah.
Yeah. More customer satisfaction, less calls. That's always a bonus.
Yes, exactly. And that's the kind of stuff that, you know, leveraging AI in the modern world is really incredible.
All right. Well, it'd be nice if we had back-to-back.
It would be. But once again, we are almost 15 minutes into the show floor open. So
yeah, and that's going to take a look back here. And of course, we're in the back.
And we're starting to see people with backpacks roaming around now. Some looky-loos pointing at things, all that kind of stuff. So
at least at the moment, it feels like a last day of show traffic level. So, yeah, I don't know how many people are here. You know,
well, I guess I don't know if they actively put registration stats up or anything like that.
Well, you know, our insider said 50 to 75,000. So physical.
Okay.
So if you think about vendors, if there's 2,500 vendors and you've brought 3 or 4 people, that's 10,000 right there. So then 40 to 65,000 actual attendees would be.
And then you divide that amongst the properties that it's spread out
right.
across.
And then there's because you know this thing is at Mandalay Bay. It's at LVCC.
It's at the Wynn. It's at the Aria.
So all these locations, you subdivide that by 10 or 15 different floors, all that. So and of course, a big hall like this can eat up a bunch of people. You know, you can have 5,000 people on the floor,
and the equivalent amount of space underneath us.
Right.
You know.
And again, there's a whole floor of people below us. So, yeah, very, very cool. You know, and compared to the heyday of 240,000 people. That's what it was the last show.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes just the traffic flow. Oh, people walk slow.
Yeah.
And you're like, I need to get to point B. Please, it's
really
almost
trying
like
to get there.
It's almost wish you had a passing lane. You know, it's like, oh my God.
Like in the airport where you got the moving sidewalk. Step to the right if you're gonna you're gonna stand.
Exactly.
And you know, just the traffic alone, just the number of people around you will wear you out. Much less the pudding that it turns your brain into, the mass amount of technology and information that you're taking in and absorbing, and
Oh, see, someone said it was definitely 2005. So someone said in the Twitch chat. So
That's a real follower right there.
Yeah, very much so.
Good on you. Is that Nightbot?
Nightbot. Check out this entire CES 2022 broadcast schedule. So let's see
Let's see what Nightbot brought us.
Oh, that's who is this?
Oh,
podcast.
That's ours.
Oh, okay. So let's see here. Who has?
Oh, believe me, we know who's supposed to have been here.
Yeah. So, you know, and I was really mean in years past. If they missed, I put them on a blacklist. I wouldn't let them come back.
Cold as ice, man.
Ice cold, you know. So, you know, Rendeavor hasn't made it. Moose Labs hasn't made it. Coptic hasn't made it. So,
yeah.
Well, you know, the folks from Texto were actually early.
Yep.
So
I'll take early over nothing.
Yep, absolutely.
All day, every day.
So
yeah, there was one that I hope they responded and got on the schedule. There was one 3D music.
Mm-hmm.
I interviewed them down in Eureka Park a couple years ago, and their whole concept is 3D printed instruments for schools.
3D printed instruments for schools.
Well, things like 3D printed violins,
right?
That kind of stuff. Because the only thing you really need to be actual there is the string.
Right.
Everything else can utterly be made out of resin or poly or anything like that.
Yeah.
So flutes, clarinets, saxophones, like you see all the tiny pocket trumpets that are made out of plastic nowadays. So yeah, really interesting concept of an affordable way to get kids into art, be able to bring up the new generation of music, stuff like that, and also not be taking out forests of rare woods, you know.
Right.
Let's start cutting down more mahogany for fingerboards.
Gotcha.
You know, things like that. So interesting sustainability concept with that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm keeping an eye on our chat, and one of the chats says, Mike says, "Hey, you need Jack there." You know who Jack is. You probably don't know who Jack is.
I don't know Jack.
Yeah, Jack was we call it Jack TriCaster Jack.
Okay.
And Jack was a retired American Airlines captain, and he came to the show with us many years, and he was our Maurice.
Okay.
Yeah, he sat in the back and worked stuff, and so that's funny. So Andrew says, I remember writing up those interviews each year. That was a complete production line banging those out. It's true.
It is.
Because and actually what I've cut back on the number of articles that we actually post on Geek News Central of the show, just because it was expensive to do all that work and then have the team do all that writing and do all the postings.
Well, even going through the way that we do with this content and each individual interview being cut out, description being written, and it being it being SEO friendly.
Right.
SEO almost left my head as many times.
It's a lot of work.
It is a mass amount of work beyond what we do here on site.
Yeah.
Especially whenever you consider that when we're done off here, we go out and interview other people out in the aisles and stuff like that and find the booths that we were looking for.
And of course,
kind of stuff.
One of the famous things we always used to do is whenever we went to dinner together, it was always somebody's birthday, whether it was their birthday or not.
Somebody's getting celebrated.
Somebody was getting celebrated, no matter what. And some of these places bring you a little cupcake or maybe a piece of cake or cheesecake, but it was always somebody's birthday. Didn't matter.
What over the years that you've been coming to this, Scott, what have been some of the most amazing things you've seen? What have been some of the things that even to this day, you're just like, wow, that one thing that I saw just.
Here's the thing. It's hard because I always come out of this show with a shopping list, and we'll find out today
what the big pre-order guy,
what the medium price is going to be. A couple of years ago, it was the Keurig liquor machine.
Yep.
And I pre-ordered that. And then there was this, I wanted to pre-order this machine from a guy that was doing coffee, and basically it was, the machine was just too much money. It was, really a couple $1,000, but you basically put in your preferences. They shipped you the beans, it roasted, did everything, and made your coffee. It was really, really super fancy.
Interesting.
And
like a membership kind of thing.
Yeah, but it
Okay.
was just, it was just too, it was definitely for the rich and famous,
Yeah,
not for a guy that's
drinks 3 cups of Folgers a day.
right, exactly. So
Now for that money, if I could put a bean and get a cup of coffee, we'd talk.
right. So it was a but again, also it's like price points.
Yeah.
So we found, okay, what is the median price point this year? $199, $99, $299, $399, $499. You just don't know until you're out there, because I'll ask people, what is the retail price of this? And they say, oh, it's going to be $299 or not. And then all of a sudden, then you hear the trending number.
Yeah.
For what something's going to cost.
Yeah.
One year it was $49. It was the gadget year. It was a year where it was just USB plugs, chargers, power banks, normal kind of stuff that you buy.
Lithium revolution year.
It just seemed like it was $49 that year, So I think I'll be looking out this year for what that price point is, and then 1 or 2 gadgets that I want.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I can drum it down to one thing. Like the NAB show for me, this show is kind of like, okay, that's cool. I don't need that. Home innovation, but I go to the NAB show and it's like I see cameras and switches and all that stuff, and then my credit card starts bulging. But
I want to go cover NAB, but I don't think my wife wants me to.
Oh, that's the show where it's like your mouth waters. You don't really need it, but you want it. It's just like a couple of things you brought here today. I was like, oh, looky there.
When I was pulling things out the other day, you were taking pictures.
I was like, let me a little looky-loo here. What do we got going on?
Absolutely.
But I think the health side has been the side that has blown me away the most on the innovations coming on that part. Because in the early years of this show, there was no true health tech. That's just a whole new category. Of course, then when drones came on, drones was a thing, because before there wasn't even a category for it. There's a few guys here that had some drones, but when DJI and those other companies came on, then that became a thing, and it probably still is over in those areas. And then cars, there wasn't Ford. Maybe have a little bit of a presence here, but then all of a sudden it's Ford, Audi, all the car manufacturers are here showing off all the tech, or even I've been here for unveiling of new vehicles.
Yep.
So they were using this show as so the Detroit Motor Show normally happens after this event.
Yeah.
And they were using this show to launch products that they didn't unveil in Detroit. They unveiled here, which in my opinion was pretty extraordinary. That is for an evolution of the show. Now, there's always been the automotive section of the show where you can go and look at the latest accessories, speakers, new dash models, all that stuff. But that's a model that is kind of changed. I don't know if there's such a big demand for the aftermarket stuff now, because these new vehicles have got pretty modern system. Now, if you want something that's going to, cause the car windows to vibrate, then, you're going to need to put in a third-party platform. But at my age, my ears vibrate without having to have the music turned up. So,
and thinking about it from CES's point of view, it's also one of those, how many of those manufacturers do you want to exhibit? Not that you don't want to sell all the booths, but do you want an entire aisle with 50 people selling LED strips?
Well, that's what a certain section of this show is for.
Yeah.
They bring a 747 or 777 or 2 or 3 in.
Yeah.
With the China section is just the booths all look the same, have a different sign on them. And it's
where you can go to have your product come to market.
Right.
Where you can go and say, I have this, I need circuits built, I need enclosures.
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff.
That's the section where I tell people never, ever, 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 ever let go of your microphone. Because if you let go of your microphone,
they're going to keep talking.
They'll keep talking for a long time. There's
Yeah.
someone that's looking lost. So I guess he's not looking for us.
And talking about the automotive part and the launch, I was really surprised actually to see that Mercedes was not here at Unveiled or anything like that with their new car that they just brought out to compete with Tesla.
Yeah,
because that was a huge leap. In lithium technology.
Speaking of those devices we were talking about earlier,
a full page ad.
Wow,
on page 4.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I think too the home innovation stuff obviously is massive here. Connected homes.
You see a lot of smart mirrors, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
you see a lot of connected devices, Internet of Things devices, but and that product line is sometimes it's like kind of boring because there's really nothing true evolutionary there. It's just maybe version 3 of the same product or something to that effect. So sometimes it's hard to get excited about some of that home innovation stuff.
Quite a bit more blockchain I saw on the roster this year.
I guess blockchain is the buzzword. It's a big buzzword now.
What do you think of blockchain?
I think if you, depending on the appliance of it, I think it's pretty valuable that you can track something. Example, it's being used in we're talking about marijuana industry. It's being used in the medical marijuana industry to track a product from seed to dispensary distribution.
Sure.
So, that make sure that line of custody. So blockchain's being used there and other places. There's so many uses of blockchain. I don't even profess to being even 1% knowledgeable on the whole topic.
Yeah. I understand it as a large concept. The same way I understand how when I put gas in a car and I start it, combustion happens and I go forward.
Right.
I do not know how to fix my transmission. But I understand the greater.
I watch a TikTok channel of a dude that does fix transmissions.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Wow, that's an interesting TikTok channel to be into.
It was, and he fixes Chevy transmissions. I don't think I'll be owning a Chevy anytime soon. So
see some horror stories, did you?
Every car manufacturer has horror stories. This guy just fixed Chevy transmissions, and I am a Ford guy. So any Chevy guys out there, tough. It's on my show.
Yeah, sorry. This broadcast not brought to you by Ford.
No, not at all. And if it was, we'd have a big Ford logo up here.
It would be right here.
Hey, look here.
Same.
We are actually
now
that is what I'm kind of expecting.
We have
the kind of movement we're
got quite
expecting.
A few people over on that side now. Yeah.
Oh, looks like somebody might be downstairs.
Oh, looks like it.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
So
yeah, like you're actually starting to hear a little bit of it in the background.
Yeah, you hear a little bit of the traffic.
Nice. Yeah.
Well, it's they came out of the curtain. I saw them standing there. So we're you can't miss us though. There's nothing blocking our view.
It's pretty hard to miss it.
Yeah.
We have lights pointing at your face from way up here.
So they should know what's happening. So, maybe some actual product to talk about. It's like me perusing the magazine here and looking for Phil.
Yeah, right? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a box.
Yes.
Boxes. And more than one person.
Okay. Are we going to have...
Hot diggity.
Oh, yeah. I think we're just going to have hopefully just one.
We'll see.
And this is... All right. Let me look and see if I can...
Morphe?
Is this? Yes, it's Morphe.
Is.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Go ahead, grab a chair. You can sit down. Oh.
Maurice.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry about the handling of the microphone, folks.
We'll give him a second here to
Absolutely.
get
all
set
the
up.
product set, everything else. All right. Ooh, that is a beautiful product.
We'll let him get. All right, I think we're ready to bring him on mic as well. I don't know if he's on
Yeah.
mic. So.
Oh, this looks like a product that is directly up my alley right
Do
here.
we have him unmuted now?
All right.
Outstanding.
We have Charlie Russet here. Is that correct? Yeah. Oh, fantastic. From Morphe, tell us a little bit about your product and what you have here.
We actually have three products. The first one is Morphe, we launched 3 years ago, and it helps the adults fall asleep with mindfulness meditation. So inside you have 210 sessions of guided meditation. So when you can't fall asleep, it's mainly because you have a high level of stress, a high level of anxiety. So at bedtime, what we advise is to use these products and listen to meditation. It's 8 or 20 minutes, and you calm down and you put all the stress away and you feel more relaxed. It's how you can reach a deep and a fast sleep. So then we launched the second product, My Little Morphe. It's a little bit the same, but for kids that has between 3 and 8 years old, and it helps them to calm down during the day and to fall asleep at night. With these two products that we launched 3 years ago, we have more than 300,000 users with amazing feedback. So I strongly advise to try the product, as it's a big improvement in the well-being of the users.
Well, and now I do a lot of binaural beat meditation, things like that. Your typical sessions of 8 minutes, what is the typical change in like alpha waves, things like that, as far as making the restless mind calm down?
We have our own contents. We developed with softwares of sleepiness experts, our own contents, and we put all their contents in this connected device. And a lot of people are using meditation, and nowadays we all know the benefits of mindfulness meditation and so on. But the thing is, we use the phone most of the day to work, to fun with friends, and everything. So why using the phone when you have to calm down and to meditate? What we say is, when you have sleepiness disorders or when you have a high level of stress, put the phone away because you the phone fast and you always have to have a lot of things that comes. So put the phone away or play mode for 5 to 10 minutes, and then you have a dedicated, dedicated device, and that makes sense.
So what is the? I'm getting a bunch of noise
Yeah.
feedback. So what is the on the device that you guys introduced first? What are the gold tabs on top? Is that the settings or
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one, they are the settings. Actually,
Hang on, we're
Yeah.
can't hear him. Go ahead.
all right,
Yeah. Yeah.
so with the first key, the key that is on the left, you can choose the theme of your session. You have 8 different themes. You have sessions like body scan,
Okay.
visualization, and so on. Once it's chosen, you can choose the session. So for body scan, you have 8 different sessions. For visualization, you have 8 different sessions, and so on. You have then two durations, 8 or 20 minutes, and two voices.
You guys are turning us down.
Yeah.
Whatever you guys are doing, you have to stop. Yeah, we can't hear him now.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And with this key, you can choose the session 8 or 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Okay. Then you have the voice. You can choose the female.
Go ahead.
You can choose the female voice, or you can choose the male voice. And then you just have to. You can press play, and the session starts, and you just listen to the voice, and it helps you to decrease and to go from a high level of stress to the good level where we have to be. I mean,
Right.
We can't stay at a high level of stress like this.
So what is your third device then? What is that?
Yeah, the third device, this is completely new. We just launched 6 weeks ago, and it's the first time that we developed a device for daytime. So this device You can take it in the pocket. It's very easy. It fits perfectly in the hand, and as soon as you have it in the hand, you start to feel it, to feel to feel the thing, and it helps people to decrease the stress at daytime when they have, for example, a conflict or something that makes them feel bad. And with this Morphizen, you just plug your headphone. You have to plug the headphone, and we wanted that because plugging the headphones cuts you from the outside world. And once your headphones are plugged, you have the product in hand. You can listen to the contents, which is completely different to this one, because this one is to sleep, so it's slow. This one is to decrease in a fast way the stress that you just got. So we have strong sessions. I mean, when I say strong, it's like every sentences are followed by one other sentence, and it keeps you in the thing. And as you have the voice coming, you can't think about what your boss just said or what the driver at your right just said, and
Sure.
and then you just forget all the things, and you go away.
So give me the price points and where can people find the product at?
This is $100 for both of them, and you can find them on our website morphy.co and on amazon.com. We have amazing review you can see, and this one is completely new. This is only in France right now, and we plan to launch it in the US in September, as we just launched it 2 months ago in France, and we have already 30,000 users with as well very, very good feedbacks. So we are making all the translations, and it's gonna be $80 on Amazon as well in the US. I'll say this summer, between the summer and September.
So, folks, you can check them out at Morphe, MORPHEE.co.
Yeah, .co.
.co, or on Amazon as well.
Yeah, Amazon. You can check Morphe or My Little Morphe, and you can't miss the products.
Charlie, thanks for coming. We appreciate you showing off the product. For those looking for some relaxation, get down with the stress of the day, fall asleep easier, check out again Morphe.co.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Yep.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So sorry for the little bit of technical stuff that was going on here earlier. I think we're just working. Okay. So people were on the phone, and I think too many hands pushing buttons. All right. Did we?
And I'm back.
Did we get it figured out?
We did. Yeah, it was weird. The program literally defaulted back to a different input. That was strange.
Oh, that's weird.
That was creepy.
So the
actual program just like, no, I'm going to use a different input other than the Rodecaster stereo end.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep, awesome. We'll definitely do a review.
Thank you so much. Most definitely.
Yep. So let's see.
That is a great looking product too. I love the design of it. Like I said, I do a lot of meditation apps, things like that. I guess just mainly due to anxiety, that kind of stuff. I have a hard time sleeping when I hit the road.
Here's what I have found over the years is I can go months and not have any trouble.
Yeah.
I hit this pillow, I'm asleep, and then I just run into a little bit of insomnia once in a while. It doesn't last too long.
Yep.
And sometimes it's just about shutting the brain off.
Yeah.
Because, you know, your brain is just going like crazy.
And it's really hard in our app addicted society.
Yeah.
You know, the more screen time you have,
the
more your brain wants screen time, literally. So, ooh, more products.
Okay, so we're hearing a lot of feedback.
Yeah. Ooh.
So
I love kids' products. Maybe it's because I have a 4.5-year-old, but things like this are always great. Yes, please.
Yes.
If we could mute the guest mic real quick until she gets it on. Ooh, fantastic.
All right.
There we go.
Okay. So we want to welcome, and I'm going to assume it's called Moose Labs. Did I pronounce it correctly? We got Christine Brenley here with the CEO. Did I get it right?
Oh, Juki.
Juki. Okay.
What is Juki? Explain it to us. Interesting. Interesting.
So are they music or activities, or what is the programming in those? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So you can actually pre-program these yourself. It isn't like you've provided the programming. The parents do that. Gotcha. Well, that's really, really cool. Are we still having technical difficulty?
Yeah, we need to unmute channel 4, please. There we go.
Okay. So go ahead. And then is this a new product, or how long have you guys
Yeah,
been?
it's a new product, and it just won the CES Innovation Award for 2022 in personal audio. So I just picked up the award, and I'm very pleased about that.
Interesting. Now, are y'all looking at any kind of stories, things like that? Is it only
So you see, we have this.
MP3s that you upload? Or?
We have these 5 characters, so you can imagine down the road for us adding a layer of content to the hardware, and that's obviously a direction. Right now, we sell the hardware, and the user case is for parents to associate easily music or stories, MP3 or Spotify playlists, and so that brings a young child into the streaming world, and that's probably going to be his or her world.
Well, I tell you, the creativity here as a parent, and parents like control of what their kids consume, this makes a lot of sense to me. And the association of a character, maybe it's going to be a book that you've read, or because I could see parents that aren't home all that. You maybe have a parent that's off someplace, they could actually program that as well. Can they do that from online remotely, or do they have to be close to the device?
No, they don't have to be close to the device when they do it. They need the app, and they need to be connected to Wi-Fi. But what's really, I think, quite essential, I mean, stories and music have been in the toolbox of parenting forever. And we know that this is a fabulous way for emotion to be passed on. So for a father or a grandfather to be sharing his special playlists with a young child, and that young child to connect with that immediately, I think that's really important. And so for parents who are busy and they need to have a little bit of time, then they can trigger a story.
Sure.
And that child is going to be entertained, engaged with great content that the parents has vetted.
Well, and even the fact of a grandparent could tell a story into their phone, send the voice memo, and you could literally program that with stories that the grandparent is telling the child.
Indeed.
Things like that.
And we see that user case a lot, that grandparents prepare their special playlist for their grandchildren.
Now, do these devices have to be, once they're programmed, do you have to still be connected to the internet to use them?
So if it is an MP3, you don't. If it is a Spotify playlist, you do.
Okay.
And so the typically, if the unit is going to be staying in the playroom, for instance, then the connection to the internet is there, and the child will have no real understanding of whether this is an MP3 or a Spotify playlist. But when he gets into the car, for instance, or if he goes to the park, then the MP3 will trigger, the Spotify playlist will not.
Oh.
So I guess the next question is price point. Where can people find out about this?
So it's on juki.rocks. We sell e-commerce direct to consumer and in the US only.
Oh.
And the price point for the unit that comes with 2 tokens and the charging cable is $112.99.
So it's JOOKI.rocks.
That's
right.
right.
You got in on one of those new top level domains.
Nice. And how much are the individual tiles, individual characters?
So a box of 6 tokens is about $24,
Wow.
and a box of 5 figurines is about 30.
That is
So-
absolutely affordable, and
It is.
for children's learning tools like that kind of stuff, that is an incredible amount of technology at a very reasonable price.
And this will be reprogrammed as many times as you want. So this will grow up with your child as well. So
Now, are these just like RFID fobs, or do they require wireless charging, anything like that?
no, they're just as you said, RFID, and so
Okay.
this is just NFC, and that works.
Great.
All right. Well, we thank you for coming on
Yes.
and sharing this with us. And this is one thing about CES is it's not just adult stuff; it's stuff for the kids too. So
That's
it
right.
runs the full gambit here.
Yeah.
Of you go over to the one part of the CES and it's the audiophile where they have the liquid cooled transformers that cost $10,000, and then
Right.
you have the innovative tools for kids and their activity stuff like
Yeah.
Juki. So,
Yeah.
Christine, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That is incredible. And if we could mute the guest microphone real quick on channel 4, thank you. Please do make sure to hit the PFL on that also. The green button on channel 4 is what boosts our volume up here for us to hear everything. Ooh, we have moon bikes here.
All right.
Awesome.
So I think we're ready to bring them up on both.
Awesome.
There we go. So we have Nicholas Moran from Moonbikes, and you're a French startup. So tell us about Moonbikes.
Nice to meet you. So Moonbikes is the first electric. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Perfect. So Moonbikes is the world's first electric snow bike.
Electric snow bike?
Yes.
Interesting.
And so it has the power of a small motorcycle and the freedom of an e-bike to explore nature in snowy environments.
So here in the States, everyone, I guess I call them snowmobiles, snow machines. So is it run under the same? Is it? We don't have a picture for it, of course, but is it run under the same premise of having a track system?
Yeah. So it's much simpler than a snowmobile. It's 3 times lighter than a snowmobile. There's a front blade and a track at the back of the machine, and you have to lean it like a motorcycle. And it's totally silent, so it's amazing.
And so it's electric. So what is the typical range then of a moon bike?
We talk about autonomy in terms of hours. With one battery is between 1 hour and 1 hour and a half, but you can double stack and put another battery, and in this case you can reach 3 hours.
And what's the top speed on it then?
It's 26 miles per
26 miles per hour.
What is the load capacity on it by chance?
So the load capacity, you can be 1 or 2 people, and in terms of the load capacity is in kilograms. It's 120.
Okay. Okay.
So very, very cool.
Close to 250 pounds almost.
Something like that.
So I'm sure a lot of our listeners at home are going to want to check out your guys' website. Where's your guys' website at?
It's moonbikes.com.
So it's moonbikes.com.
Yeah.
And what was the origin of the name?
Moonbikes, because I'm a former aerospace engineer,
Oh.
so I love space, and the moon it's white like the snow. It's silent. Everybody loves the moon, so for all of these reasons, I chose this name.
Nice.
I think oftentimes though, even here, you see people with snow machines that either get stuck or what is and maybe getting deep snow, weren't going fast enough. How does it do in deep snow, and what's the weight? And I'm kind of curious on all that.
Yeah, the weight is around 190 pounds, and it's very fun in deep powder. You cannot go uphill if it's too steep and too deep, like a snowmobile. So the nice thing to do is you go uphill thanks to the trails when it's packed.
When
and
it's
then
packed.
you can jump into the powder, and
Oh.
there's no limit. And it's feel like snowboarding or skiing with a motor. So it's crazy when you go in deep powder when it's flat or downhill.
Wow.
So go ahead and scare us. What's going to be the retail price on this?
It's 8,500. So it's compared to a snowmobile, it's less
Sure.
cheaper.
So I think what you're going to find then is for people that are into, I would if you want to run this around on a ice covered lake, that would be okay. But I think it'd be more fun to go through maybe areas that you're going to ski.
Yeah.
Versus, how does this then compare to because you think about this is a bike. How does this compare to like snowboarding or something?
I'm a snowboarder, and you have the same sensation when you go in downhill in powder, because you have to lean,
right?
And you have to use your hips like skiing.
Sure.
So it's a mix. And when we arrived for the first time in the US and make people try in the US, they were amazed, saying that it was a new snowboard. It's a totally new sensation. It's a mix of some things we don't really know. So yeah,
right.
And about your question about ice, it works. For example, we have some ice fishers and from hunters, but yeah, it's much better when it's in powder. And
okay.
What's also amazing is to go in the forest, because it's very narrow, so you can go between the trees, and that's amazing.
You never know. You think about when snowboards were introduced; it wasn't a sport.
Yeah.
Right. You guys may be on the cusp of a new sport, of some sort of new competition sport. Is there anybody else making something similar to what you're creating?
No, not yet. It's
not yet.
I started the company 5 years ago, and every year I'm like, okay, someone is going to do the same, but we are still the only ones.
Still the only ones.
Interesting. I could see that as actually somewhere like where you live, especially if you live out in the country or something, is a very easy commuter device.
Yes.
To be able to get from point A to point B.
Where I live, no,
not where you live.
Yeah, but if I was in it'd be a much bigger alternative in the winter to a scooter or a bike, so it makes sense. With it being under 26 miles per hour, then I wonder how it's classified here.
I'm sure it would be classified the same as any bird scooter.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Same as any e-scooter, probably.
I would think so too, because it doesn't go super fast.
That's right.
Yeah, that'd be the interesting to see what happens when someone's riding one around town.
Oh, I guarantee you will see some Mainer taking one to work one day.
In West Yellowstone to go down in the city and go to the restaurant with the moon bikes. It was so amazing.
For me, it actually makes sense because I live in rural America and we have wood lots. So and I don't have a snowmobile. So this would be something that would be handy, because what do? We get the quad out, or we get the Ranger, whatever it may be, but still, when it's snow, that thing can get stuck just as easy as anything else. So something like this is a good, quick alternative than jumping on a snowmobile.
Well, even if you guys considered something along the lines of like a tow behind cart, anything like that for pulling small items,
smaller items than the moon bikes?
Something like going to the grocery store, being able to pull groceries behind you,
but
something like that.
A ski cart.
It's pretty small, so we can even use it. You can put it at the back of your car. So for us, the size is good now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So but I know what you're saying. Yeah. From a utility standpoint.
Well, even like, hey, I need to go out and get some wood from the shed.
Right.
Pop it in the back and just truck it back instead of having to trudge through the snow.
Because I see a lot of people that have snowmobiles, they're pulling like mini sleds behind.
Exactly.
So this could, if there would be a small hookup system to it, you could pull small little mini trailer too.
And you can put the moon bikes on a bike rack also.
Oh wow, on a bike rack too.
That's great.
And the weight is a little, with 100 pounds or so, heavier than a regular bike, so you want to make sure your bike rack can support the weight.
So we use motorcycle racks. So you need a hitch. You can use a regular motorcycle rack.
Now, is this a product available out on market now, or are you still in prototype?
Yes, we launched last year in Europe with 50 units, and to test the market in ski resorts, we opened 5 rental parks in ski resorts. And now this winter we are building 400 units, and we are shipping 100 to the US and and Canada. So the first container will arrive in 2 weeks, and the other one in February.
So you snow enthusiasts out there, snow bikes.
Yeah.
Now what you guys need to do is adapt it so that in the spring when it's
Yeah.
muddy, I can run through mud.
Yeah.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
One last time right there for the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to find out more about Moon Bikes and where they can go to get their own.
So you have to go on our website, moonbikes.com.
Moonbikes.com.
Easy.
All right,
Easy.
Nicholas, thank you so much. Thanks for
Thank
coming
you so
over,
much for
sharing.
the
so much.
time. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you so
outstanding.
much.
Who would have thought about that?
Yeah, I know, right? Like,
I kind of want one.
I know. That's what I was saying. Like, it'd be pretty cool just to kick around town, stuff like that.
Yeah. So, hey, Kirk, maybe what we can do is instead of setting it on the back of the chair, sit it
Set it
on
right
the
there.
sit it on the seat, because every time you move it up and down, it scratches, and you have to be real careful here. Okay, so all right. Hi, how are you?
Excellent. How are you?
Doing good. So let's go ahead and bring her up on audio. All right. So I want to introduce Amy Hedrick, CEO of CleanBox. So, and let's go ahead and get a camera shot on her. All right, great. So good morning and welcome to our coverage here. Tell us a little bit about CleanBox.
Good morning. So CleanBox is a smart tech hygiene company. We provide UVC smart tech hygiene solutions for companies, B2B, B2G, companies that need surface decontamination on shared or frequently used devices.
So basically, then I'm assuming then a restaurant, commercial business space, whatever it may be, would be something where is it a UV technology or what do you?
It's UV technology, UVC. We use it in an LED, so all of our engineering is around maximum efficacy in the shortest amount of time. So we work very, very well on surfaces that can't be exposed to heat, chemicals, or liquids. And so anything that's for technology, specifically in virtual and augmented reality headsets, we started there with some of our main product lines. And those are really for companies that are using it for training purposes, whether that be internal, external. And then we've taken that same core technology and we have other use cases from keyboards to cell phones, tablets, and stethoscopes, eyewear. Yeah.
So is it mostly then, you talked about surfaces. So, you know, I've seen devices before where you stick something in or you have it focused where it actually will clean a device. You're talking about surfaces in it. Do you have wands or how does that work?
So we don't use wands. We have several different form factors on our products. Let me explain though why we don't use wands. So, because wands is basically you're taking your hand and you're doing this. It's going to be subject to distance to surface, the amount of time, the total duration. So what we try to, what all of our products are geared around highest efficacy, removing human error components so that every time you're getting consistent lab verified results without anybody making a mistake. So yes, we do use UVC. We do it in an LED, which is it's a newer use. It's a newer form factor. The last few years, a little bit more than before. But the idea of how to use UV as a decontaminant has been around for a while. But we do it again without ozone, heat, liquids, chemicals, anything along those lines. So
what is the application for a surface then? Is it a? I'm just kind of trying to envision.
I'm sorry. So you put it in a box.
Oh, you do put it in a box.
Well, we have 5 different products.
Sure.
On the market right now. And one of them actually was just announced in the CES news yesterday with HTC. We're a partner of HTC. So I'll use that as an example.
Sure.
They use our CX series primarily for their Vive headsets, their Vive virtual reality headsets. And what you do on that particular product is you put it in a CX1, open the door. It has a place where you can put the product where it's appropriately surface to distance, every place where that you might be able to put it in that box.
Right.
Close the door, push the button. Everything is a 60-second cycle, so 1 minute, and then you reach 99.999% decontamination against a range of contagions. So that's one of our products.
So let's talk about the range of contagion sends. What is, we all know the phones are most dirty thing we're probably carrying around? Is it germs? Is it COVID? Is what are you able to kill in that environment?
Well, we existed as a company, and we had product on the market before COVID. So we tested but we did test against COVID. We tested against SARS-CoV-2 and a BSL-3. We're one of the first companies in the U.S. actually to be able to do that. First commercial companies, should clarify. But we test against MRSA, against C. diff. Really a range of contagions for primarily shared devices. You're right. Phones are terrible sources of contagions, but usually you're using only your own phone, unless you're checking it in because you're a doctor and you're going into surgery, and those are kind of very common applications that our clients have for some of our products.
I see.
But yeah, I mean, like anything that you wear in proximity to your face, head, you're frequently touched. So we have different devices that clean different things.
So it's definitely, you've definitely marketed this towards the folks where it's shared devices.
Frequently used, touched, or shared is
frequently used, shared, or
I mean,
touched.
we have one of our products called the OmniClean. Literally, it's has a circular well. Anything you put in there, if it's your Apple Watch, your eyeglasses, your headphones, your toothbrush. We've actually tested in labs on toothbrushes and thinking of all the different types of things, battery pack, lav mics, anything that would be exposed to anything and might be used again. And so that tends to be more expensive products. One of our other products we use to decontaminate masks, and that can be anything from like a KN95 or an N95 like I'm wearing right now.
Wow.
That was actually tested against multiple layers that were inoculated with the COVID-19 virus, just to verify, so that is something that our product does very, very well, which is why we're completely B2B and B2G right now. So that is our client base.
So as a consumer, you're not going to be able to go up this, but if you're looking as a business to pick something up, so
we sell to consumers generally, but we're not a consumer price point.
Right. What is the typical price range then of the product?
Our least expensive price is about $2,000, and we go. It just depends on the form factor, which product it is, what they're cleaning, and so on.
Awesome.
But the CX1 is a very space conscious product. Again, we work with businesses where real estate is usually expensive and a premium, and you need to do multiple things in a short amount of space.
Sure.
So we think about that in terms of other things that our products can do while they're being cleaned, from charging to storage and so on.
Yeah.
So
where can we find more information about? Is it cleanbox.com?
It's cleanboxtech.com.
Cleanboxtech.com is where we want to go. Amy, I want to thank you for coming and talking about your product.
My pleasure.
So for those of you in the watching audience, if this is something that you feel that might be good for your business, again, go to cleanboxtech.com. Check it out. Reach out to her and her team, and I'm sure they're going to be happy to talk to you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me. Nice to talk to you.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
So in the world we live today, this is definitely some of the things that we have to watch out for. So one thing I noticed on this last, hey, Chris, was she was just a little lower volume, and we don't have her back on the loop. Yeah. So I can hear the guest, but it's just a little lower. We can bring on the next guest. Huh? Actually Marlo can come on. Yeah, we can put Marlo on. And I guess this is my time to bow out for a while. We're going to bring Marlo Anderson on, and he's going to take over and do a couple hours here. As you're out on the interwebs, definitely check my show out at geeknewscentral.com. And of course, this is all part of the Tech Podcast Network coverage, techpodcast.com. Over 100 family safe podcasts over there for you to check out. But I'll let Marlo do his own introduction, and we'll do the swap here. See if I can get out without knocking anything over. Yeah, an awkward switch over indeed.
How you doing?
Doing okay. It's been a wonderful morning already. So,
Yeah, it's great. It's actually it's huge. I didn't expect it to be that huge.
so I'm not hearing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Do you hear me?
I do hear you now.
Okay, perfect.
So we're good. We're good. Are we live? We are live.
Oh, okay.
as we continue the awkward transition between guest hosts here, everybody, Marlo Anderson, your guru of geek, coming to you from CES 2022, and we have Fabian Neal with Quantique. Am I saying that right, Fabian?
Exactly.
All right, all right. So tell me a little bit about Quantique.
Yes, with pleasure. So at Quantic, we built a software which is able to tell your vital signs just with a 20 seconds video selfie. So just use the smartphone, take a video selfie, and we tell you your heart rate, your respiratory rate, and in the near future, we can tell you the oxygen saturation and blood pressure.
Interesting. So do you see this kind of melding into the medical space where our physicians are going to be able to use this information?
Yeah, so the main target is telehealth and telemonitoring in general. So imagine being at home and you need to do a teleconsultation. Your physician is not going to have access to your metrics. And with Quantic, you just take your smartphone and your metrics are going to be sent to the physician who is going to be able to use them for his diagnostic. So we target mainly, we are a B2B startup. So we target the telemonitoring platform, remote patient monitoring, and insurance.
So how many markers are you able to, I'm sorry, I have to take these off because they're fogging up here. How many markers are you able to send to your doctor?
So today we do the heart rate and the respiratory rate. And these two are going to be validated in a clinical study in France in 4 hospitals in order to assess the clinical accuracy. And we are going to add this year the oxygen saturation and the blood pressure. And in the near future, we've got a lot more in stock. So we are going to do the hemoglobin level, detection of cardiovascular diseases, etc.
So is this going to require any type of blood testing at all in the future? Is this all stuff that you're going to be doing, you know?
That's pure software. So it works on any device, can be a laptop, can be a smartphone.
Very interesting.
And can be your web browser. So we integrate in everything, and it works with any camera. So it's pure software.
That's amazing, actually. So basically, from a camera image, you can tell all of this.
Exactly. Just looking at your face for 20 seconds.
So are you basically using some type of AI that compares people who have these issues, and there are markers like in a person's face that says that, all right, this person has high blood pressure or respiratory issues or whatever, and that's what tells you this?
So not exactly. So we do use AI, but what we do actually is that we analyze the skin color variation. So when your heart beats, it sends blood in the capillaries that are underneath your skin, on your face in particular.
Sure.
And these are going to change the local concentration in hemoglobin, which in turn is going to change the local absorption of light. And this, said more simply, is that it means that it's a color variation of your skin. And this color variation is, of course, tiny. It's invisible to the naked eye. And our software is able to extract this tiny variation from the video stream and to transform it into all the metrics we discussed. So the heart rate, respiratory rate, etc., etc.
That's very interesting. So I'm going to give you a what-if scenario here then. So where I live, it's relatively cold, and a lot of people are like me, you know, who've maybe experienced a little frostbite or whatever. And as I've aged a little bit now, it's starting to show a little bit more, you know, on my face and on my ears and that type of thing. Are you able to tell the difference then between something like a frostbite to maybe a high blood pressure that's causing the same effect on your skin?
Yes, exactly. So for the blood pressure, we're looking at what's called the PPG signal. So let me step back a bit. So when I was saying we extract the color variation, this in turn creates a signal which is called a PPG signal, which stands for photoplethysmography. So this is a signal of the color variations, and we analyze the waveform of this signal. And so it doesn't matter what's your skin color or what's your, as you said, if it's cold or whatever, we are able to extract the waveform and the blood pressure.
This is incredible. So I'm just trying to rephrase my next question here. I just find it, well, I guess we'll just go here. How often do you think that a person would have to do this? I mean, would this be something that like once a month you would do to catch variations then, or how does that work?
Very interesting question. So actually we are focused on the measure. So we don't do a diagnostic. So we just send the measure to the doctor. So it's the physician who is going to tell, okay, depending on your condition, you are, I don't know, you have hypertension. So you're going to have to do this once a month or once a week, once a day. And so that's the physician who tells what the patient is going to do. And we are here just to give a mean to the patient to do the measure without having the patient to buy a medical device, so like, you know, the cuff to do the blood pressure,
Right.
etc. So we replace this hardware, this medical device, and that's the physician who is going to ask the patient to do that. And just let me add a few words about that. So we are, once again, we are a B2B startup, so we don't sell a B2C app. We are an API. So for example, imagine we have a client, which is a company that does remote patient monitoring. So they are going to bring this device to the patient's home.
I see.
We are going to be able to replace these devices, which are costly, they can break, you need to have maintenance, logistics, etc., etc.
And they're inconvenient.
Exactly. And so the client is just going to have to replace just with a few lines of codes into their app, and they are going to integrate our API, and they are going to be able to replace these devices. It's going to be a lot cheaper for them. It's going to be a lot easier, etc.
So is it so precise that it can actually tell from day to day? Let's say my blood pressure is normal one day and the next day it's a little higher. Can it actually tell that difference?
So for the blood pressure, it's still in research. So the two metrics we currently do with the same accuracy as a medical device is the heart rate and respiratory rate, which are currently under certification. So we are validating them in the hospital, in clinical study, in a lot of patients with different types, different diseases to assure the accuracy. And blood pressure, so far, it's still in research. It's a very hard problem. But yeah, at the end of the year, we're going to be able to have an accuracy which is considered as medical grade, so which is going to be considered as interesting for physicians.
This is very, very interesting.
Thank you.
So I look forward to watching how your company grows and this platform grows. How do we find out more information?
So you can go on the website, so quantic.io, or just come to CES. We are at booth, it's 60611. So it's in Eureka Park. Just go in the French Tech Eureka Park.
Okay.
We are there, and we're going to be happy to do you a demo, so you can just check the accuracy and we can show you the app.
Absolutely amazing. So Fabien, thank you for being on the show
Thank you for
today.
the invitation.
And good luck to you, and I hope you have a great CES.
Thank you very much.
So,
it was a pleasure.
Thanks, Fabien. So
Thanks.
Check that out, everybody. Quantic.io, Quantic.io. Fabien is the co-founder and CTO of Quantic. Isn't that amazing? Absolutely amazing. From an image, from a video, able to actually tell a person's blood pressure if you're having respiratory issues. Nice dance, Todd. If you happen to catch just the back of somebody, that was actually Todd, still making the transition here. So anyway, so yeah, that was absolutely amazing. We've seen some amazing things already today. I actually had a demo just a few minutes ago with somebody who has developed, or a company who has developed basically a platform that you don't need to use like an Oculus anymore. You just stand in front of a screen to get that immersive experience. I found that very, very interesting. And we'll be talking more about that a little bit later. And don't forget, tomorrow is National Technology Day, and we're going to have a special program for you. So hope that you come back tomorrow to tune in for our special coverage of National Technology Day. Next up, we have Magnuma. The company is called Magnuma at 11:30. Okay. And I guess that will be here in just a couple of minutes. Okay, very good. I'm just catching up with all the lingo. Unfortunately, I was involved in an interview and was running about 5 minutes late getting up here. So I appreciate everybody covering for me. And I'm just catching up with everything myself. So it's been a great show so far. Hey, Kirk, why don't you grab a mic for a quick second here? So let's talk a little bit about the setup this year. And Kirk is a person behind the scenes all the time. So yeah, that's right. Sink right in here. And I want to find out from Kirk's perspective, because how many shows have you been to now, Kirk?
This is my mask. This is my third live CES.
So just so you know, and I know everybody experiences this, right? I mean, we're trying to stay masked up here, but when you talk, these things really, really pull down on your face. So we don't mean to be going like this all the time, but we're trying to adhere to protocols here at CES.
Right.
And we don't normally pull at our masks, but when you talk, they do slide down. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. So your third CES. So this is different this year.
Oh, much different.
Yeah,
much different.
It's
the when you walk in, when you come into the Venetian Expo, there's not many people. There is like a few trickling around, whereas years past, it's like 100,000. You can't even breathe and like walk around. You know, it's a travel. It's a hike to get from point A to point B.
Yes.
But this is like very subdued. A lot of, like you said, a lot of social distancing.
No lines anywhere.
No,
not a single line. I noticed as I was walking up here from downstairs. I was in Eureka Park this morning, and I just looked outside where we would normally be standing 400 feet or 400 person deep for each bus coming out of here. Right. Not a single line. Not a single line to a bus.
And not only that, when you come in to check in to get your badge or even something else, there's no lines.
No lines.
I was at CES Unveiled. Was it last night? I think it was last night.
Yeah. 2 nights ago.
2 nights ago.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
I know time escapes you at this show.
Yeah. It's a time warp. Yeah. So there was about maybe I saw about maybe 100-200 people getting in. I mean, it was spaced out. It was at the Mandalay Bay.
Right.
And it's a hike to get there. And usually in years past, you have to, fight your way to get in there, press, irregardless exhibitors, what have you. So yeah, it's been
what I find
totally different.
What I love too when so CES or the CEA usually treats press pretty well here, right? Which is one of the reasons that a lot of press show up, right?
Yep.
We get free meals, we get whatever, right? So I go down to the breakfast this morning, right? How many people do you think were in there?
None.
Just the three of us. That's it. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. Usually when there's free food and press, that means all the press are at the free food. So it was hilarious this morning when we walk in there and we're like, are we even in the right room? Oh yeah, there are bagels and coffee here. So yeah, it was funny. So, aside from all that, I have to give CES credit though. I mean, security is very, very tight as well. We went through that security threat issue a couple of years ago here. So it's a combination thing right now. Very, very tight security getting in here, even for us.
Yes.
And then on top of it, the COVID situation.
Right.
But I have to give CES credit for actually starting.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And my whole thing is that people, you have to, this is where I understand we're under this pandemic, but I think that it's great that a lot of people were blowing up on Twitter, cancel CES, go virtual. Now, if you watch our coverage in last year, you can't. It's hard to do virtual interviews because a lot of the internet connections are going down, or they want to do a demo, or like it's really difficult to interact with demos or actual people.
You can leave it down.
Okay,
it's okay.
Okay,
you're gonna fight with it the entire time.
All right, I'm gonna leave it behind doors. But yeah, so. But to come here, I want to actually meet with people and network with people.
Yeah.
And the CTA has been great. I mean, we have a great coordinator that's been working with us for the past few years. So it's just like really like, but it's been interesting. The first day is always interesting because most of our guests hasn't shown up. So we'll see what happens. I look forward to CES. I've been doing this for the past 4 years. And I'm having a lot of fun.
I love your enthusiasm about CES. I mean, you kind of, when we had a talk yesterday, you kind of reignited my enthusiasm because, as you know, this is, I think, my 20th year of covering CES.
Wow.
And I know, since I only look 24, that's amazing to you, right?
You don't look a day over 30.
I guarantee you I had a lot more hair 20 years ago than I do now, and maybe a little thinner,
Right.
But it's interesting to come to this show and see the futuristic things. And there's even though there aren't are not a lot of the booths that maybe or exhibitors that would normally be here.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's interesting is that I think we're all going to be able to actually see things that we don't normally get a chance to see. The people,
Right.
the exhibitors who come here, maybe
Mhm.
they're smaller companies that really get overlooked a lot, but
Mhm.
because they are who they are and they don't have the COVID policy in place for like a large company that decided
Right.
not to come here, they're here anyway.
Right.
I've done a couple of interviews this morning with some companies already that I don't think probably would have ever got an interview. So,
Well, I
but they're
noticed-
interesting technologies.
Well, I noticed that a lot of the, because see, when companies come to CES to the show, we get the press releases and they
Yep.
want to come out. And I noticed by far there's been a lot of health tech, by far. And I think we have a few today, or not today, probably later on this week, that are trying to figure out ways to incorporate tech in this day and age right now.
Right.
And it's fascinating that the smallest product, can be, that you won't, like you said, won't find anywhere. And for me, like what you can't find anywhere is Eureka Park.
Yep.
And I love Eureka Park.
Yep.
And you love Eureka
I do
Park.
too. It's my favorite.
It's the greatest. It's like you have these small little booths.
Yep.
That don't they spend thousands and thousands of dollars, and they're trying to get some attention.
Yep.
Obviously, they need investors.
Yep.
They need funding and Kickstarter.
And every interview you do says, "Hey, we're looking for investors." Every interview, which is great.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
And the best part is that they're looking for us as well to put their interview.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, I'll give you two good examples. Shark Tank. I'm sorry, Shark Tank. Riley Cabral from Benjulak was here. And he got Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank to fund him. He's with Hampton Products.
Yep.
Yesterday, I think it was on Sunday night's episode on Shark Tank, Max Pro Fitness was here, 2020.
Yep.
And he got investment. So it's like, and he was here. So I think look at us as content creators, as far as Tech Podcast, as TPN is concerned, that we have. I mean, we're not like a CNET or a TechCrunch, what have you. We're not like a big major network.
Right.
But when people come here, they get their word out. And then you have the investors, and then they go on to Shark
That's
Tank.
correct.
And
That's
like
correct.
That. So I think today, hopefully, knock on wood, if I don't, my legs won't kill me. I'm definitely going to go to Eureka Park and check it out because it's like a smorgasbord.
It is.
Chris says, a smorgasbord of tech to check out. There's like the coolest things from one end of the spectrum to the other.
Yeah.
And it'll knock your socks off. It really will.
As you know, I've been a big advocate for years of autonomous vehicles. And I'm probably, I can't state this for a fact, but I've been in 40 autonomous vehicles in my lifetime, 40 different kinds of cars, right? And semis and what have you. So I'm guessing I'm probably the most diverse person, I've had the most diverse experiences in autonomous vehicles, I guess is the best way to say this, right? So, and I actually opt out of that because I get invited all the time to go over to the autonomous vehicle space because I've had all this experience in there, right? But I opt out of that most of the time to go to Eureka Park. I just have so much more fun down there just seeing the newer stuff. And I think everybody's come to the conclusion that autonomous vehicles are going to be here.
Yeah. But do you think that's going to be like, autonomous car is not like really like the big thing. That's not going to be like, everyone's not going to have them. And also too, the cost is like outrageous.
Well, right now,
right.
But I believe all that technology is it's going to all catch up,
right.
So yeah, but you're right. I would have anticipated by now that we'd be further along with autonomous cars. The technology's there,
right?
But there's a lot of regulation and stuff, in insurance, all this stuff that has to get over, and the adaptation with us, which is why you see the industry baby stepping it along the way, right? You have like cars who self-park now, valet service, lane keeping. My car has lane keeping in it now. So it kind of drives me nuts because where I think is the center of the road, what my car thinks is the center of the road is two different things. So I'm always fighting with my car to move over a little bit.
To be honest, Marlo, I don't think I would get into one of those cars. It'll freak me out.
So I was freaked out the first time.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I was really freaked out when the car's driving by itself.
Yeah.
I've gotten to a level of comfort with it though, but it's like anything else. But all right, I think we are good to go with our next guest. Kurt,
awesome.
Thanks for popping in.
Oh, thank you so much, sir.
So much last second type of stuff here. So again, I'm coming to you from CES 2022. You have you just got a behind the scenes look at what things are looking like this year at CES. It is not your typical CES this year, but we're happy to be here, happy to bring you all the action that's going on. My name is Marlo Anderson, the guru of geek from the Tech Ranch, also the founder of National Day Calendar. That's what most people know me from. And we have a special program tomorrow. We're so excited because this is the first time that we've ever been able to bring National Technology Day live to you. So we'll be on the floor. We actually have a special stage right in the middle of all the action tomorrow. And so please come on back for that. We'll be broadcasting our normal hours, but we'll be going back and forth between our tower booth that we have here and on the floor tomorrow. So it'll be a lot of fun, and you're going to see a lot of technology coming at you for National Technology Day. So please join us for that. Next up, we have a company called Pico and Iris Saute. I hope I'm saying that right, and Iris is not right next to me. And they're waving their finger at me again. Chris is going, no, 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 no. I love live television. So we're getting all that stuff squared away here for our next wonderful. Here we go. Looks like my prompter here is going to be updated here shortly. So again, coming to you from CES 2022. So I've been doing this a lot lately. Double peace signs, 2022. So if you need to get used to that, start writing your checks, 2022. Get out of the 20th century. I still write mine 1998 sometimes. It's amazing how fast this century has kind of cruised by. I think we're having some technology challenges right now. Working on it. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. We're going to find the right adapter here. Going into USB-C. All right. Trying to think of some great stories to tell you on technology. So let's see. This morning we also interviewed other medical devices. I think the one that really stands out the most to me from a couple of years ago is a device called Scanadu that I've been kind of following. If you're familiar with the tricorder from Star Trek, not everybody here is a Star Trek fan, but there's a company that's actually working on a device that you can literally run over your body, and it will also tell you the telemetry for high blood pressure and other markers. They're working on other markers as well around that, and I think that's absolutely amazing too. I do have to admit though that the last guest that we had on, being able to tell these health markers through imagery, whether it's a video or a photograph, is just absolutely astounding. And the impact that could have on everybody's health as we move forward, you could potentially walk in front of a camera every day, and the AI in there could tell you that that maybe you have something going on that you're not aware of or what have you, and that you need to visit a doctor. I just think that is absolutely astounding when you really, really think about the impact that particular technology could have. So be very, very interesting. We're getting some thumbs up here, which means that we must be getting our technology issues worked out. And maybe you won't have to listen to me drone on about things for a while, and we can actually have some person or people that will be joining us that will be of much more interest than what I have to say. And we're getting close. And I'm looking for yes. Chris is shaking his head yes now, so this must mean that we're getting there. So Chris is also behind the scenes on the board, running all the wonderful stuff. Looks like we have got all kinds of good stuff back there. TriCaster. No TriCaster. He's saying no to the TriCaster. I see something with a toggle on it. There we go. We're starting to move around now here. So, all right. And we're up. So who am I visiting with?
Hi, Marlo. My name is Anup Joseph. I'm the CEO of Magnima.
Nice to meet you. Okay. Okay. Can you pull the box away from there? You go, and then show that to the camera so we can see. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. Put that right back where it was at. I'm sorry. Interesting. So works with gestures. Okay, so give me the why you'd want to use this mouse instead of our standard mouse. Okay. Yes. Sure. The fluidity of the process. Yes. Yep. Okay.
Really sleek. Nobody will notice. You can do different things. You can do touchpad and so forth. So it really helps the keynote speakers to focus, engage more with the audience. Especially as teachers, we want to walk around the classroom and we want to engage with our students. And by sliding this on the finger's desk, we are able to control and able to focus on our audience rather than dealing with technology.
Very interesting. Very interesting. So what about ergonomics?
Yes.
I mean, is there an advantage to this over a regular mouse and carpal tunnel and all that good stuff?
Absolutely, because you can see it fits all finger sizes and it is sleek. Instead of usually when you're presenting, you're carrying a microphone or some kind of things, right? This frees your hands, right? You can actually engage more with the audience, and it's kind of a really a rich moment. So it's really once you learn how to use it, it's really easy to use.
So the setup of this same thing as setting up a wireless mouse right now?
Absolutely, very easy. You connect through Bluetooth, and you're good to go.
Okay.
And there's also an app which provides you additional functionalities to adjust your speed, customize custom gestures, and so forth.
So outside of the things that you've talked about, what other maybe unusual or unique things can you do with this mouse that you couldn't do with a regular mouse? I mean, are you able to, example, draw something on a screen or things like that?
Absolutely. So, for example, if you are able to, so we have a laser pointer that you can use to highlight. So it brings in all the different elements in one app. So for drawing applications, I will just maybe do a drag and drop demonstration right here. So it gives you fine control, right, like this. Yes. So drawing in 3D applications, there are some use cases where you're modeling something and then you want to show by just controlling your 3D models.
Very, very interesting. What about price point? How does it compare to a regular Bluetooth mouse?
It's available from Magnima.com and Amazon, retailing for $130.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but like a Microsoft mouse, a Bluetooth mouse would run $99 anyway, right?
Absolutely.
You know,
yes.
and you actually a really good mouse will run you a couple $100.
Absolutely. Yes.
So you're right in the same price range as what a good mouse would be.
Absolutely.
So interesting. Okay.
Yes.
And at Magma.com, you said?
Magnima.com.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other products that you have?
Yes, we are also right now. It comes with a case, so you can just dock it in. Next year, we are going to introduce a mouse version where you can actually use a mouse as well.
Okay.
So you can dock into a computer mouse, so you can use it as a mouse as well.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. I'm assuming it's charging while it's in the case?
Yes.
Okay.
So this comes with a internal battery, so it is keeping it charged all the time.
Okay.
Yes.
And how long have you had this on the product or on the market?
We have the mass production units coming out just a month ago.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and the product has 3 patents, and it's been under development for more than 3 years.
How's it going so far?
Very good.
Good.
We are getting great feedback and responses as well.
Good.
Yes.
I know it's a little too early to probably ask you how CES is going.
Yes.
But is this your first CES?
No, this is our third CES.
Okay.
Yes.
So a little different this year, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
When we presented the prototype in 2020.
Okay.
We got great feedback, and we made the product based on the feedback we received.
Very interesting.
And back in 2021, virtual CES, we got more feedback, and we were able to incorporate that into our use cases.
So CES has been very instrumental in the development of this product.
Absolutely. So we get to engage with our users and get live feedback, and we iterate our product based on what our customer needs.
Very cool. All right. Once again, where do we find more information?
You can go to magnuma.com to order and know the videos and product reviews, as well as to order the product. And also the product can be purchased through Amazon.
Okay, very good. It's been a pleasure having you on the show today. I actually look forward. I'm going to order one of these.
Thank you.
I get so tired of a regular mouse, and the gesture part of it for me is going to be fantastic.
Especially working from home
Yes.
type of setup. You can simply relax, walk around, and control your Zoom or Skype presentations with this. And once you learn it, it's really easy to use.
And I really agree with you about that presentation piece, because there's nothing that kills a presentation like you have to go to that mouse and move. If there's some issue going on with your presentation, to
Absolutely.
move.
You have to go back to podium, or you're stuck at podium.
Yeah.
But this one gives you engagement with your audience. You can walk around, do all kind of things.
Yeah, I think it's impressive. So, all right, very good. Thank you very much. Have a great CES.
Thanks for having me.
Got to get that mouse. I'm just telling you, that's fantastic. I know I'll be ordering one myself. It is one of my pain points. I've gotten really good at running a mouse actually with both hands, because I deal with a little carpal tunnel over the years too. So this I think is a great solution for that as well. So again, we're coming to you live from CES 2022. My name is Marlo Anderson, the Guru of Geek. And you can find me at thetechranch.com. You can follow me on Facebook at Guru of Geek, on Twitter at Guru of Geek, and also on Instagram at Guru of Geek USA. Somebody stole my moniker before I was able to get to Instagram. So that is life. I always tell people, if you're going to start branding yourself, it doesn't matter if you are going to use all social media platforms or not right away. Go get your name on all social media platforms, because somebody will eventually steal your name on something that you don't have. So my word of advice for you today. So next company is Pico. Iris is in studio. How you doing, Iris? I'm doing great. I'm not hearing you right now, but Chris, there we go. Chris is right on top of it all the time. He's amazing.
I'm hearing you, so.
All right, fantastic. So, well, welcome.
Thank you.
So I'm excited to see what you have for us today. So tell me about this.
So this is Pico. It's an interactive gaming system for children to go out and play.
Okay.
Games like tag and hide and seek, the games we played as kids.
Yes.
But kids these days are literally glued to their screens. And we use the attractive elements of interactive technology to get them out to play the old games, which, they're still fun. And they're still good for kids to go out and play.
Yes.
Physical activity, but also to connect to other kids,
yes.
Especially in times of COVID, of course, where everybody is still so much cooped in.
Right. Yeah. So, all right. So let's pick on the game of tag. How would this work?
How would this work? I'm just going to switch them on. Oh. So usually you would have some kids as well.
Okay.
But we don't have them.
I can be a kid.
Sure. Oh, you can have one.
Okay.
We have several games. So I'm going to show you the game of Zombie Run, which I've found out is a big hit here because everybody compares it to COVID game.
And zombies are real.
Zombies are real,
that's
of course.
Right. Of course.
So I'm going to scan the game with one of the Picos.
Okay.
All the Picos nearby will automatically connect to the game.
Okay.
I'm going to start the game by pressing the button. Now all Picos become purple in a moment. Did I press it? Maybe I didn't press it good enough.
There we go.
So this one is not being very nice to me now. One of the Picos becomes green, which is the zombie.
Okay.
So the rest wants to stay away from the zombie because you don't want to become a zombie, of course. But if I come close by, it'll tag the other player as well.
Oh.
And in a moment, you'll be infected as well. And then the zombies win the game. See, there you go.
All right.
It takes a bit of time. So you get, you have some time to run away.
Yes. Now I felt that too.
Yeah, you're feeling it as well. So it has light, it has vibration. So you get feedback, haptic feedback. And there's also sound, but you probably can't hear that right now.
So how close, so we're playing zombie, for example, how close does the zombie have to get to me before I turn green then?
So actually that we can set up dynamically.
Okay.
So we've set it up now for 0.5 meter to 1 meter. to to
Yes.
tag. But suppose we're playing and you're a very fast runner and I'm very slow. At some point, we don't want to play anymore because
Right.
there is no challenge for either
Right.
of us anymore.
Right.
And then we can set the game in an adaptive mode where it will automatically detect that I'm a bit slower, and it will make it easier for me to tag you
I see.
and difficult for you to tag me.
Interesting.
So the range will be different for each of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's really where the technology comes in to
Okay.
help play.
Okay. So how many games do you have in your system right
So
now?
I have 6 with me here, or 5.
Okay.
No, 6. We create every month. They're coming out new games.
Okay.
We also have games. So we have a set of games of a set of Picos of 4 for home use for parents and kids. But we also create games for schools and after school care programs. Then you have a kit of 12, and then you have special educational games as well.
I see. I see. So when there's a new game that comes out, do you have to actually have the card, or is that something that you can? Okay.
Yeah. So actually, we use the cards because we know kids. If you go out to play, you want to play fast, right? You don't want to connect to the internet or set up something difficult. So that's why we have the cards. You saw how easy it was to start the game. That's what the cards are for. But we also have an app. So suppose you're in a school and you want to start a game on 12 Picos at once, and you want to change some settings of a game because you can't do that here. Then there is an app for teachers to use that to set some parameters and start a game.
That's pretty.
To update
cool.
software.
Yeah. This is available now.
Actually, we're launching today in the US.
Well, here we go. First interview for the day.
Yes, today you are.
Well, okay. There we go. I'm feeling pretty honored about this. So
you're welcome.
So all right. So where do we find these at right now?
You find them in our own web shop.
Okay.
Shop.pico.com.
Okay.
And they're made in the Netherlands, in Europe.
Okay.
And we ship them out from there.
Okay.
And we're here at CES to find distributors, for example. Yeah.
For US. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the US.
And what do you anticipate these will run in the US?
So they're now $249.
Okay.
For a set of 4.
For a set of 4. Okay.
With 5 games included.
Okay.
But you can add more games later on. And these start from $5 a piece for the games.
Okay.
Yeah. So the games are fairly, low
So it's not a
price.
subscription type of thing. You just buy the games as you want to.
So we're gonna offer a subscription
You
as
are,
well,
okay.
but we don't want to lock people in. So we don't want to have people to have, like technology and then not be able to play because the subscription run out. Or,
Sure.
But there will be a all you can play subscription in a month or 6.
Are they battery run or do you
they
charge?
are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there is
couple double A's.
No, there is a
charging.
A charging.
Gotcha. So you can plug them into a USB. It looks like a USB-C.
USB-C, yeah.
Right into it, and you charge them up. How long does it take to charge it usually?
4 hours, and then they're full. Yeah.
Okay. And how long will they run then?
That totally depends on which games you play.
Okay.
And we're also still continuously updating the software, so the battery life gets better because it's
as it gets smarter. Yeah.
It gets smarter.
Okay. Very cool.
But we for now like 3 to 4 hours, and some people say it's not enough. But if I give you this and you have to play our games for 4 hours, you're completely wasted.
Sure. So are you thinking along the lines of? I'm thinking about when you go out on like family camping outings and things like that. This actually could almost be a little bit of a camp light or something that you could carry with you as well. So
actually, we in the Netherlands we already sell them, for example, to scouting.
You do?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah. So
it'd be a great way to keep track of all the scouts, for example, or what have you. So very cool. What kind of range? I mean, is it like the Bluetooth goes 250 feet now? I think.
Yeah.
Is that about the range of these? Is 250 feet?
How many meters is that?
Okay, might be 250 meters. Yeah.
So it runs on the same gigahertz as 2.4 gigahertz bandwidth. So and also they create their own network. So you're not dependent on Wi-Fi or GPS or anything, because you want to play anywhere, anytime. And so suppose we're very far apart, but if somebody is in the middle, then it'll hop the
Daisy
messages.
changes over to it. Yep. Very cool. So how many games do you have right now, do you think, other than the 5 that come with it?
The 5 that I have here are on the basic set. Then I have a few more educational games. So, for example, to practice math skills.
Oh.
And we also, are you familiar with the game Kahoots that you play on your? It's like a multi a quiz game.
I'm old, remember? I don't.
You're not old.
So I'm not familiar with Kahoots.
No, so it's a quiz kind of game, but you play that with your phone. But we also have a quiz kind of game for the Pico, so teachers can create their own quiz and then play that in the
Really?
classroom. Yeah, but then in an active way, of course, so the kids can work with the the stuff that they need to learn in school.
Yes.
But they can also move at the same time.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
yeah. And we just released a an 8th game. It's called Three Musketeers.
Okay.
Yeah, there are new games coming out every.
I was just going to ask, your how many games do you have like planned?
Oh, right.
How many games
yeah.
a year you're going to be releasing?
So we plan to at least release 30 this year.
Oh my.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So this is almost every other week you have another game coming out.
Not every other week, but yeah, fairly fast after each other. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very,
because
very
also,
cool.
I mean, we don't want to be a one-trick pony, right?
Right.
So we want to create games for different age categories, for different likes and preferences.
Yep.
So some kids like running, but some kids like more hide and seek kind of games,
Yep.
or treasure hunt kind of games. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. When you charge them, do they glow?
Yeah, they do. So they turn from when they're empty, you charge them, they're red, and then they go through orange, yellow, green, I think.
So they could almost be a nightlight type of scenario too, if you wanted to.
So when you just put them in like this on the stand, then people are like, "Oh, this is a smart light."
I can see why people would think that. Yeah.
I can see that totally.
Yeah. Very cool. Iris, it's been great. Once again, tell us where we find out more information.
Oh, it's www.pico, which is PICOO.com.
Very easy. Go find these people. These are really, really cool. I could see kids using these, and I'm a big kid, so you never know. So all right.
So actually, I mean, we always say it's targeted at kids, of course.
Yes.
No adult is going to play tag anymore. I mean, if I were to ask you go play tag, you would say like, "Are you crazy?"
Yeah.
But if we give you these, all
you're right.
Tag.
I mean, I like technology, of course.
Yeah.
So I might just do it just for that reason alone.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right,
you go.
Iris, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Go check these out, everybody. PICOO, Pico. A brand new way to get your kids outside, enjoying, an old-fashioned game of tag with a new tech twist. Fantastic. So go check it out. And they just launched today, first day of CES, and here they are talking about their new product. So very, very excited about that. And looks like we have somebody new coming up right now as well. So trying to read the screen here, Chris, but I'm not going to read it. Gotcha. I was just trying to read Pico's description. That's what it was. Yeah. Seeing what I missed there on that. So they've actually been around for founded in 2016. So it's always interesting to see how long it takes to develop products sometimes. This is a 6-year path for Pico the company that we just looked at. So always very, very interesting. So, oh my. It doesn't look like a vacuum cleaner. Well, it kind of does look like a vacuum cleaner, but it's not, is it?
It does control your vacuum cleaner.
Oh, it does.
Among many other devices.
All right. Who am I talking to?
Hi, I'm Emil. I'm the founder of the company Atom, and we make our product Homey.
All right.
And what you're seeing here is Homey Bridge.
Okay.
It's our new product. We've been around for 7 years in Europe. We are one of the most largest smart home hubs there. But now we're finally going to the US, and we're launching in February.
Okay. So it looks cool.
Thanks. I made sure of that. Yeah.
I mean, that because I'm a geek, I would be looking at this just because it looks cool. But tell me the functionality here. So
yeah, sure.
What is it going to do in my home?
All right. So our mission is to make smart home easy and fun for everyone. And what Homey does is it connects all your devices from all the different brands that usually don't talk together, but we connect them in one single app. That's very beautiful. It's really easy to use, and then you can control them from the app. You can automate your entire home. It's very easy. Just drag and drop some blocks. Like when the last person leaves home, then turn off everything. And then Homey controls all your devices. So it turns off your television using infrared, for example. It turns off your vacuum cleaner if you need that. It turns off all your lights, dependent on like IKEA lights, Philips Hue. No matter the brand, it controls them.
So as you can imagine, my house is exactly what you talked about. I have an app for my furnace. I have an app for my lights, and a lot of times I use if, if this, then that. So if I leave my house, then my lights turn off. For example, if my GPS changes on my phone, for example. But I have to go through all of this on every one of these. I mean,
it's a lot of work.
It really is. It's just a lot of work programming all this stuff, and then if I need to do something with them again. So this is interesting. It really is when you think about it, because as our homes become and businesses become more connected, because you use all these different apps and whatever to connect stuff. So, and then speaking of Philips Hue, I like Philips Hue, but I don't like the router piece that they use to connect to their.
So the U-Bridge, you mean?
Yeah, I forget what it was called.
Well, Homey Bridge could replace that.
It could.
It could. So because Homey works in the cloud, basically,
okay,
you don't need our product, Homey Bridge, if you only have cloud devices. So that's Sonos, NetAtmo, or Philips Hue Bridge.
Okay.
But if you don't want any more bridges, you could connect the Philips Hue lights directly to Homey because they use Zigbee, and Homey Bridge has Zigbee inside, but also Z-Wave, infrared, Bluetooth Low Energy, and 43 megahertz, which is a very dedicated protocol, but not so common in the US.
Okay, so then I'm assuming you have an app that I can talk to this and I can connect all my devices. Does it automatically, let's say I have an iRobot for a vacuum cleaner.
Mhm.
Does it actually look at the app I have on my phone and then automatically connect, or how does that work in the connection process?
Well, it's very easy. Just type in a brand and then you get search results.
Oh, okay.
So there are a lot of manufacturers out there creating apps for Homey. It's very similar to them creating an app for iOS or Android, but most of them are also doing it for Homey. Of course, now we're getting more successful as well, so more brands are jumping on the wagon and they're doing it as well. So you just type in a brand, and usually you log in with an account, or you just have to follow some nice instruction, and then it's done. Then you can control it, you can automate it, you can monitor its energy usage as well. So it's very intuitive.
So you said you've been around for 7 years in Europe, and this is your first year in the United States.
Yes.
Okay. Things going pretty good over here so far?
So far, so good.
Okay.
Currently, we're in public beta, and we're launching in February.
Okay.
The public beta is going absolutely great. People seem to like it, so I'm happy. They're very happy about the price point. It's $69 for the bridge.
I was just going to ask you that.
Yeah.
So okay.
And it's $299 per month for your entire household. So you can invite your wife or your kids or even neighbors if you're on holiday.
Gotcha.
And that's only $299 per month.
Okay. To control everything that you have.
Yes.
That's pretty impressive. Impressive.
Yeah, and I'm very happy because now this is our first CES where we're actually going to launch in the US. So we've always been very privacy focused. We just want to make a great product that people pay a fair amount for. We do not sell any data. We don't do ads, that kind of stuff. And the response has been overwhelmingly positive. People really think it's a fair price point. They really want to pay a little bit of money, so they have this safety feeling like my data is not being sold. I mean, we're talking about your home, right?
Sure.
We think that should be a safe place. So.
Yep.
I'm really excited to see how it goes after we launch.
Good. Yeah, I think $69 and $299 a month is reasonable, and just the convenience of it alone is significant.
You can't do without anymore. It's like before there were smartphones, people were like, "Do you need this?" And after people got a Homey, they say, "Oh, I don't never want to do it without."
Interesting. And I think again, I don't mean to be throwing Hue under the bus here. I mean, I love Philips Hue.
I love it. They're great.
I think they were, and
they were trendsetters for the category.
They are, absolutely. And if you ever talk to anybody in my office, they think I have a fetish for light bulbs, connected light bulbs. It's every week I have new light bulbs showing up in my office. So you're talking to the guy who understands this life, right? But I think the bridge for Philips is actually more than $69. It seems to me that when I purchased it, it was like $149 for the bridge and some connected lights.
Yeah, I think they sell starter kits.
So
as well.
Okay,
but you're getting more and more bridges in your home.
Yes,
and that's not what people want.
I
They want
agree.
one bridge to rule them all, basically.
100% agree with that. It's very, very frustrating when you have all these multiple devices running all these different things. It makes your life somewhat convenient, but you've added another level of sophistication to it as well. It's nice to have something that you can go to everything.
Some brands don't want to talk to each other.
Right.
Big tech, of course.
Right.
And we're kind of the glue between those brands. So you can just purchase whatever you want, and then usually it works with Homey.
You're kind of the IFT for devices, is what you are.
I think
bridging these things together.
Is a nice product.
It is.
I would say that IFT is a feature of the entire Homey ecosystem.
Okay.
But then, of course, I'm very proud of our product.
Oh, of course.
What we do is much more visual.
Yes, yeah.
So it's much easier. My target is always that my mom should be able to use it, and that's what I test on. And so far, she's been able to create automations that don't feel like she's doing like nerd stuff. It's just human stuff that solve her problems at home.
Okay, very cool. All right, where do we find more information?
Homey.app.
Just like that.
Yes.
All right.
HOMAY.
All right. Appreciate you.
All right,
having-
thank you a lot.
Yeah, thank you, and good luck to you at the CES this year.
Thanks.
And again, Homey, everybody, HOMEY.app. Go check it out. Launched in 2014, and Anton is the founder of the wonderful company that we just talked about here. From it's a Dutch technology. I'm reading through the notes that I am not seeing. I almost have to put my glasses on, Chris, to read this, and I should. It's not your fault. Not your fault at all. You know what? It's amazing. I put glasses on and I can see. Ta-da! They are really, really giving me a bad time in the booth. Yes. Glasses. Somebody should invent these things or something. So Homey actually is compatible with 50,000 devices, 1,000 brands. This is kind of incredible. So $69 for Homey, and it's I think a great product. I actually would be very interested in purchasing that myself too. The problem when I interview at CES is I want to buy everything, and you're going to find that out. I come home with a lot of stuff from this show. So next up, food detective Veronica Stacy will be joining me. And see, this is a problem, right? I have to wear this mask. I'm not complaining, just to let you understand this, Chris. But I can't see because they're fogging up now. You need to have wipers. Or you're right, a little vent or something like that, right? I wonder if there's an engineer or two in the building that could figure that out. We should probably find out. Hey, Veronica. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Nice meeting you as well. So you are with Food Detective. I'm all excited to hear about this. I don't mean to do this. I cannot see you with my glasses on. They're fogging up. So, all right. So tell me about Food Detective. Okay.
And what we do is basically help restaurants with digitalization. So we provide a restaurant management software.
Okay. So when you say software or management software, you're talking about for employees, to run employees? Are we talking about stocking the shelves? So inventory, I mean, all of this falls under Food Detective?
Yeah, the good news is everything you mentioned basically falls under Food Detective.
Okay.
So our CEO, Andrea, he actually had been working in restaurants for over 10 years, and he realized that there was a problem with managing their systems because restaurants use over 12 to 15 systems in a day. That may be exactly what you're saying: deliveries, HR, stock management, waste management, and so on.
Yep.
But all the data was really fragmented across these systems, and there was no way to have smart analytics from it. So what we're doing is really using a unified API, which in a not so complex tech language means connecting partners such as these systems into a single software. So restaurants just have to click and connect, manage their system, have an analytics dashboard, and have their life a little bit easier.
So I would imagine that this is very valuable for forecasting because, let's say, the New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you're a restaurant that is very, very busy on New Year's Eve,
Yep.
right? Every year. So next year when this comes along, you could probably identify maybe some of the pain points that happened for last year. You didn't have enough ribeyes in the freezer,
Yeah.
for example, or whatever it is. Didn't have
Yeah.
enough people, up front. This allows you to actually take a look at what happened last year to help forecast what could happen to you in the future.
Correct. It does exactly that. And we've had, for example, we just partnered with Coca-Cola HBC in Switzerland for stock management. So what we can do is see whether, hey, maybe they have higher demand in the summer months for Coca-Cola. So you're going to see that in the dashboard, and our intelligence system is going to tell you pre-order stock for these 2 months from Coca-Cola, and it's going to do it for you automatically.
So do you have API? Can you connect an API?
We have an open API,
Okay.
a universal API. So all partners from these different channels and deliveries, reservations, etc., can connect to our system, and the restaurant doesn't need to relearn a system. They use
Gotcha.
what they have. They just have a smarter operating system, which leads to obviously higher profits, less time spent on it, and so forth.
So is this available already?
It is available.
Okay.
We are still developing certain features because there's many, as I said. But for example, delivery management, we already have Uber Eats, Deliveroo connected, Smooth, and Delivery Hero. So you can go ahead and, if you have these systems, use it in a single platform.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And where do we find out information about Food Detective?
You can find information about Food Detective on all our social medias, Food Detective Business, or our website, business.fooddetective.co.
So since I'm not very versed in your industry,
Mhm.
I'm hoping that, is there anything that maybe I have missed that you want to share with everybody?
Well, I think Food Detective has been growing, and now we're here in CES because we also want to expand to the US. And I think one thing that I could say is we have now certain clients who are testing our products, such as Häagen-Dazs in Switzerland. So if you want to come out and test the software that's really going to help with your needs, or you're a partner or you're a wholesaler who wants to be part of our platform, you can join or find us in the booth here, and we'd be happy to do a demo.
Cool. So if you're a mom and pop restaurant, I mean, this works well for that as well as
Yeah.
if you own 50 restaurants or 100.
Completely.
Okay.
Completely. I mean, we started with a small food truck, actually, which was one of our
interesting.
first clients.
Okay.
Yeah. So since you can click and connect, you can choose what you need to integrate with, whether you use 3 or you use 15.
And is your pricing dependent on how many locations you have?
Our pricing is dependent. It's a subscription, a monthly subscription.
Okay.
It goes from around 90 to 300 if you're a bigger one per month. Yeah.
Okay.
And it depends on how many integrations you need to connect to. So if you're a small pop and shop mom or pop and mom shop,
Yes.
you'll be able to get the lower subscription,
Gotcha.
of course.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And what about point of purchase? I mean, does your system handle that as well? So like at your till or whatever, or integration into tablets or whatever to make payments?
So for the restaurant, one of the most important things is the POS system,
Okay.
point of sale system.
Yep.
And we've currently integrated with over 20, including Lightspeed. So this year we're going to be integrating even more. And if you have a request for us to integrate the system you use, of course, we take in that request and we'll be able to connect to your till, for example,
Gotcha.
which is the main point, or the brain of the restaurant.
And I would imagine that integration really helps with everything else, because if you know what you've sold, you're able to do your inventory and everything else.
You know what you've sold, you know your inventory, you know how much you're wasting, you know how
Yep.
you can reduce it, you know if you need extra staff or less staff. It really covers everything that a restaurant could need.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Including marketing.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's
Yeah.
interesting too. So
Yeah.
you integrate into Facebook and all social media platforms?
That is something we're doing, but currently what we also do is once you're a client on our website, we create automatically a page for you on our meta search engine, which is like a directory, a gastronomical directory, where users can find you. And we work with influencers in order to promote you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting. How do we find out more information?
Well, again, in business.fooddetective.co.
Okay. Very
Yeah.
good.
Thank
It's been
you.
fun. Thanks
Yeah.
for sharing with us, Veronica.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wish you all the best for CES 2022. I hope it goes well for you
Thank
here.
you so much.
All right. Take
Have a
care.
good day.
So go check that out. Food Detective, Veronica Stacy. She's sharing with us all the wonderful information. If you are a restaurant, a food truck, what have you, and want to maybe integrate your systems into a software piece, it could be very, very interesting for you. Some of these things, I'm a big fan of automation. I'm a big fan of integration, because I always think about how you can do more things during the day using technology. And of course, something like this, if you run a restaurant, it looks to me like something like Food Detective would really be helpful to make your operations more seamless, more efficient, those type of things. And of course, all that means is that your customer is going to have a better experience, which means you're probably going to be more profitable. So it all works well together. So next up, Invoxia, David Urham. All right. Nice to meet you, David.
Likewise.
So again, here, I can't see with my glasses on because they fog up, right?
Yeah.
So I there we go. Like maybe I can hold them all like this. So we're tracking vehicles.
Not quite in this case. No.
Okay. I just
no.
seen those two words when I
But
put my glasses up.
You're on the right track.
Okay.
You're on the track.
So tell me what Invoxia is.
So Invoxia is a French company. We've been around for about 10 years now. We specialize in microelectronics, sensor technology, and AI.
Okay.
And we've been working in GPS trackers for about the last 4 or 5 years now.
Okay.
And we're the best-selling GPS tracker in Europe, and we've got a couple of products here in the US already. And today we're introducing our advanced biometric monitoring collar for dogs. So this is the smart dog collar.
Right here.
Right here, yeah.
Oh my
This is the
goodness.
one. And so this allows you to monitor your the heart and respiratory rate of your dog, as well as its activity and sleep and GPS position. So do you have a dog?
I do not. I wouldn't mind having one. I don't mean to get into the whole story, but I travel 200 days a year, so it's
yeah.
tough for me to have a
Definitely
pet.
tough to have a pet, definitely.
But I know a lot of pet owners, and the ability to actually know where they're at is a great peace of mind.
It is
thing.
indeed, yes, exactly. So we've had a pet tracker, a location tracker on the market since 2018 in Europe.
Okay.
And throughout the last 5 years, we've collected tens of millions of days of of pet activity, and kind of been able to work with that data and analyze it and figure out how to improve our products. And we've gone to the next level with this, not just knowing where your dog is, but also knowing how your dog is doing, and really looking after their well-being.
Interesting.
About 1 in every 5 dogs actually suffer from cardiac issues, which is astounding. I mean,
wow.
In the US, that's about 20 million dogs.
I didn't realize this.
nor did I.
And this actually will point that out and allows your vet, for example, to make a proper diagnosis.
Exactly. Yeah. So it will alert you as the pet owner to whether or not there's something wrong with your dog, whether maybe it's not eating, maybe it's scratching a lot and then it has fleas, or its respiratory or heart rate is unusual, abnormal. And if it detects these sort of things, it'll let you know, and then you can take your dog to the vet and get treatment. And right now, we don't really do that with our dogs. Wait until we see them hiding under the sofa for hours or days at a time, and you're like, something's wrong. Now, this is giving you a new window into your dog's health and providing an opportunity for you to take care of them to the best of your ability, and it's really revolutionary in that sense.
So I'm assuming that the collar talks to your smart device.
It does, absolutely.
Okay.
And so via the companion app, you're able to consult both the heart and respiratory rate of your dog. You can get a sense of where they are via the companion app. And you also have various information about their daily habits. So are they eating a lot? Are they sleeping a lot?
Gotcha.
Various metrics about how they're doing. Yeah.
And if your pet does go missing, how does the tracking feature work?
So the tracking feature works in real time. It'll work anywhere across the United States, and when we release it, it'll also work in Europe. It allows you to locate your dog down to a couple of yards, basically. And via the companion app, you'll have a location for your dog. You'll see where they've been and where they are currently. You can also set alerts like virtual fences. So if your dog runs out of your backyard, you'll say, okay, your dog's gone. You should probably check on them.
Yes.
And that sort of functionality is something we really think is essential in any connected collar.
So I know that, once you break the Bluetooth barrier, then it's not free to connect to a cell phone tower or what have you. So I'm assuming there's some type of subscription.
You are right.
That's
Yeah.
based. Okay. So
Yes.
how does that work?
So the collar will be available this summer for about $99, and there will be a subscription. It's about $13 a month.
Okay.
Which is relatively reasonable. I mean, the GPS trackers on the market which don't do anything nearly like this are often $20 or more per month. So it's quite a significant investment.
Well, and you have to think about what it costs for your cell phone.
Exactly.
You
Yeah.
know, and it's basically the same technology.
It is, absolutely.
You're not using it to talk to people or what have you, but there has to be a way for those cell phone towers to track something, and there's a cost involved in
There
that.
is a cost involved,
yeah.
and we're very proud of being able to make that cost affordable.
Yeah, that's pretty
And
affordable.
our other range of GPS trackers, we really we make sure to include a subscription with the purchase of the tracker, and we also offer some of the most affordable tracking solutions on the market today, and this is also going to be much the case. So this is the first time it's been possible to get such a 360-degree view of your dog's well-being. And we really think that it's going to revolutionize the way we think about caring for our pets, and we're able to bring our pets to vets with more information about their well-being and get them the treatment that they need in a very personalized fashion.
I think it's interesting that you've incorporated more than just a tracker in this. You're talking about your dog's health. It's, and I don't mean to make this comparison lightly, I guess, but back in the day when we had an inkjet printer and then they added a fax machine to it, and then they added a scanner to it, and it became a multifunctional device instead of having 14 things on there. I can't imagine a dog would be very happy having 14 different, devices on the dog trying to figure out what's going on, right? So this makes that pretty okay for the dog. 'Cause
Yeah.
dogs used to wearing a collar already.
Absolutely,
and,
absolutely. So we've really designed it to be most comfortable for the dogs, and it's not heavy. It's easy to handle. If it gets dirty, you can wash it. It's waterproof, and so it really features everything you need for a comfortable dog collar. It also doesn't have to be cinched really tightly around the neck, so you don't have to be strangling your dog. You can wear it loosely like any other dog collar.
Right. So what about updates in the future? Is there a firmware in here that you can update occasionally, or how does that work?
Yeah, there is. It's actually, and so this is something we're really proud of as well. We're always bringing new features to our products, and this is made possible by the technology we use within the tracking products themselves, including the collar here. And as time goes on, of course, we'll be learning about new behaviors and new illnesses and new biomarkers, and be able to improve our monitoring technology. And we'll be able to incorporate new alerts, say, for new diseases, or detect new and different behaviors in your dog. And so as time goes on, of course, the collar will continue to improve.
Okay. And because I'm not a dog owner, is there anything I've missed? Anything that you can think of that we should talk about yet?
Yeah, I think we've covered kind of the essential bits of it. One thing which would be important is that it's really designed for medium to large dogs at this time. So it'll suit dogs probably from about 17 pounds and up. So not your small Chihuahua, but anything else, it'll be a very good fit. And
are you planning for something for smaller dogs in the future?
It's of course our goal to
Okay.
cover a much wider range of pets, including cats. Hopefully, one time in the future. I'm a cat owner.
Is it simply because there's a lot of technology in the collar, so to get it smaller is
exactly. There's a
challenging?
lot of technology in the collar, and we're kind of racing against where the sensor technology is at. It's gotten miniaturized to a certain point. Once it continues to be miniaturized, we'll of course incorporate it into our products and go further.
Yep, very cool. All right, David, it's been a pleasure. Good luck to you with your
Thank you
product.
very
This
much.
is very exciting, especially for all the medium and large dogs across the country and their pet
Absolutely.
owners, right? So, David, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And go check it out, everybody. Invoxia. Oh, yeah. Website. Give me your website.
Invoxia.com. It's fairly straightforward.
And you're able to get your product on your website. Is it available anywhere else?
Our products are available mostly via our website or via Amazon.
Okay.
The Smart Dog Collar will be available this summer for $99.
Okay, very good. Go check them out, everybody.
Brilliant.
Invoxia.com, and based out of France, as a matter of fact. So that's very, very cool too. So, so here we are, CES 2022. Our coverage continues here in our very unique times with COVID impacting the show this year. But we do have a lot of, as you can see, back-to-back guests coming into the show. It's not like we're going to have an issue bringing you all the latest and greatest in technology. That is for sure. Yeah. How am I doing, Chris? He's giving me a thumbs up. He wasn't giving me a thumbs up an hour ago, so things are getting better as we move along here. We really appreciate everybody joining us today, and remember that tomorrow we have a special edition. It's the first time that we've ever done this, so hopefully, I'm sure we'll have some technology snags. But we're excited to be bringing you National Technology Day tomorrow. So we'll have coverage coming to you from our tower here high in the Venetian Sands Convention Center here, and we're actually sitting above the convention floor. I don't know if you're able to see that behind me here, but you can see all the action that's going on behind us, and it's a little slower than normal, as I'm sure you're hearing from all over the place. But it is still a fantastic show. A lot of great people, a lot of great products that are here. Tomorrow, National Technology Day, will be coming to you from the tower as well as the show floor. We've made arrangements to have the main stage right in the middle of all the action tomorrow. So we'll be bringing you some interviews from down there, showing you some live shots from the crowd. And who knows what we're going to be bringing you, some surprise guests. It could be and should be a very interesting day tomorrow. So National Technology Day. We'll be streaming this as well to the followers of National Day Calendar. So we're excited for that as well. For those of you who are joining us from National Day Calendar and it's following, that'll be a lot of fun as well. So we are just getting ready for our next guest here. As I'm blinded by the lights, looking at Chris, because he's such a shiny guy. He's not giving me a thumbs up about that. Oh, he's talking on the phone. That's why. So yes, let's see, what else have I seen today? So, well, yesterday was kind of interesting. What I found interesting, I've talked to a couple people here that are from different states, and Mississippi is one of them. Mississippi has an authority, I guess, that brings defense contracts to the state, and it was very interesting talking to that gentleman and how the state is involved in a direction of technology, bringing them in. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm actually going to be interviewing that, and you can look for that on the Tech Ranch sometime in the near future. Lazy Moose NFTs. Now, I am looking forward to this conversation. Musa? Musa. All right. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
And I think a lot of people are like scratching their heads about NFTs.
Yes.
So before we get into Lazy Moose, can you give just like a 30-second, 1 minute
Right.
snapshot of what an NFT actually is?
Okay, so I was just listening to Eric Calderon speak.
Okay.
Who's really big in the NFT space, and he kind of said the word NFT is it's confusing people a lot. So don't think about it necessarily as the functional definition of an NFT. Think about what an NFT represents. It's a digital file that represents some kind of digital asset or a conversation that has somebody recently keepsake. So if you simplify it and really think about it in that way, it becomes a lot easier to understand. In this is just a file with a digital representation that you own that particular file. So
Okay.
it can be a JPEG, PNG, MP3, MP4, and then what's in that file is what makes it unique.
Okay. So I think what people get kind of sideways about a little bit. So I could, this is Chris over here, by the way.
Hey, Chris, how you
Chris is
doing?
waving at you. So I could draw a stick figure of Chris and actually sell that as an NFT.
Right. So, and I think so. This is where the Lazy Moose comes in.
Okay.
Right? So I think the big issue with the NFTs fundamentally is that people want to get into the space, but the space, because it's so early, it's very difficult to get into with anything.
Yes.
So although a lot of people, if you're into NFTs right now, you're listening to this, you're interested, you're still early. You're still very early in the process. And in turn, by you being early, you have to deal with a lot of the growing pains. So as an artist trying to get into the NFT space, it's easier now than it would be potentially 5 to 10 years from now, but it'll still be a matter of people have to notice you. People have to understand, what your NFTs are, and you have to make sure you're marketing your NFTs to either people in your immediate community or your followers or individuals who are already in the NFT space. And I think that's where it gets tricky, and that's where we're kind of coming in to create that process a lot easier for artists, musicians, athletes, things like that.
So I have a product, and I do, by the way. You and I should probably talk after this.
Okay.
But you would actually provide a direction for me as to how to capitalize on the NFT movement.
Right. So a bit of background on myself. I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio,
Okay.
born and raised. I went to Breakthrough Public Schools of Cleveland, network of public schools in Cleveland, and then I went out to Cate School, boarding school in Southern California. Then I went to Case Western, where I just graduated a degree in material science and engineering. All of that was a function of my hard work and people helping me along the way to kind of guide me along that roadmap.
Right.
So I kind of think about it as when you're coming into the NFT space, who welcomes you into the door is huge. And it's like that for a lot of things, whether it be the business world, if you're a chef, podcast, things like that. You really need to have someone to really teach you the aspects that make it either easy or difficult. And I think that's the best part about what we're trying to do is really educate people, and welcome people to the space, welcome them to the community. It's very confusing, when I had a lot of friends who would surf, and they'd be like, you just got to do it. You got to get in the water, paddle. You're gonna fall. You're not gonna but you have to really understand. And having somebody there to give you that insight, information is tremendous. So that's what we're trying to do, and find the subtle ways. Finding what types of NFTs. What aspects do you have? This word utility gets thrown around a lot. What does that mean? Finding utilities that suit your community, things like that.
Interesting. So, how does a person go about, if they were gonna, let's say they're an artist and they want to get started with you and going forward with building out an NFT? How does that process work?
So right now we're still I was telling somebody earlier, we're planting seeds in a bunch of different places. So
Okay.
right now,
Okay.
our first tree that we would like to grow is getting our NFTs released.
Okay.
So what we're looking to do is find either up and coming or established artists. Obviously, the established artists do a tremendous amount to help the up and coming artists to come in and interact with us on social media, interact with our Discord to really grow our community. That's the first thing we're trying to do is grow our community, because the community will ultimately dictate our utilities, what our NFTs, what we're bringing to the NFT community. So, finding ways to interact with us either on social media, my social media accounts are going to be shared so that people can interact with us to learn about the space and find what particular area that they're doing. If you're in music, you should be releasing NFTs that represent your album, whatever album you're releasing or whatever unreleased songs you're releasing, so that your community can buy into that. They're literally investing in you. That's what's really unique about NFTs. If there was an NFT of me, in 2007, that NFT would be worth a lot, because I've been able to, have the people who've invested time into me. I've been able to work to invest that time back in value to other people. And this is very unique in the sense that, you can invest in an Amazon or an Apple. You can't really invest in like a person or an idea or a thing until now.
Right.
So that's really what you're able to do. If I believe that this guy is the next Drake, the next Kanye West, I can invest in his NFTs in that first album, and we have that connection. Now I have that connection to that person. I was there when it started. You have this digital thing that certifies that. I think it'll be really huge in the art industry as well, photography as well. I think photography, giving photographers the opportunity to really take advantage of the fact that they're capturing some of the most beautiful moments, and I think the technology associated with that as well will be something interesting on the back end that we're also cooking up.
So on an investment level, because I'm assuming that people put money in this first of all, it's maybe to support the person, right? But I would imagine that the bigger money is probably on an investment side, right? So you're basically not unlike a stock or anything else. You're actually buying an NFT with somebody's first album or whatever, because you believe that this person is going to go to another level sometime in the future, and you will be able to capitalize on that as well.
Right. And it's like when you invest in a company, like when I buy an option for Amazon, like I'm not really doing anything. I'm buying it, kind of sitting at home. When you have access to the resources to kind of provide that investment with it a boost. And that's really where it's unlocked. And even if it's a matter of, if you're interested in investing in Lazy Moose or any NFT project, and you're kind of unsure about volatility of the space, first of all, you should really dive in. I think really just diving in and accepting the fact that it's crazy. People who didn't adopt the internet not looking too good right now.
Right. Right.
But I think secondly, there are ways to help people that aren't financial. Publicizing to your network that, hey, I got this kid. He runs a 4.2. He's the best, linebacker in, some random play in Wadsworth, Ohio or something like that. Give this kid a chance. Maybe it's not that money, but maybe it's providing the resources in the community for that individual to grow. Because I think finding people who come along, if you're doing the work, someone's going to notice. I told my dad recently, my dad is also involved in a project, and I told him, you fake it until you make it, right? But if you don't make it, then it doesn't matter. And I think for everybody around you, that's also true. People are going to feed into you what they see you giving out. So I think that whether it be monetary or, this is my favorite part about it, socially, helping people network. A lot of people don't have access to a broad enough network to really see their ideas grow. So.
It really reminds me, I'm fascinated with Billie Eilish, by the way. I think that, what her and her brother have done is outstanding. I don't know if you're a fan of Billie Eilish or not, but
Billie Eilish is cool.
Yeah. It's just crazy that her and her brother could record that music in her bedroom over a period of a couple of years and launch it without any help from any record company or whatever, and turn into one of the world's most popular stars in such a short period of time is absolutely astounding when you really think about it, right? But it's talent, right? And so this is kind of one of these spaces, right? I mean, somebody like their mom believed in them and and that could have been turned into some type of NFT that then, because or are the people in her community that believed in those two, that could turn into something spectacular. And so, I find that very, very fascinating. It really takes away the power of a couple of individuals to determine what music you and I are going to listen to, what movies we're going to listen to, what photographs we're going to look at online, or whatever it is, right? It actually puts more and more power back to the individuals across the world, so it's very interesting.
Thank you.
And the fact that you can invest in that is interesting too. So,
Exactly, yeah.
all right. So how do we find out more about you?
I was gonna say, follow me on my social media accounts at WiseMoses23. That's my name in English. So Musa Hakim translates to Wise Moses.
Okay.
Lofty expectations there. And look out for through my social media. You can find the Lazy Moose _NFTs. All of our social media accounts, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, are all Lazy Moose NFTs. And through those channels, you can find access to information, whether it be my personal thoughts on a lot of the areas we're going to be going into, the Lazy Moose project as we build, and also access to our Discord. That'll be one of our biggest tools, as well as Twitter Spaces.
Okay.
So eventually, we'll be holding Twitter Spaces where people can get information based on the project, centered around that as well.
I look forward to our next conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. You take care. Have a great CES. Lazy Moose NFTs, everybody. I don't know about you, but I'm more confused now than I was before about NFTs, and it's not because of Musa. It is a confusing topic, and I think, for a lot of people, I actually talked to somebody not too long ago that decided they didn't understand it. They decided to spend a couple hundred hours. Very, very, very busy individual decided to spend a couple hundred hours investing time into understanding it, and has turned that into something spectacular. So it really is an investment of time to understand NFTs, I think, and to get the most you can out of them, and the potential for maybe people around you or yourself, in the future. You look at what happened. Musa made a great example with the internet, and there are not a lot of people that believed in the internet in the early days, and it rules the world now, right? Crypto is kind of coming into that same place, and a lot of people feel that NFT is the next thing. So next up, Kono. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you too, Kono. So welcome to the show. And I had to take my glasses off because I cannot see through the fog, all the time. So I'm not. You are a engineer and designer, and you've had a few inventions. So this sounds fantastic. We're gonna see what you built here.
Actually, this is the world's first customizable IoT smart digital messaging system.
Okay.
So, simply speaking, if you input the message on app, and you make the color of each letter, size, font, everything select, then the information will be transmitted to the device by Bluetooth.
Yes.
And you can see from in the air promptly by using the after image effect of LED. So this part is the showing the images.
Okay.
So you can see the donut shape after image effect, the two low, upper low, lower low.
Okay.
And from front and rear side.
Okay.
So you can put in on the table like this by using the magnetics or the air pressure suction.
Okay.
If you put in on the show window, just using this suction only without this pole.
Gotcha. So you can mount it onto a wall or what have you.
And not only for the shop, the promotion, we can use it for the B2B market too. For example, we are using the NB IoT system, which is the service from the telecommunication companies. Then all the bigger size companies, they can control all the devices by area, by shop, and even by each devices from the headquarters.
Gotcha.
So they can send all the information and promotion message immediately at once. So each the shops can promote, and this is good. Why? There are so many advertisements. So people are not interested in see the advertisement.
Yes.
But this is very interesting. So it's the eye-catching item. So people say, "Oh, what's this? Quite strange, interesting." So the device can attract the people's interest. this is important.
So do we have a way to show everybody what this looks like when it's running? Do we have power that we can put to this, or?
Not now, because this is just prototype.
I see.
And we
Okay.
can show you the working sample by the end of February.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. I have seen, obviously not yours, because but I've seen others that are maybe a little similar to it. Sounds like yours is, much more dynamic, but they're amazing.
Yeah, and you can reserve the display time. For example, you input the reserve make the several sentence, several kinds of the advertisement word.
Yep.
And you can put you can pre-schedule of each promotion. Then it will promote your message as scheduled.
Yep. It actually almost has a 3D holographic look to it when it runs, right?
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
it looks like it's just floating in air when it's running. So very, very impressive. So very cool. And you have something else you have here as well.
Actually, we developed several items by using the LED.
Okay.
LED after image effect. So the main difference from the 3D, the after image effect, the promotion device is we can make it promptly as I wish, anywhere, anytime, without cost, with most the effective issues, the current issues. So this is the most the different factor with other existing promotion items. So the brand name is the Show, SHOU. It means show you.
Okay.
So the customizable. This is the most important point. Add-ons without cost, and we are planning the retail price will be less than $300.
Okay.
Then and we can use it more than 10,000 times. It means the almost 4 years, even if you learn 8 hours per day.
Okay.
So if you put on inside of the show window, you have for example, you have the restaurant. Tomorrow's menu like this.
Sure.
If you attach on the show window, you can all the people passed by on the street, even you go back home, it will promote your tomorrow's menu.
Sure. Very cool.
Yeah.
So it is not outdoors. We don't want to run these outdoors, I'm assuming.
Pardon me?
Outside?
Yeah,
just
even
indoor
outside
only?
is okay.
It does
so
work.
you
Okay.
can use it anywhere. For example, traditional market, or even the food truck.
Okay.
It's waterproof function. Yeah,
That's wonderful. That's exactly what I was thinking.
You can use it anywhere.
Okay.
Anytime.
That's very, very cool. Very cool. And you said they'll be available the end of February?
Yes.
Okay. And website that we would go to order these when they're ready?
Yeah, we have the splash website now, so the cornershow.com.
Thecornershow.com.
Yeah, cornershow.com.
Okay.
You can get some more information from there.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. Anything else that I missed?
Yes, at this time we are introducing this item. Besides this one, we developed some more items by using the after image effect.
Okay.
First one is this is the LED smart stick. Same function. You can input any message from the app. Can I show you the full?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'd love to see how this thing works. I'm very curious how that thing works. I understand this. I don't understand this yet.
This is screen.
Okay. As we all wait in anticipation here.
I can input any message here. May I know your name?
Sure, Marlo, Marlo. Just put Bob, B-O-B.
B-O-B,
yes,
okay.
Easy.
Okay, I selected the red color, B, white color, O,
okay,
blue color, B.
There we go.
Bob. Okay.
I'm usually called Doofus, by the way.
You can select the side to side or round.
Okay.
I'll select the side to sound.
Okay.
And turn.
Okay.
It means already transmitted.
Okay.
Bob.
Oh my goodness. Can you guys see that?
Yeah. So we are using
Can they see that on the camera?
We are using the same system with this one.
That's amazing.
So if you input any message from the app, you can see promptly in here. Yeah. This is our system.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is one item, and next one we developed another item, S Lite. S Lite, S means secure, signal, safe. So this is the safety item on the road. We can attend the many of the emergency situations.
Yep.
So you input this S light on the passenger car roof and turn on, flee away. Then it will make the sign, 3 sign, SOS, help, and warning triangle.
Okay.
Automatically.
Yeah.
It's quite big one. Yeah. So we attended the AAPEX, the fair, the last November.
Okay.
And we got the winner prize from the safety area with this S-Light product.
That's very, very cool.
So,
That's very clever.
Yeah, we are a specialized company to make the innovative item by using LED after image effect.
So what is that going to run US?
Actually, we started this one, but this one is the main usage at the concert or sports game.
Oh, yeah.
But the COVID.
Yeah.
So we cannot sell out. So
amazing. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And you can use it at the party too.
Yes. Yeah. There's a ton of uses for that. That's very, very
not
clever.
Not only for this one, there are another 16 functions.
Okay.
For example, all these are the saved inside. I love you.
Okay.
I'll show you. I love you.
Well, thank you.
I love you. I love you.
Amazing.
This one is the current time.
Oh, okay.
Current time.
Unbelievable. 12:36.
And this is the timer. If you input, I will input the 5 second now.
Okay.
5 second. Then 5 second divided 16.
Okay.
After 5 second, it lets you know.
Oh, yes.
This is very useful for the mother who has the baby. If there is the sound, the baby can be wake up.
Sure.
And the handicapped person, the person who cannot hear, they can use it.
Yep.
And this one is the light. If you go fishing or camping, you can use it as your light.
Okay.
And this is the bicycle. If you ride the bicycle during the nighttime, it's useful. And this is leveler.
Oh,
leveler, yeah.
Holy shnikes.
And this is the equalizer.
Unbelievable. So hold it back up there for a second.
Yeah, and from here, you can select the color as you wish. Red, yellow, blue, any color. So
That's
you can use it as selfie light.
Can you put it into an arrow? So like if you're directing traffic?
Yeah. I'll show you arrow here.
Oh yeah, look at that.
So this is very useful.
Like at events or whatever, you could just direct traffic. Yeah. Okay.
And this is the mood light, rainbow, romantic, club, and dawn. Mood light. Too.
Yep.
So there are so many functions.
Yep. All right. So how much?
This one is the retail price is the less than the 70 US.
Okay. That's pretty reasonable.
So as I explained, we developed this one.
I think you sold 8 of them here already. So
S-Light. So through the innovative conversions, we made show. And the potential market size of show is very big. And blue ocean market. So we will make the blue ocean market by using the very innovative item.
Right.
And so in Korea, we are selected as the most innovative 1,000 companies in Korea. Our government selected the 1,000 companies to support them to be the future unicorn. So we are selected from the Korean government now, and we are doing our best to serve the very innovative experience to customers.
Well, we really appreciate you being on the show. This was a fantastic demonstration.
Thank you.
So I wish you all the best. Go check out Kono. How do we find your website again?
konoshou.com.
So
KONOSHOU.
KONOSHOU.com. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
Konoshou.com.
Go check these out. This will be available the end of February. I can't wait to see this, by the way. If anything, if it's even close to that type of demonstration, this is going to be amazing. Okay. So thank you very much,
Okay,
Kono.
thank you so much.
You bet. Check that out, everybody. That was absolutely amazing. You never know what you're going to find here, right? It looked like a light wand that none of us were even. I won't say that we weren't excited to talk to you, Kono, but it was a light wand until you showed it off. And all of a sudden, it's the most amazing thing I've seen today. So that's very, very cool. It's very, very cool. So go check that out. KONOSHOU.com. The light wand is amazing. The fact that you can do messaging with it, safety protocols, the basic flashlight, mood lighting. I mean, you really think about that. It's pretty amazing. So check that out again. That was a lot of fun to have them show that off. It's too bad that the other one wasn't working because I won't say I've seen what this one will do, but I understand the concept. I've seen these 3D holographic images on walls and that type of thing. It looks like a fan is what it looks like with these LED, and it actually paints letters and images or whatever. I have a feeling, though, that Kono's got a much better spin, no pun intended, on that product. So, and I have his business card as well now. So, Kono America. So, yeah, go check them out. I'm not sure where we at. Do we have another one coming shortly? Okay. So, let's see. Who haven't we talked to yet? Yes, sirree. A gentleman I haven't had much of a chance to visit with yet. And he takes his name badge off, so now I don't even know who he is. No, you can leave it off. It's all good. It's all good. With Maurice. All right. Maurice, have we ever met before? How long ago was that?
That's about at the 2019.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, 2019.
You look like you're 18 years old. That's why I'm asking you. I suppose when you take the mask off, you're not going to look that way. Okay.
I just age well.
You do age well. So did we meet here at CES? Okay.
At CES,
okay.
yes.
Yeah. What team are you with?
Me? I work for. Hey, I work with Chris.
Oh.
That's my dog right there.
Oh my goodness.
We've known each other for a long time.
I feel bad
He's
for you.
The most brilliant tech that I know.
He is.
Yeah.
Except when he gets grumpy. Like when I stumble up on the stage and don't know what's going on. Then I notice he's not excited about that. So I should have a light one. That's right. That says doofus on it, right?
I wanted to ask you, how did you get that name, doofus? The tech guru. I'm like,
well, I guess we have a couple of minutes, right? It's funny, right? So when the internet became a thing and email started to become a thing, and people were, you go into a website in the early days, and I just knew that when they were asking for email addresses, that it was going to be before spam was spam, it would be a thing, right? So I would sign up as my alter ego, Doofus McGinney. And of course, at that time, it was still popular to get junk mail and all that stuff, because email really wasn't a huge thing yet, just becoming popular. But of course, regular mail was still very, very popular. So it was stunning to see all of the regular mail that Doofus McGinney would get. Actually got credit cards, because at the time they would send out these promotional credit cards with a credit limit on them. And it was just insane. I remember going to the post office one day. And these are just fun things you can do on the internet, right? And I went to the post office one day, and they're like, "Do you have a new staff member down there?" And I'm like, "No. Well, what do we do with this mail for Doofus McGinney?" "Oh, no, he's not new. He's been with us for a while, Yeah. So we got all this mail coming in. It was just hilarious, and it's just kind of stuck. And now Doofus has a family. His parents are Timmy and Minnie McGinney.
Oh.
He's grown up.
Taking on real responsibility.
So that's the story. It is funny. Yeah.
Alter ego, 'cause I have an alter ego too.
Not Doofus, I hope.
Definitely not.
Okay,
Doofus.
and your alter ego is
My alter ego was Mick Marvelous.
Nick Marvelous. This song, Nick.
Yeah,
Okay,
Nick
okay,
Marvelous.
gotcha.
And I got that name from I used to be a dancer. I used to dance with the great.
Please don't paint that image in my head.
No,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Yes.
The great one, which
Yes.
is Michael Jackson.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So you worked with in his troupe?
I worked with. I'm in 5 videos with Michael and 2 with his sister Janet. I'm a handful of dancers that have done both.
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's
I actually had breakfast with Janet one time.
Oh, Janet's nice.
Oh yeah, yeah, we had a great time.
I know
yeah.
the whole family.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I've been to Neverland twice.
So, did Michael give you this name then, or how did you come up with this
Michael
name?
Didn't give this. We went to Japan.
Okay, okay,
And I was with these Asian girls.
okay.
And they used to watch us dance all the time. They said, "Oh," they couldn't say Maurice, so they said, "My last name is McCoy."
Okay. Yes.
So they said, "Mick." They would call me Mick. And then one girl out of the group, said, "Oh, he's marvelous."
It sounds like a superhero name.
Right?
You could be part of the Marvel characters. Yeah. Mick Marvelous. What's your superpower? Well, I dance.
I break dance and moonwalk and pop lock. All that stuff.
So what years were you
I
dancing
danced with
then?
Michael from 85 to 90.
So I was at the Victory Tour. So this is one. Were you? So you were part of the Victory Tour.
Yes.
Did you dance in Chicago?
Yes.
Then I actually saw you then.
danced
Unbelievable.
Everything in the United States.
Wow. Wow.
And that was a great tour, by the way.
That was a great tour.
I have a jacket too.
That was
But it got lost in my storage.
Huh.
We went over, oh my God. That's a whole nother thing.
That's an incredible thing that you have had happen in your life.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Michael's a great person, great mentor. Good. We call him our brother. That's like our brother, So, we all the dancers right when he was doing the This Is It tour, all the dancers were going to go and appear on the stage at Wembley Stadium. All the dancers from all the years, and so I still have my ticket that I framed.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, as much as I would love to, and we're going to have to talk about this a little bit more, or are we supposed to continue on? We're continue. Oh, okay. I guess we're done.
I guess we can get into it, huh?
Well, let's talk about this a little bit more then. Sometime.
I started out here in Vegas.
Now, when I said that, I meant we have to talk about it later.
Oh, later. Okay,
yes.
perfect.
But we're going to follow up because everybody wants to hear about what your story here. So we're going to wrap it up here. Gotcha. So, yes.
Okay.
Gotcha. Yes, I am needed because we're moving down to the other stage ourselves here. So I'm not sure who's taking my place though. Or are we? Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that we're actually moving to the virtual side of things now. That's right.
Indeed, you are, friend.
Thank you. Thank you. I hear him. I hear Scott in my ears.
Hello, Marlo.
Hello, Scott. How are you?
Fantastic. You had some great guests on there.
Had some great guests. I'm suffering from CES fatigue, I guess is the best way to say it. So, but you have some great guests coming as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've got some great stuff lined up for the next couple hours. I'll be here for the next 2, and then Alante is going to take over. But I got to say, the Kono product, you didn't get to see it in action. But if you're watching live in the chat, we put on both the Twitch and the YouTube channel.
Yes.
We put a link to our interview with them from 2017.
Okay.
Where we did the interview in front of like 12 of these things.
Wow.
And they are wild.
Yeah, I can't imagine what his next innovation is on this because he was trying to explain it. I think it's going to be. You're right. They were wild before, right?
Right.
And he's improved on it. I don't know how he improved on it, but it's amazing.
It was so cool. Really when we got the pitch email, I was like, "Oh, what? Yes." I don't know what you've improved, but let's talk about it.
Yes, yeah. It'll be fun to see what that looks like the end of February. So, and don't forget, I mean, I'm really excited about tomorrow, Scott. I mean, we really got.
I am too.
Yeah, National Technology Day. We're going to be broadcasting to the National Day Calendar platform as well. It should be a blast from all three locations, from your location, from the tower here, and from on the floor tomorrow. So it should be a lot of fun.
That's super cool. I cannot wait to see all of that and the technical difficulties that come with it.
Because you know they're going to be. So
there will be.
Anyway, I suppose, Maurice, are we ready to turn it over to Scott?
Let him have it.
All right.
All right.
Have a good day, Scott.
Thank you, Vegas. We will see you back tomorrow. But for now, it's here in our studio. We will be live with you for the next 4 hours. We'll have some guests coming in and some kind of downtime as well. Before I get started, I want to introduce myself. I'm Scott Ertz. I'm the host of F5 Live Refreshing Technology, as well as a number of other shows. Myself and my wonderful producing partner, Michelle Mendez, have been working on putting all of this together. We have been bobbing and weaving, because if you watched our GNC Week in Review episode just literally like 2 weeks ago, the information that we provided was very wrong. And not because we wanted it to be wrong, but because this year, nothing is predictable. We have constantly been in a state of flux. It's been unfortunate. Obviously, a lot of people saw that a number of the big companies pulled out of CES entirely this year. But the big companies weren't the only ones. We had a lot of small companies pulling out. We had a lot of companies who were asking if we could do remote. And that, combined with an unfortunate medical situation here on our own team, left us not in Vegas. So just like 2021, we're here back in our studio, ready to do some remote interviews. Some of them will be with companies that are physically on the floor, who want to be able to show off more product than they could comfortably bring to the studio. Some of them will be with companies that had to pull out for various reasons. Obviously, there are lots of reasons why somebody may not be able to be at the show. There were a lot of international travel concerns that came up. A couple of companies that we interact with on a regular basis all told us, we're afraid that we won't be able to get back into our own country. If we come, if we leave, we may not be able to get back. So lots of reasons why people may not be there, but we wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity to present anyway. But we've got a great show. I think the most exciting thing about this year, and obviously I'm vamping because we don't have our next guest. We've got a little bit of time, and we may run an interview from the past to kill a little bit of time. But one of the really exciting things that Marlo was just talking about is our National Technology Day partnership. We will be working with the National Day calendar, which we are obviously big supporters of. We'll be working with the National Day calendar to provide their audience with some of our content and our audience with some of their content. So we will be in 3 places at once on tomorrow. So that's going to be a ton of fun. We're going to throw back and forth from the floor stage to the tower to here. We've been talking about it like this is New Year's Eve, and Las Vegas is our Times Square, and we are LA, the kind of forgotten other half of the show. It's obviously what's happening in Las Vegas is the most important of what's going on. So, but we're really excited to do this National Technology Day partnership. We love the National Day calendar. I keep this celebrate every day. You saw Marlo wearing the branding earlier. I keep this on my here in the studio on my desk all the time, both as a reminder that every day is something to celebrate, but also because we love our friends over at the National Day Calendar. But anyway, we have unfortunately a little bit of a gap. There were a couple of slots here at the top of the show that are not filled, so we may go to an old interview. But chat has been okay. I don't know where everybody is, but if you are not over at techpodcasts.com or plughitslive.com/join us, if you're not over there, you definitely should be, and I'll tell you why. The chat over there has been ridiculous. We've been having so much fun. There's been all kinds of input from people on the topics, and I can see that chat from where I'm sitting. So if you have questions about any of the products that we're talking about, absolutely go over there and put your questions into the Twitch chat, because I'll be able to see them and I'll be able to ask them so long as I see them in time. Also, if you're at the Twitch or the YouTube link for this, there are some commands that you can use. The first one is you do an exclamation point and then schedule, and it'll actually tell you what the proposed schedule is. Now, of course, everything is possibly up in the air, right? Guests don't show up, something comes up, they're on the show floor, they've got to schedule around. A health thing knocks them out of contention entirely. We do have one guest that had to be pulled entirely because of health concerns. So, there are things that can make the schedule change. But yeah, definitely. Yeah. So exclamation point schedule will give us that. You can do exclamation point CES team if you want to learn more about us and all of our shows. There are links to all of our shows. And I want to make sure that we recognize all of our shows. Again, I'm with F5 Live, and Plug Hits Live is the parent company. Marlo, who was just on, Marlo is with the Tech Ranch. He has been doing that for a very long time. I see we've got somebody who's been watching all day and hasn't been chatting. Welcome to the chat. Enjoy the very active conversation. So Marlo's with the Tech Ranch. He's been doing that for a long time. Great content over there. Todd Cochran was on earlier. Todd is one of the earliest podcasters. He runs Geek News Central. Todd has been inducted into the Podcaster Hall of Fame. He has been doing this since before the term podcast, so that's pretty impressive. Kirk Corliss, who was on with Marlo for a little while. Kirk is co-host with myself on GNC Week in Review, which is part of Geek News Central. We've got fun rebranding coming very soon. We've been working on some new logos and all kinds of stuff, opening and music and all kinds of things to make that show exciting. Chris Jordan was on at the top of the show. Christopher Jordan is also running the technical aspect of the Vegas Tower, which thank you for putting all this together. Chris is with the Talking Sound podcast, as well as his recently rebranded show, Curious Realm, which is not exactly our demographic necessarily, but I'll tell you, I've had the pleasure of being a guest on Curious Realm when it was called Dudes and Beer several times, and it is a wonderful show filled with weird stuff. So if you enjoy conspiracy theories and that kind, aliens and things like that, definitely check out Curious Realm as well. And I think that covers all of our shows. Here we've got our whole team. Well, most of us here in the studio. A couple of people are also remote. Again, because of health concerns, we've had to really change some stuff up. But I want to thank everybody who's been part of this. Chris, here's a little story for you. So Chris Jordan When we had to pull out of the in-person event, Chris says, "I got it." And he pulled together the tech that's running the Vegas tower in a very short period of time. I think he put everything together and had it in boxes in 36 hours, ready to ship out and be in Vegas in time to put all this together. And he spent the last 2 days making sure everything was in place. So definitely appreciate all of that. I'm going to look at chat and see. Yep, it is getting going. I see Danny's in the chat room, who's another one of our hosts here at Plug Hits Live. Danny Mendez. She's been part of our show. Danielle, what year would this have been for you if we were in person? Would this be 7? So I don't. She's been doing this with us for a long time. Alante, who will be on in a little bit, has been doing this for a long time too. In fact, the second time we covered it in person, Alante was there. So that would mean if he had been to all of them, I think this would be okay. 2015. So yeah, this would be 7 for her. Impressive. Alante, I think this would be, if we were in person and he had been at all of them, this would be like his 10th or 11th show. But yeah, it's been a great show so far. If you missed the first half, the good news is it'll be available for replay here, wherever you're watching right now. It'll be available for replay. But we may not have talked about how this works. So every 10 minutes we have a new guest, so long as all guests show up, and as long as all blocks are filled. And then that's our live show. And after the live show, we edit all of the interviews one at a time, and we publish them 3 a day, every day, until all of the interviews are published. Now, how many will we have? The show got shorter. You may have noticed that some of our graphics still say January 5 through 8. Well, that's not true, because it's actually just 5 through 7, because the CTA canceled Saturday, which was a disappointment. And we haven't quite wrapped our heads around what happened there, but it is what it is. So we will be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday with our broadcast, theoretically every 10 minutes. But if you've been watching, obviously I'm killing some time now, and there'll be some of that in a little while as well. And there was some earlier. So, we'll probably have somewhere in the vicinity of 75 live interviews is what I'm hoping, especially when you take the National Technology Day stuff into account. And then there's going to be some floor stuff, some stuff from CES Unveiled last night, 2 nights ago. When was CES Unveiled? I see that Kirk is now in the chat room. When was CES Unveiled, Kirk? But so some floor stuff there. I know we've got some interviews with some people who had to cut down their floor presence. Our good friends from Ashdown Engineering and Meters Headphones had to cut their show attendance down to like 3 people, and they're over at the Las Vegas Convention Center. So clearly we will not be having them come over to the Venetian Expo. So we're going to go do a floor interview with them. So, there's other things. So that's lots of content. Even if you miss it live, that's okay. You can always come back and see the live show or the finished product as well. To do that, if you go to techpodcasts.com and sign up over there, CES Unveiled was on Monday. So 2 days ago. If you go over to techpodcast.com and sign up over there, or search in your favorite podcatcher. You can search for Plug Hits Live Presents. You can search for Tech Podcast Network. Both will for sure have the feed. The GNC special events feed, I think is what it's called, should also have the content. So find it in your podcatcher. But we have something that we're doing unique this year. If you go to youtube.com/plughitslive, you have the ability to join over there. I think it's $5.99 or $6.99 a month. If you do that, you'll get access to all of these interviews as we edit them, not as we publish them. So as a member, you will get early access to all of our CES content, as well as if you follow the rest of our content, F5 Live, the Pilch Point, all that stuff is published every week without ads to our blue shirt and above subscribers. So there's lots of reasons to join over there. You can also support the CES coverage. It's not just the Plug Hits Live coverage. It's the entire TPN team. You can support us a couple of other ways. You can subscribe on Twitch, which gives you some things like some extra emotes and things like that. But we've also got our shop. Now, I did not create a banner for this, so I'm going to do it right now. It is plughits.live/CES/shop. If you go to that site right there, you can see all kinds of merchandise available, all with this logo that's here on the screen behind me, including, I think there's shirts and hats, maybe, definitely tumblers. We have, and I think our entire crew can attest to this, both here and in the mission control outside. The tumblers are really fantastic. Can I steal that for a second? We are using one of the tumblers here in the studio. So these are our CES 2022 tumblers. They are wonderful. The lid clips in place, which I really like. Alante's comment was that there's a little ridge in the opening to keep people from dribbling, which is an Alante problem. They're really fantastic. I think the black mugs might also be on there. Maybe not. Certainly not this one. This one is just for on air, which I love how all these things came out. They printed real well. I think you can also get masks on there. There's a bunch of cool stuff. So that would all be different ways that you can help support our coverage. We also got a couple of partners. If you've ever bought anything online, which you probably have, you may not have been using privacy, and you definitely should. And I'll tell you why. With privacy, you can create a card for every service that you use. Then you can pause them and cancel them, tie them to different bank accounts and different other credit cards. So if somebody were to say, I don't know, this has never happened in the history of time, but let's say somebody hacked into the Home Depot payment system and got all the credit cards. Oh, no, wait, that absolutely happened. The only thing that they could do is buy things from Home Depot. But since it's already attached to your Home Depot account, they'd only be able to ship them to you. No big deal. And they couldn't use them anywhere else. They get that credit card number. It only works there. It gets bounced anywhere else. It's a really fantastic service, and it's free, which is crazy. They make their money on processing fees. So for you as a customer, as a user, it's entirely free. And if you sign up by going to plughitslive.com/privacy, there's also a promo code whose letters I don't remember. It's Q something. It's really weird letters. It's just easier, honestly. plughitslive.com/privacy. Go through that. It'll put the weird promo code in for you. You'll get $5. You get $5 to try it out. So they're literally going to give you $5 to use a free service. So, that's not bad. And then we've also, I've panicked. What was our other, Joe? What was our other partner this year? Do you remember? We'll come up with it in a couple minutes when I'm not completely insane, and I feel terrible that I'm not coming up with it right this second. Yeah, definitely trying out masks. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I am going to show an interview from 2020. One of our, I know I've got it in here. Okay, so this is from a company called Lumen. They were the Plug Hits Live Best of CES Award from 2020. And really cool product. We're going to do that. If our next guest shows up, we will come out of it early and jump over to that instead. But for right now, here is Lumen.
Is actually one of my favorites so far. It's Lumen.
Lumen?
Hi, Daniel.
Hey, Daniel.
Hi.
It's good to have you here.
Tell us a little bit about what Lumen is for those that don't know. I talked about it a couple days ago. I was like, look at this thing. It's so cool.
Sure.
But give us a rundown.
Perfect. So basically, Lumen is a small device that measures the CO2 content in your breath. And what it tells you is whether your body is using now fats or carbs for fuel. And basically, it gives you a nutrition plan for today. How much carbs to have, how to work out, when to stop eating. So fasting is another thing we recommend. And when you do it over, morning after morning, basically you can actually control your metabolism and set your body in for the goals you want to, whether it's lose weight or build fitness or just being healthy in general.
So you guys actually recommend like an intermittent fasting or something based on your metabolic health?
Yeah, so that's one of the strategies. So keto short-term could be a strategy, low carbing and sometimes high carbing. So it's not just one thing.
So it actually, I didn't know about your company. I was expecting this to be a light.
Yeah.
So I don't mind my expression here all of a sudden that we are, so you can, by a person's breath, you can determine what I should eat.
True. Yeah.
And if I want to lose weight, maintain weight, whatever I'm trying to do. And this will give you recommendations.
Exactly. So the CO2 content in your blood basically is indicative of whether your body is processing carbs now or fats. And when you take that measurement in the morning time at fasting, it's actually indicative of the things you've done in the past few days. So have you been high carbing, eating late at night, alcohol at night, all these good things for life, but probably bad things for your body will get you to use sugar, carbs in the morning.
Right.
And if you're doing everything right or some of the things right, you can actually wake up on fat burn, which is what you want to expect your body to be in. And that's a measurement of health.
So basically, I live on bagels and cream cheese.
So at all times using this, it will say carbs.
Yes.
You're burning carbs.
So because of that, I mean, I'm fascinated by this. Okay, so what happens here now? I mean, because I ate a couple bagels yesterday, right?
Yeah.
It's going to come now and tell me on my smart device that what I should consume this morning for breakfast or what have you?
So there is a feedback loop on nutrition. I think that's the core. So nutrition or metabolism is complex. Many things are impacting, right? Lack of sleep, stress will get your body not to shift to fats in a healthy manner, right?
Okay.
Overconsumption of carbs, that's as well, or caloric consumption in general.
So also using your platform, are you able to set a goal? Like say I want to lose weight or someone else needs to gain weight. How do you operate that through your service?
So everything basically is driven by the app. So we can actually, when you start, we'll ask you a few questions about your habits, your food preferences, your goals, lose weight, build fitness, and the plan is based on that. So at any moment in time, you can actually change and say, I reached my goal weight, and now it's about maintenance and healthy metabolism. So,
and to maintain a healthy metabolism, what is that balance?
Yeah, that's metabolic flexibility. So you want your body to be processing carbs or fats as they are available, right? And so it's not always about fat burn. It's when you're eating, you want your body to shift for carb, because that's a measurement of efficiency in a way.
Yeah.
And over time, as you take measurement, we actually learn your body, and we can give you a score of how healthy your metabolism from, let's say, someone who's pre-diabetic to someone who's an athlete. We're all in that spectrum in a way, and we want to be trailing towards the athlete, even if we're not athletes, but we want our measurement or our body to be efficient.
Okay. And for setup, so I know when you get this device, you have to set it up for each unique person. How does
True.
that work?
So there is a calibration day that you need to go through. We'll kind of guide you through it. The app will guide you through it. You measure it fasting and then before meal and after meal. And after that day, we got a pretty good understanding of what your scale, and we can kind of guide you from that moment.
And how often do you test after that?
So the baseline is most important. So morning time at fasting, that's the time where you want to be testing on a daily basis. But we see a lot of people, especially people who work out, who want to see before and after workout to see what's happening in their body.
Because that changes, right?
Yeah, it changes throughout the day. But morning is kind of special to us because it tells us, assuming you're fasting, it kind of indicates of what happened before. So that's the feedback loop that we're actually seeking.
Okay. And on the app, you said that it can recommend meal plans and workouts?
Yes, because eventually it's not just about the measurement. You want to know what to do about it and why it's happening. So we kind of help you explore and understand, and we bring all the data we can from the Health Kit or Google Fits about sleep, about steps, and we'll reflect and show you that, oh, today you're burning fat, and it's probably because you walked 17 kilometers or 20 miles here on.
So I don't have to worry about all the bagels I've eaten the last couple days because I've already I've got all my steps in for the entire month already. It's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, I agree.
How so you just breathe onto it, or how does this work?
Yeah, I can show you.
Okay, that'd be fantastic.
Sure. So you open the app and you open the device and it immediately connects. It will ask me a few questions about my morning, about my night, and about my steps yesterday, and about how much carbs I had. And then it asks me to inhale through the device. So I inhale a certain volume of air.
Okay.
I'll hold it for 10 seconds and then exhale.
Okay, so we'll count to 10.
Okay.
Okay. And maybe we don't have to do
soothing.
that because it's just going to do it anyway here. Look at that.
And then he's going to hold his breath. Don't say anything funny.
So it is counting down right now, everybody. He's holding his breath.
And then you exhale through the device. Oh, and it has a little gauge to tell you about how hard to...
Yeah, so we measure flow as well, really, to guide you, to make sure the flow is consistent.
Okay.
And it could take like a few seconds.
Okay.
And it will now show me that my body is using only carbs.
On a 1 to 5 scale?
Right. On
okay,
a 1 to
so
5
a 5
scale.
means...
5 means only carbs.
Only carbs.
You don't want to wake up...
Because you probably just had lunch, right?
Exactly. So you don't want to wake up on a 5. That's probably mean that you have a very happy evening yesterday.
Or a really slow metabolism that is still processing.
So you want to wake up on 2 or on a 1 if you're actually on a weight loss. And then it basically reflects and show me what my week look like, and it will build a personalized nutrition plan for me based on whether I'm working out today or everything that I have planned for today. And I have dishes to look at and meals and how to replace stuff.
So have you been trying to maintain your metabolism just for demos?
Oh, we've been building this since 2014, so I've been maintaining and hacking my metabolism for quite some time. You can actually look at my data.
I was going to say, so it can show you your overall metabolic health?
Yeah. So
based on previous data?
Yeah. So over time, as it learns you, it will actually give you a score. And I talked about that before. It's that metabolic flexibility score.
Yes.
So how good is your metabolism from an athlete to someone who is pre-diabetic or has a metabolic disorder?
So what would that range look like? Tell us about the score.
So the score 1 to 5 would mean that your metabolism is not really responding well to what you're eating. And you don't really wake up on optimal fat burn in the morning. This is a measurement of health. My score, 14.4, actually means that it's a healthy metabolism, not the Usain Bolt metabolism, but it's a solid one. And we see we're working with coaches as well, and those guys are competing on the 21 point something.
Wow.
So that's
so is this something, this index that is on here, something that you have created because of the data that you collect?
Exactly. There are a few reasons for that. One, this is not the daily feedback loop. It's kind of accumulation of the data that actually tells a long-term story and you can make an impact on that. It's not something constant. So every week, this was a week that was actually good for my metabolism, and so it improved. So it's actually taking the week and making a sense of that, of the progress that you can make in basically better your health.
Okay.
Well, unfortunately, we're running out of time here, but where do we find out more about Lumen?
So you can actually buy it now on lumen.me, and and you can learn more about it there as well. We're out of stock, but we're delivering.
Of course, you're out of stock. It's an
We're
amazing
delivering in March.
product.
Thank you
In
so
March,
much.
okay.
Yeah.
And what's the retail on it?
That's $300.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is there a monthly fee as well, or
No,
is it just a
it's
one-time
just
thing?
a one-time thing.
Really?
Awesome.
Yeah, very cool. All right.
I'm in it.
Thank you so much,
I'm
guys.
impressed. I'm impressed too. So it's certainly not the light I was expecting. So thanks, Daniel.
Thank you so much
Appreciate
for your
it.
time.
All right. So that was the Plug Hits Live Best of CES choice from 2020. We really liked that product, obviously. Marlo seemed to be enjoying it as well. So it was definitely worth the award. Since then, we've seen a number of sites that have reviewed the product. They've reviewed it very high, which is always a good sign for quality. Now, I'm embarrassed. The reason I couldn't come up with the other brand earlier is because it's actually Todd's brand. It's it's Blueberry. You can check out Blueberry, which is a podcast host and a whole lot more. You can do a lot there. And the important thing is that it allows you to own your content and own your brand, put it on your own domain, have full control over what you're doing. And you can get a 30-day trial using Blueberry 004, BLUBRRY 004. So that was my bad. But that's okay. Our other guest is still not here. I don't entirely know what's going on. We should have a guest right now. But like I said earlier, things happen with scheduling. Right now, we should. What time is it? It's 1:20, so it should be Wonder Size, and I haven't heard from them yet. So, I'm going to see real quick if maybe Alante wanted to come in here real quick and bring a chair and have a conversation. I don't know if he can hear me in the other room. That would be great to be able to vamp a little bit with somebody. Yeah. My lights just went out.
Oh.
Anyway, maybe he can't hear me out there. We'll see in a minute. But yeah, so we've got, like we said, we've got a lot of cool stuff coming up for CES this year. We've got a number of interesting international companies that I'm looking forward to, which, considering the situation, I wasn't entirely sure how much international interaction we were going to have, right? Because with all the COVID concerns and things like that, you never know what to expect. So it's been an interesting year of, like I said, of bobbing and weaving. So all we can do is play the game with the cards that we're, it is what it is. Instead of Alante, what I'm going to do is bring up another one of our favorites from the past, somebody who will be on with us tomorrow for a follow-up on this interview. This is Robbie. Oh, maybe I'm about to get an Alante. Hi. Do you want to come vamp with me for a little bit? Okay, never mind. I'm not going to show you Robbie. Alante is going to come sit with me in a minute. Yeah, so one of the things that we do is we like to do follow-ups, right? There are certain companies that we follow up with almost every year. Stern Pinball has been around with us almost every year. Monster has been around with us every year. And since 2017, Robbie Cabral with Benji Lock has been part of our coverage, and since 2018, I think, Kim Kelly, the CEO of Hampton Products, has been with us, and we always enjoy those conversations because here's the thing. We talk about a lot of security stuff, especially on F5 Live, both physical and virtual security. We talk about doing things to make sure that people aren't stealing data from your phone. We talk about physical security, and the Hampton Products stuff is always a big part because they are a security company that added biometrics and technology, as opposed to being a tech company trying to figure out security, right? And for me, I think that's an important piece, because a deadbolt isn't that valuable if it's not secure, right? You need it to be a secure device. And so, if you're adding technology to existing security, to a company who knows what they're up to with security, well, that's fantastic. But if you're going the other way, if you're trying to be a tech company who's trying to figure out how locks work, that's not exactly the same thing. And not exactly the same level of comfort. I am going to go black here for just a second, and we will be back in about 30 seconds. All right, we're back. Alante's here with me.
Magic.
So you haven't done CES in a couple of years.
Yeah.
And obviously this is very different.
Yeah.
Than what we're all used to.
Yeah. This is definitely an adjacent step to to my last CES. My last CES was a riot because it rained, and
which alone is weird.
Yeah, it doesn't rain in Nevada almost ever, and it did, and a
lot.
It rained.
It rained a lot.
It was like a Florida rain almost.
It was raining inside the convention center.
Yep.
Because desert buildings aren't designed to the same waterproofing that we are here in Florida.
Yeah, they did not have the infrastructure for it. So, I mean, there were blackouts, and one of them was in the convention center.
Yeah. Central Hall. You can go back to our Facebook page from that time. We've got a photo on Facebook of the Intel booth, which used to be huge and brightly lit and blue, and it is gray and weird.
And that doesn't even really accurately describe how it was if you were standing right in front of it. Because again, we're used to these beautifully illuminated multi-million-dollar booths that are multi-floored, multi-tiered.
Intel's one of them. Microsoft used to be one of them. They were across the hall from one another.
And I mean, I remember being at the center of Central Hall. Central Hall.
Yeah.
When the lights went choo-choo.
And there was a noise that came with it. And I didn't like the noise.
And chaos ensued. I mean, it was pretty wild. I've never quite experienced something like that. And that changed. I had done CES 4 or 5 years before.
Yeah.
not all in order, but everything had gone fairly well up until that last CES. And now we're in a totally different climate. It's
because you weren't here with us last year.
Sure, we're not.
This for us, for our team, this is all very familiar. This is literally what we did for all of CES 2021. There was no in-person event last year.
Right.
The virtual aspect of it was it's really hard as an exhibitor to get a whole lot out of a virtual event. You've really got to know what you're doing to be able to accomplish that. And very few people are capable of accomplishing something like that. But from our point of view, our coverage last year was solid.
We adapt.
Right, exactly. That's what we're good at is bobbing and weaving and just dealing with what's coming at us. And we did a good job of it. We had Todd in the morning, and then we would take the middle, or Chris would take the middle, and then the next day we'd rotate one space, and it was a solid coverage.
Yeah.
We had some great conversations. I see in the chat we rocked it. Indeed. It was great. We had Kirk and Michelle and Adam behind the board just like normal. Adam is producing for us right now. Hi, Adam. So for us, nothing has changed from last year, but I'm really liking this kind of part in person, part virtual thing. Of course, we would all love to be sitting on the tower.
Of course.
Today.
Would love to be there.
But things happen.
Yeah.
And fortunately, I think over the last 2 years, most of the world has gotten pretty adept at virtual meetings and remote conversations and stuff. And fortunately, the system that we used, we did it last year, and I want to give them a big shout out again this year. StreamYard. Last year they got a feature put in place a little early because it was something that we needed for CES, which was obviously much appreciated because it was important. So just before CES last year, if a guest were to share their screen during a broadcast, it would automatically get added to the show. And that's no good, because what if we don't know that they want to share their screen and all of a sudden something comes up that's inappropriate or whatever? That's less than ideal.
That's no good.
Yeah. So that feature made things fantastic for us. So I see we have a guest ready to be checked in. We will figure out who that is momentarily and get all of that set. I'm going to go dark here again for a minute. Alonte's going to go away. He'll be back in a little while to relieve me. And so I will see you in just a moment. All right. I am back. I forgot to put my microphone back where it belongs. I apologize. There we go. So it looks like Jeannie is ready for us. So, all right. Hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Fantastic. Yourself?
I am doing great, thank you.
Are you on the show floor right now?
I sure am on the show floor.
Fantastic. All right. So tell us about yourself.
So I'm Jeannie Weldon. I'm the Chief Innovation and Marketing Officer for an incredibly powerful company called Daily Pay, and we are here live at CES because we believe that everybody should be live at CES this year.
You know, we certainly wanted to be, but you know, things happen, and this has been a crazy year. We're definitely missing being there, but tell us about your company.
So Daily Pay is a company that enables any working American to have access to their pay as they earn it. So you don't have to wait for payday anymore. That's going to be like a thing of the past. So as you work, our app will identify how much money you've earned. And then you log into the app. And when you log into the app, you can save that money as you earn it, or you can pull it out to pay for an unexpected bill, or use it for something that you want to purchase, take the kids out to dinner, surprise them, or whatever you want to do.
What?
True.
That's fantastic. Okay,
And that's why we're here.
So let me see if I get this right. Based on, let's say, past pay or some algorithm, you know, give or take daily, how much I should be making, and your platform gives me access to that early.
We actually integrate with an employer's payroll and time management sheet. So when you clock in or clock out, or if you're salaried, we can see how much you earn. So for the first time ever for hourly workers, you can actually see how much money you're earning. So even if you don't take it out before the company scheduled payday, you know exactly how much your paycheck's going to be. If you're working time and a half, if you're getting double time pay, you're picking extra hours, it makes it so simple and transparent for you to finally see how much money you're making and then use it when you need it. Because 33% of Americans run out of money in between paychecks. It's not that they're not getting paid enough, it's just the timing of the company scheduled payday and when your bills come in, or when you get a fender bender or your car battery dies, sometimes don't line up with each other so nicely.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So you integrate directly with the employer. So does that mean that my employer would have to be part of this system? So
it does.
Okay,
Yes.
so they are your
That's
customer.
the only way we can make sure it's accurate. Well, they are the customer for us to integrate with, and it's simple, doesn't change anything about what they're doing from a process standpoint, and then all their employees have access to it. And what we announced today was our digital wallet solution. It's the only digital wallet that makes money as you work, right? Because think about it, like what happens with your bank account every month? It goes down in between pay periods. Daily Pay is the only thing that as you work, your balance goes up in your wallet. Look at the wallet if you don't have any money in it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. This is fantastic. So myself as an employee, let's say, I don't have to do anything special so long as my employer is part of this system. I get access to your platform. Is it through like
it's an app. It's an app.
Okay. Excellent. So it's technically independent-ish.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So you download the Daily Pay app. So
okay. So I sign up.
McDonald's.
I sign up for it, and then it gets connected to my employee account, or do I get an account from the employer?
No, you sign up for it with your own personal information. All we are literally doing from your employer is pulling the information about how many hours you worked and your rate of pay, and any tax withholdings that you have for your health care or things like that.
Okay, that's really cool. So I heard you say Hilton and McDonald's.
Oh yeah, just a few of the companies that we work with.
So let's use those two as an example. Let's say I'm working for McDonald's and I'm using this platform, and then I leave McDonald's to go to Hilton. I don't have to re-sign up. I can just connect my new employer's account to my account.
Yep. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay.
Or if you have two jobs, maybe you work at Dollar Tree and you work at Taco Bell.
Okay. And so I can see both of them in one place.
Yep.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the two pieces. The first is, how does taking money out early work?
So it's super simple. The way that it works is you log into the app and you can see how much money you've earned, right? You have to earn it. So it's not a loan. You have to have worked enough hours to earn that money. And it's your net earnings. So it's your money less the money that is going to be sent for taxes or for health benefits. You log in, you see how much money you've earned, and then you have a choice. You can leave it in there. You can put it into a savings account. So you can start saving as you earn, make more interest earlier, or you can withdraw the money. You can put it on any card that you want to. You can put it into a checking account, a savings account, on a debit card, whatever you want to do, whatever account that you have, so you can easily get your money and use it for whatever you need it for.
Okay. And is there a cost for that?
So your employer can choose to cover so we're like Venmo. If you're taking the money out next day, then you just get it like Venmo works and you take the money out for the next day. If you're getting your money the same day, like immediately, meaning, and this happens, people are standing in the grocery store line and they realize they don't have enough in their bank account to pay for groceries, they just need a little bit more, then it is a $2.99 fee. But sometimes the employers cover that. Sometimes the employers subsidize it. Sometimes they leave it up to the employee. So it's really up to you.
Okay. So there's lots of ways to address that. Now, let's talk about this wallet. Give me more information about how this thing works.
So just like any other wallet, right? So when you sign into Daily Pay, you're activating the Daily Pay digital wallet. And as you're working, the money is accumulating in the wallet. So it's just there for you to use, and you can use it if you want to pay a bill, save something, send it to a friend, whatever you want to use it for. The cool thing is that in addition to your regular earnings, like if you worked your shifts at Dick's Sporting Goods or somewhere else, this also holds money that you get for tips. So if you work at a restaurant and instead of having to wait for Friday when they disperse all the credit card tips, you can get them as you work, like it used to be in the days when I was a waitress. Or if you are if something happens with your paycheck and your payroll was just a little wrong and they have to correct your payment, maybe you worked an extra shift or something was down, that all of that goes right into your Daily Pay wallet solution, and it's there for you. Makes it really simple. But the coolest thing is the transparency. When you can log in and see, I've made $410 and it's 3 days until payday, you can actually start to budget smarter and think, okay, I can pay off this high interest credit card, or let me pay this bill before there's a late fee. And what we see is that the average person saves $1,200 a year in overdraft fees, late fees, and non-sufficient funds that they normally would pay just because the timing's off.
Wow. Okay. So interacting with this wallet, I'm trying to make sure I understand where this fits into my day. So is this, obviously, especially at CES this year, there's a lot of talk about crypto. Is this a crypto wallet or is this something else?
No.
Okay.
This is just a regular good old money wallet as it stands right now.
Fantastic. So we're not worried about fluctuations in the value of the money that we've.
Yeah. We don't have to have the decentralized financial conversation right now, or government owning rights.
Fantastic. So SEC, no concerns here.
We're good. We're
look
good
over there. So this is like an advanced display system where you can constantly see how much money you have. Your money is put into kind of like a checking account type situation.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. And it's real time, so you can see. So in the morning you wake up and you're like, oh, do I really need to go to work today? Halfway through, you open up the Daily Pay app and you're like, yeah, good thing I came to work today. This is good.
For sure.
A little more motivated. Yeah.
Okay, that's super cool. And as an employer, how complicated is this to sign up?
It's not complicated at all. We've literally we've integrated with over 6,000 different financial institutions and systems. So chances are, whatever you're using for payroll, time management, we've got it. And it's just, you know, flick of a switch, a couple file integrations, and you're ready to go.
That's wild. Okay,
Yeah.
so if employers want more information, and I can guarantee they're going to, how can they get more information or contact you to sign up?
Dailypay.com. They can find all the information they want on our website, or Jeannie Weldon. You can find me on LinkedIn, and I'm happy to connect you with our team.
Fantastic. Well, I really appreciate this. This is a cool solution. I'm super stoked about this, and I cannot wait to investigate it a little bit more on my own.
Check it out. Yeah, go to the website, check it out. And if you are watching this and you are here at CES, we've got some really great swag, so come by the booth.
Oh, you've got a lot of stuff on those shelves, don't you?
I know. Yes, we do, including these awesome bags, which we're sharing with people. Everybody needs them. There you go.
Very nice. And that's a cool looking booth, by the way. I just have to say.
Thank you. I'll tell the team. They'll be really happy.
Well, thank you so much for coming and taking the time to talk to me today. And hopefully you'll have a great rest of your CES.
Thanks, you too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Super cool. I love systems like that. That really do make life better, right? That was the goal of that product, is just to make life better for people. I see that our next guest is here, though I don't see that that we've got them checked in yet. Hopefully we'll have that done in just a second. He is. But you know, we've got all kinds of cool stuff going on today. And that's the thing about CES and our coverage in particular, right? We talk about this a lot. We want a lot of different types of companies to show up. And, you know, we never quite know what it is that we're going to be talking about from minute to minute. Last year, I think in a single hour, we talked about a portable battery powered blender and also government communication software. So, you know, that's the wonderful thing about CES in general and the TPN CES coverage in particular. But I do see we have our next guest here. Hello.
How are you? My name is Jerry Wellman. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Tell me a little bit about CarePredict.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to. First, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. CarePredict is a digital health company, and we've developed a wearable device called a Tempo, which is a wearable device specifically designed for seniors. And what it does that's quite unique is that it's actually measuring their activities and behavior patterns, specifically based on their signature eating patterns, bathing patterns, based on the changes in kinematics of their wrist. So, for instance, when they go into the dining room in their home or in a senior living community, we install these products across all of senior living, you know, so independent living, assisted living, memory care, and then now also in the home setting. But when we install these, we install beacons that give us the context and the location. So this is fundamentally different than most wearables or even conventional wearables on the market, which are looking for really gross motion, maybe a step count, subtle change in that acceleration.
Sure.
We're looking at the individual is in a particular room, which we know based on our beacon, our context beacon. And then once we know they're in, say, the dining room and they bring food from table to mouth, it picks up their unique eating gesture.
What?
Yeah. So then we know exact durations, whether they're skipping meals, you know, and so that is really the key to the technology, is built on that foundational fact that changes in activity patterns actually precede a health decline. And actually those changes are much earlier then you would see a change in a vital sign or a physiological measurement, right? I went through a period of depression, and during that depression, I had abrupt changes in my physical activity levels. I had sleep inversion, where I wasn't sleeping that much at night, and I was sleeping more during the day.
Okay.
I was skipping meals and then eating more meals than I should have at night. I wasn't socializing as frequently as I used to during my baseline, and I was avoiding bright lights. So avoiding outdoor ultraviolet light, and then indoors keeping it dark. And our wearable picks up all of those changes autonomously. So that's really the key to our system, is really collecting those unique specific data sets that have context and location, and then feeding our deep learning engine to really make predictions on when a senior is at risk for a fall, depression, malnutrition, or even a urinary tract infection.
Wow, that is wild.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
very exciting. We've been around since 2013.
Okay.
And we love CES. I wish I was there in person right now. It's our favorite, one of our favorite. Well, it's my favorite show, but
mine too.
Yeah, and so, but I think we'll get there. We'll get back to the in person, hopefully next year.
Yeah, that's our hopes as well. So okay, let me. I think you've been on the TPN show before, because the name sounds familiar. The Care Predict sounds familiar, but I don't think we have talked. So I'm gonna go into detail here. So beacons sounds like there's multiple parts to this system. The beacons are things that go into particular rooms that allow you to like ping and know where you are, Bluetooth LE or something like that.
Yeah, so we built the system consists of the wearable device, and the wearable. I'll take this off just so you can kind of see it more. The wearable has a host of different optical sensing technologies. So optical sensing for heart rate, has pulse oximetry to measure blood oxygenation levels, temperature, humidity, ultraviolet, ambient light, temperature, and then the accelerometer to measure really subtle changes in kinematics in my wrist, and then, connect those to unique gestures by myself. This is one piece of the system, the wearable. And then the other piece is the context beacons. And the context beacons actually are just pinging, and the wearables can ping those context beacons so we know what room they're in. We primarily use Bluetooth and active RFID, passive RFID, and Wi-Fi. So in a senior living setting, for instance, we actually use this. The seniors call this wearable device the magic bracelet, because it actually serves a variety of purposes for them. In the senior living setting, if they want, for instance, to change a television channel, they can just press the button, and it's a concierge button, and they can say, good evening, can someone please come change the channel for me? So then they have the staff can come and change the channel. If it's an emergency and they actually fall, the wearable picks that up and sends a message to the staff that, in fact, Susie has fallen. She is in the bathroom. So we know the exact location, and they can go and get her help as quickly as possible. The wearable also has, since it has RFID, we make most of the communities that we install in electronic doors. So this serves as their digital key. So they don't use a physical key. They swipe this on their suite, and it's like they're at Disney World. And you get your new key, your new Magic Band there at Disney World.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So multi-purpose device. So it's not like you feel like you're being tracked, right? It's not a device that just feels like it's not adding to your day.
That's an excellent point, right? Because there needs to be enough value there for the user.
Right.
And so the value when they have this device is, if there is an emergency, they can it can automatically trigger a call for help. For instance, if they fall and they can't call for help. If they want to communicate, they can talk two-way voice right from the wearable device to another person in their care circle.
That's my
in the
favorite.
home setting. Yeah, and so so we built off that. What we have launched this year with this new feature is Care Voice, and the idea is you can have a loved one's voice on their wrist. And it's a pretty simple idea, but pretty powerful, especially during this period now where, there's so much isolation. And the social isolation has led to so much depression. And we've seen this both inside and outside, seniors living in their own homes and seniors living in group living. And what Care Voice allows you to do is to give that senior reminders and help nudge them to make healthy, positive changes in their behaviors, and use the loved one's voice. So this could be the grandson or the granddaughter saying, "I love you, Grandma. I can't wait to see you tonight at the party." Or, you can have the mother say, "Remember, Mom, take your medicine, at lunchtime." So it has these reminders now with the loved one's voice, which can really, really drive, them to make those changes and it makes them feel like they're actually there with them.
That's fantastic. And the social isolation thing. I mean, even at CES on our tower, we're feeling it because we've got social distancing on our in-person show.
Yeah.
We're seeing and feeling this isolation thing in all aspects of our lives right now.
Yeah. We saw this in senior living in particular.
Yeah.
A lot of our customers, we're growing, and we've been growing pretty fast over the last couple of years. And what we found during this pandemic is that when it first began, and I guess it's now almost 2 years ago. Is that right?
Yeah. We literally started talking about it like 2 weeks after CES 2020.
Yeah.
Because there was a guy who found out he had it at CES 2020. A member of the media.
Yeah, just mind blowing. I mean, just how almost 2 years now. 2 years. So when we first heard of that, our really smart people at Care Predict, not me, but the really smart people, they had an idea that they recognized pretty early on that this SARS-CoV-2, this virus, could be particularly damaging and spread quickly in confined areas in congregate living and senior living in particular. So our team basically developed, almost like a 2 or 3 week turnaround, an entire digital contact tracing software platform.
Wow.
And this platform, since everyone has a wearable device in senior living, allowed us to do at the click of a button. If you found out that, Billy Bob was tested positive for SARS-CoV-2, he has COVID, you could go into our software called Pinpoint and basically select that individual and say who was in contact with him over the past 1 week or 2 weeks. And boom, within seconds now, you would know all the individuals that came in contact with him, and that you would test them and then isolate or quarantine those individuals within seconds. All digitized, everything saved, right?
Impressive.
So you know exactly what to do, which was huge. What we found during that period is right at the beginning of the pandemic, in the erring on the side of safety, they just shut everything down internally. They didn't really allow seniors to leave their rooms.
Yeah.
They were not socializing and having gatherings to eat anymore. Food was brought to their room. Family members, outsiders, no one was getting in, which makes sense because we didn't really know much about this virus.
Right.
But the problem is that led to incredible amounts of social isolation.
Sure.
And the depression levels were skyrocketing. People weren't exercising. They weren't taking care of themselves. They were scared. They were on high levels of, stress. Wasn't good. And so we saw the impact of this. So these tools really were developed in response to what we were observing and trying to make it easier for these seniors to live happy and healthy inside of senior living and also in their own homes. And since they were physically isolated, now we could connect them. Even if we're physically apart, we still can have your voice on their wrist.
Yeah, that's a really great addition. Now, if people want to find out more about your product, which they certainly are going to want to, how can they do that?
Please go to carepredict.com. And in fact, you could also email me if you want to provide that in the notes. I'd be happy to connect with them after the show.
Fantastic. Well, I really do appreciate you coming on. I know a second weird CES in a row.
Yeah.
For so many of us. I don't like being so comfortable doing CES from this studio. That I want the chaos of being back on the tower next year.
Yeah, I hear you. No, we'll have to do it for sure. We definitely missed the show, and we'll be there for sure next year. But thank you for the opportunity to speak with you and join you on this podcast for CES 2022.
Absolutely. I appreciate you taking the time, and we will see you CES 2023.
Thank you so much. Have a great one. Thank you.
You too. Bye. All right. And like we said, our show is all kinds of stuff. We never exactly know what it is that we're going to be talking about. We love a variety of unique products, and we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi there.
How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thanks. And you?
Doing very well. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay, great. Well, thanks first of all for having me on the show today. My name's Judith Bank, and I am Head of Global Marketing for Shore Pet Care.
All right. And tell me about Shore Pet Care.
Okay, so Shore Pet Care, as the name implies, is a pet technology company. We've been attending CES for a number of years. We're very sad, unfortunately, to be attending just virtually this year. But we have been attending and exhibiting over many years the suite of connected pet technology products that we have developed for cats and dogs. And we're really excited this year that we have a new product, the latest product in our connected ecosystem, which is a water bowl, connected water bowl for cats called Falacqua Connect.
Okay. I believe we've had you on the show before. I'm pretty sure,
You have,
okay.
yes. I wasn't sure whether you'd remember, because I'm sure you have a blur of interviewees, come CES. But yes, we met a few years ago and we were talking about connected feeders that time, I think.
Yes, I believe you talked with Todd Cochran.
That's
on
right.
that one.
Yes. Yeah.
I was behind the desk for that one.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I knew I recognized the name.
Yes.
Fantastic. So we talked about a feeder before. Super cool product. So where does this fit into the ecosystem?
Okay. So this, as I mentioned, it's part of the same ecosystem. So we have a single Shore Pet Care app that enables you to run a number of products that work sort of interactively and together within the same ecosystem. So previously we were talking about our connected feeder. We also have a couple of connected pet doors as well that link into the same system. And then now we have added the latest product, Falacqua Connect. Now, as I mentioned, it's a connected water bowl. In fact, I have it here, if I can quickly hold it up to camera here so you can take a look. So you can see it's a nice, shallow, open water bowl here where, I'm just trying to move it in, there we go, where the cat drinks from, with an airtight reservoir that's feeding into the water bowl here.
Okay.
It connects to the app, so not only is it delivering nice fresh water to your cat in a very cat-friendly design, that it is also monitoring what they're drinking as well.
Okay.
If you have more than one pet, it's going to identify each pet in the household using either their standard identification microchip, or if they're not microchipped, then there is also a collar tag that you can hang on their collar to use to identify them instead. So if you have multiple cats, that's not a problem. It's going to recognize which of your cats is drinking, and each time they visit the bowl, it's going to monitor how much they're drinking, how long they're drinking for, how frequently they're drinking. So obviously, how much your cat is drinking is a sign of their health. You know, it makes sense that making sure they're eating and drinking properly is important. But particularly for cats, actually knowing what's the normal drinking behavior for your cat's really important, because a change in drinking behavior can be a really key indicator and an early indicator that maybe there are some changes going on with their overall health and well-being. And it's the kind of thing, you know, that busy cat owners are not always going to notice straight away, particularly if you have more than one cat. You may see the water in the bowls going down, but you don't really know exactly how much is being drunk and which pet is drinking. But actually a changing drinking behavior is or can be an early sign of conditions such as diabetes, kidney disease, even hypothyroidism, which are all fairly common conditions in cats, particularly as they begin to age. So it's just another really nice part of the ecosystem to monitor that additional indicator, so that, you know, you can be really proactive pet parent in terms of understanding how your cat's sort of normal routines and behaviors are changing as they evolve, changing as they age. And so you can potentially then evolve their care to meet those changing needs as well.
Okay, so a couple things. First, I had forgotten about the microchip thing until you said it. And I remember that being my favorite part
Yeah.
of the product. Second, this is definitely designed by the same team.
Absolutely. It's got a certain look about it, hasn't it? Yes, you're right.
Absolutely it does. You
Yeah.
held it up and I'm like, oh, that looks familiar.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, for us, these are devices that are going to sit inside people's homes, in their
Right.
kitchens, and, you know, their living areas, where you are day in, day out. We want them to look beautiful as well as be functional as well. So yeah, absolutely. A lot of time and effort goes into the design.
Yeah, and I love the look. I remember thinking that, I think it was 2020 you came on the show.
It was, yes, that's right, 2 years ago.
And the reason I remember that is because you were actually in our CES 2021 opening video.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's great.
Because the product was really interesting looking, and so it made
Yeah.
for a really cool, like, quick hit
Yeah.
video
Yeah.
in our intro. So I
Well-
saw that design so many times
Yeah.
while doing editing last year.
And I'm sure you're probably, you know, what you're particularly remembering is, you know, this sort of curved hoop around the back here. And I mean, that's actually the microchip reader. That's the RFID reader. And so obviously our feeder has a similar style of reader. It's somewhat of a challenge when you're designing for pets, because, you know, they don't always understand why certain product elements are there. You know, we have to design the product to be really user friendly, not only for pet parents, but for cats, for dogs, you know. And certainly when it comes to cats, we know that felines can be a little bit fussy. We know they don't always like putting their heads into enclosed spaces. So, you know, we've designed this as to be as sympathetic as we can to that, you know, still having some nice open space here so the cat can see through to the back. And then, as I mentioned, working to make the bowl as cat friendly as possible. We actually worked with leading veterinary and animal behavior specialists to design, you know, pretty much every element of this product to be as appealing as possible to cats.
Sure. And the fact that Commander Worf could be at home standing behind that, because it definitely looks like the bridge of the Enterprise, is a benefit for me.
Absolutely. Well, another nice thing about it, in all seriousness, is that it's battery powered. So you're not going to have to be, you know, limiting it to being near a mains power supply. So that not only gives flexibility to the pet parent, they can place it anywhere in their home that they like to. But again, as I mentioned, some cats are quite particular about where they want to eat and drink. So you can place it in a nice, quiet, comfortable place in the home for them, where, you know, that's going to encourage them to visit the drinking station and stay nicely hydrated.
Understood. Yeah, that's super cool. So is this on the, okay, no, I got to ask this first. So it's battery powered. So how long does the battery last? Is it a replaceable battery or rechargeable battery? How does all that work?
Yeah, sure. So all of our products, the batteries last for at least 6 months. We always say at least. In practice, it's quite a bit longer than that. It does have low battery indicator, and certainly when you're in the app, you can check on all of the battery status of all of your devices to see where you're at, and you will get warnings as well when batteries are running low on the product. Unfortunately, they are not rechargeable at the moment. They are just standard replaceable batteries, but there's certainly plenty of battery life there and plenty of warning when they need changing.
How? What kind of battery is it?
It's a C-cell battery.
Okay.
So one of the like larger cylindrical ones.
Easily acquired. That's
Easily
the important part.
acquired. Yeah, definitely. We make sure that all of our products have very standard size batteries that are easy to obtain and change.
Sure. Excellent. Because that's not always the case, right? If it were 2 button cell batteries, Radio Shack's not around anymore. It would be a whole lot harder to find those.
Right. Yeah. No, just very standard battery size.
Fantastic. And is this product on the market already or coming soon?
It is available on the market already. The other thing I wanted to just quickly mention, I've obviously mentioned the ecosystem of products that we have, and they all do require an additional internet hub as well. We have had a little bit of fun with the design of that. I don't know whether you remember it from when I was on the show before with the Feeder Connect, but we have designed it to look like a little cat with flashing ears. And so you do need that home hub to connect all of the devices. It's just one hub per household.
Okay. And what kind is it? Do they all wirelessly communicate back with that hub? Is that, and then that like goes out to the internet? Is that how that works?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So you plug the hub into your internet router, and then it will then communicate with each of the devices that you have within your home. So you can connect up to 10 devices through the same internet hub. And then once you go into the app, as I mentioned, you can view all of the devices within the same app. And you can also, if you have multiple pets, you can look at all of their various different behaviors, comings and goings, eating, drinking, all from a single pet profile. The other nice thing about the app is you can invite additional users to join your sort of pet household, if you like. So if you have pet sitters, family members, perhaps looking after the pets for you, they can all join in the fun and also have access to all the data within the app.
Got it. That's really cool. So what kind of range does this hub have on it, or how does that work?
So the hub, we do recommend, and I'm sorry, I've just realized being European based, I'm going to quote meters at you rather than feet.
That's fine.
We do recommend that where possible that the hub be placed within 10 meters of the device. But certainly within most home setups, that's fairly achievable.
Okay. Gotcha. No worries on that. Now I'm getting questions from the chat.
Okay.
And where did I just see? Is there a monthly fee?
There is no monthly fee, no. So it's a single one-time purchase of the hardware. So the device, the Falaqua Connect device, and then the hub, and then you're good to go. No additional subscription.
Perfect. I think that's going to make a lot of people very happy. Well, I really appreciate you coming on and giving us information on the new products. If people want to find out about this and the rest of the ecosystem, how can they do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you would like to find out more, please do visit our website. The address is shurepetcare.com, and that Shure is spelled SURE, petcare.com. And you can find all the information there about the Falaqua Connect that we talked about today, as well as the other products as well.
Fantastic. Well, this is a cool product to go along with your previous cool product. That's really great. I'm definitely going to go check out the rest of the lineup as well, because there's been, like you said, there's been other products since we last spoke. So that's super cool. Thank you for coming on and updating us.
Welcome. And thanks so much for having me. Great to see you.
Absolutely. Hopefully we will be back together at CES 2023. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was super cool. I always love, we talk about this a lot. I always love getting updates from companies that we've enjoyed in the past. And obviously we really enjoyed this from 2020, so much so, like I said, that we had it in the intro video from 2021, and is a great addition to the lineup. I don't know what our current schedule is looking like. If we have a little bit of a gap, I know we have a gap in just a little bit. I'm actually going to play the 2020 interview for everybody so that you can see what we were talking about with the similar design and everything from the feeder that she and I were just talking about to the water bowl. But like we've been saying, we never quite know. And the fact that these two products were back to back, if you're watching live, you may have noticed that the conversation that we had with the last two guests were very similar, but with very different purposes. They're both about watching behaviors through analytics to determine changes in health. Right. The first one, Care Predict, was all about people with the little wristband and being able to watch for behaviors in eating and bathing and things like that to indicate that there might be a change in health conditions. And that's exactly what we were doing here. We were talking about changes in behavior, changes in eating and drinking habits to indicate a change in health condition. Just in this case, it's for cats. So that's a really cool kind of comparison. We know that health tech in general has grown immensely in the last couple of years, especially at CES. If you go back just a couple of years, there wasn't a whole health tech section. I remember when they added it to the show floor, and now the health tech and the pet tech categories take up a huge portion of the show floor because they are such an important aspect of the consumer electronics space today. So you've got truly a lot going on. Well, I believe our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
I'm Fabian Battaglia, CEO of Mobix Labs, based in Irvine, California.
Okay. And tell me about your company.
Well, Mobix Labs is a fabless semiconductor company. We're focused in two primary areas. One is wireless, and we develop innovative solutions for 5G. And when I say 5G, we focus on the millimeter wave spec of 5G.
Okay.
And we have another division which is involved in connectivity, which we call AOCs, active optical cables.
Okay. So for consumers, the 5G millimeter band is what like T-Mobile calls UC. Like if you see 5G UC show up on your phone, that's what we're talking about here, right?
Yes. And it's from a spec standpoint, it's the 24 to 44 gig space as opposed to sub 6 gig, which is most commonly used today for 5G, which is really only incrementally better than what you have in 4G LTE. So when the millimeter wave space becomes adopted, the performance on it will be drastically better.
Yeah. I actually, I have from time to time, interestingly, not in the studio, but in mission control out there. I get UC out there, but not in here. And so I actually did a speed test comparison on the same device in the studio and then in mission control. And it is wildly different.
Yes. Yeah. But there are some challenges with it. And that's why there's a lot of innovation going on right now. And
sure,
we're a big part of that. There's the physics involved in transmitting and receiving signals at that speed, become a challenge. Because the millimeter wave signals, they don't travel through walls or glass or foliage or weather, not nearly as well as the 4G LTE. signal does. So there's some challenges associated with that, but that becomes an opportunity for us. And we think that we've got a very innovative solution, economical, innovative solution with some pretty cool features.
Very cool. So let's talk about where you fit into that ecosystem.
Okay, so we develop ICs that effectively what we do is we connect from the antenna all the way back to a baseband processor in a modem or a radio. And so the company was founded on our flagship device is what we call a beamformer. And a beamformer is the technology used for in 5G, specifically a millimeter wave, because of the challenges that we were just talking about. So we developed a front end or a beamformer device, and now we're also developing some circuitry, some chips that go around that. And then as we go down the signal path from the antenna all the way back to a baseband processor. We don't provide the processor, but we provide everything else within that block diagram.
Okay. And which side of the communication do you specialize in, or do you do both sides?
Well, what our chips would go into, we're targeting the infrastructure market. Right?
Okay.
So, and it's full duplex receive transmit. And what we're targeting are what our customers would be are those that would be developing small cells or repeaters or access points. That's our primary target. Now we would fit into other applications. We would fit into a cell phone, but that's not our primary target, today.
Okay. Gotcha. So you're on the not necessarily on the consumer side. You're not trying to put here.
Right.
You're focusing more on the towers and the repeaters and
yes, what we
hardware
call,
like that.
Yeah, what we call the infrastructure side.
Okay.
Although now we've been exposed to some other interesting applications, and one in particular is automotive.
Okay.
And so we're seeing more opportunities and more potential use cases for millimeter wave, in those markets.
Okay, that's interesting. And I always love, and this happens a lot at CES, and it's why so many of us are disappointed to not be on the show floor, is the conversations that you have where I built this product, and then you have a conversation at CES, and you're like, oh, well, you could use that for this, and you're like, well, I would never, given 100 years, I never would have come up with that.
Yeah, well, that's one of the cool things about 5G and specifically in the millimeter wave space. I mean, there are use cases which some that we can't even think of right now. So in getting into medical type applications, and as I mentioned, automotive, autonomous vehicles, and things like holographic applications, and you think about how we now even with COVID, I mean, it's made it even as far as the bandwidth required to do the things that we do on a day-to-day basis. If you think about how we work, how we communicate, how we educate, how we entertain ourselves, and it's becoming bandwidth is going to become very, very important for some of these advanced use cases. And again, as soon as we figure this out, I think there's going to be other use cases that we can't even think of right now, which are going to become a reality.
Yeah, for sure. Right before we started talking, I was talking about how, just a couple of years ago on the show floor, there was not a dedicated health tech space, and now, it's a huge portion of the show floor, because once somebody said, well, we could do this with a fitness band. Oh, well, everything changed. Now you got stuff built into the uniforms of professional athletes. Right. As soon as you start messing around with something, you come up with new ideas.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So the use cases again and what we're going to enable going forward are very exciting.
Yeah. It certainly sounds like it. Now, obviously, this doesn't, like you said, you're not focusing even on the consumer product so much as the infrastructure right now, but we've got a wide audience. if people want to find out more about the things that your company are up to, or engage you possibly in a cellular repeater product or something, how can they do that?
Well, they can contact us. We have our website, mobixlabs.com. We have our sales group is we have a pretty far reach. We are global, but mobixlabs.com is the best way to understand and become familiar with what we are offering and what we're working on. And we're relatively new. Mobix Lab has been in existence for about a year and a half.
Okay.
Although the foundational technology that it's based on started in 2017. And the idea then was to build a portfolio of IP.
Okay.
And patent that IP. So we had a group of really smart guys that had architected this technology, and the idea at that point was to position it to even be acquired. And in about a year and a half ago, we decided that the technology was so strong that we wanted to productize it, and that's when we formed Mobix Labs. And so we took that portfolio of IP and we turned it into a chip.
Very cool. Well, I got to tell you, I'm watching our chat right now, and I can see that there are people having conversations about implementations of this. You've got the audience really excited.
Right, and that's what it's really going to take. The interesting approach that we've taken at Mobix Labs is, today the technology and our engineers, not just at Mobix Labs, but as a global community, the engineering community has gotten so good. But the challenge becomes with technology this advanced is making it economical. And what we've done and what our team is really good at is taking kind of a theory to practice approach and coming up with solutions which are economical, right? Because if you can't make it economical, it's not going to become pervasive. It really doesn't benefit anybody, right? If you can't produce it in high volume at a price point where everybody can use it. So we feel like we're contributing to that in making millimeter wave a reality, so that we can enable all these cool applications, and we're making great progress, to that end.
Very cool. Well, I definitely appreciate you coming on and talking about this. I know sometimes people panic and they're like, well, I don't really target the consumers directly with my thing. And I'll tell you, based on what's happening in the chat room, that's not a concern here. So I appreciate you coming on and talking.
Yeah, happy to be here. Thank you.
Absolutely. And have a good rest of the event.
We're at the show. Yeah.
You are.
Yeah, we're at the show. And interestingly enough, unfortunately, we've had, some of our customers decided not to attend. We've had some meetings virtually, but actually we've got a very packed schedule, and we had a great meetings today so far. We have some more this afternoon and more tomorrow. So it's unfortunate, but we got to give this COVID thing a good punch in the nose and get it behind us.
Agreed. And no, their technology has nothing to do with it, conspiracy theorists.
That's
right. Anyway, I appreciate you taking the time to come on and talk about it. Cool technology, and I'm glad you're focusing on it.
Great. Thanks.
Have a good rest of the show.
All right. Same. Bye-bye.
All right. So for those who are not currently in the chat, over on Twitch in particular, you definitely should be, because I see conversations about different ways that technology could be used. And interestingly, I'm going to connect it with a conversation you guys were having about the product before it, the Shure Pet Care, that somebody asked, does it work on cellular? Well, there are problems with that. There are issues when you bring cellular things into the house. But obviously something like this working on 5G, we know that a lot of products are, if they try to include cellular, and I know this from some products I've worked on in the past, if they try to include cellular, they don't try and use the most modern technology. They don't try and use the one that's ubiquitous. They try to use the oldest that's still functional. In this case, 3G until I think the end of this month. And so if you go with something more advanced, you go with 5G millimeter. You see what T-Mobile and Sprint call it. If you include that technology in what you're building, then you don't have to worry so much about future proofing, right? Because you've already done that. You've already accomplished that future proofing. So you could take something like the Shure Pet Care, the water bowl, and include 5G millimeter in it. It's got longevity. It's got that backup in case your Wi-Fi or your home internet goes down. It's just kind of an all-around good idea. So that's pretty cool. What all have we got over here? It's very maker friendly. That's an interesting comment. So you don't have to be a professional hardware designer to include their technology in what you're building, which I think is pretty cool. I also see talking about some of the other products from Shure, that like the things that can automatically, I don't know if Shure has this. I know we talked to 2 of them during CES last year, where you can automatically open and close sliding glass door from remote. That is a technology, I got to tell you, that is a technology that I love, and I'm annoyed that I have not included into my own life. It's such a cool technology. We talked to one company last year that had done it differently than kind of everybody else, that allowed you, it worked both as like a lock, because so many of us put a thing in our sliding glass doors and windows to keep them from being able to be opened, right? And this functioned as that, and functioned as a way you could talk to your virtual assistant whose name starts with A, and ask her to open and close the door. So if you're across the house and the dog needs to go out, you don't have to stop what you're doing and go deal with that and then come back. You can literally just have the door open, which I think is pretty cool. I see something about a joke being selfish. I'm not going to engage on that because I don't know what's happening. There might be a shrimp in the chat. Anyway, so we've got a little bit of a gap right now. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to pull up the old Shure Pet Care interview that we were talking about between her and Todd from CES 2020, where they talked about the feeding product that I absolutely loved, and you'll be able to see what I was talking about with the visual comparison between the new product and the feeder. And if we end up with a guest, we'll come back. If not, we will keep going to video, and we will be back shortly. Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J. And with Blueberry, the community that gives creators the power to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get a 30-day free trial by using promo code Blueberry004.
And we have Judith Bank with us. And hi, and you're from Sure Flat Microchip Pet, is that correct?
Well, the company name is Shure Pet Care, and
Shure Pet Care,
and the product name is the Shure Feed Microchip Pet Feeder Connect.
Oh, okay. So, what do we have here?
Okay, so we have a feeder designed for cats and small dogs.
Yep.
It's microchip enabled, so it's going to recognize the standard identification microchip that many cats and dogs have implanted, obviously, in case they ever get lost, so that they can be reunited with their owner. If your pet's not microchipped, it also comes with a free collar tag. You just pop that on your pet's collar, and you can use that instead.
I got you.
So once you set that up, and it's very, very easy, it's a one-button learn process to set that up, then every time, let's call them the authorized pet, approaches the feeder like this.
Yep.
The microchip reader here is going to read their unique microchip ID.
And for those of you that didn't see it, the basically the food trays have now become exposed.
Exactly. So now the pet can eat, and as soon as they then walk away from the feeder and it can no longer read their microchip, the lid's going to close. So it's great if you've got multiple pets in the house, you've got perhaps they're on different diets, you want to make sure that the right pet gets the right food. And also make sure that not one pet gets more of their fair share. So that's the first
So how do you prevent two kitties from getting, because my cats, when,
Mm-hmm.
or my daughter's cats, when one's very aggressive,
Yeah.
and he tries to nose his way in.
Yeah.
So how do you mitigate that?
Okay, so the first common tactic for this, and it's not actually a problem that happens too often, but if it does happen, they sometimes try to sneak in around the back here. We have an optional hood accessory that clips on the back and just completely closes off this area. What tends to happen if they try to barge their way in through the front is they actually push the original cat out the way, and then of course the lid closes.
Gotcha.
So that's the first part of how the product works. What we've also done is we've app connected the product and we've integrated weighing scales. So now using the Sure Pet Care app, you can set up your pet's meal plan. So you specify what the ideal portion size is, and then as you add food into the bowl, and you can do that just by manually opening the lid here.
Sure.
Okay, then I've got some M&Ms in. Just imagine there's
Yep,
some
it's
cat
cat
kibble.
food, yep.
So you put the food in, and as you put the food in, it weighs it out for you. And these LEDs here are going to show you when you get to exactly the correct weight.
Okay.
Now, 60% of cats in the US are overweight or obese.
Yep.
So it's a really good way of making sure that you're consistently feeding them the right amount every day. Because it's got scales, it can then also track how much they're eating, and it will also report to you via the app how much they're eating and when they're eating. So as for humans, if cats are feeling, or small dogs are feeling under the weather, it's a really good way of seeing early on, actually, there's been a change in their feeding patterns. Perhaps there might be something that we need to go and see the veterinarian about.
Right. It's interesting because my mom has indoor cats, and then they have barn cats.
Right.
And the barn cats free feed.
Yeah.
But the indoor cats don't. But it seems like the barn cats they don't get fat. It must be they're getting enough exercise running around doing something, whereas the house cats, they're not getting as much exercise, so they have to control the feeding on it. So I've always kind of laughed a little bit, but most people have their cats in the house. Most people are in the country and don't have barn cats too.
Yes.
So
Yeah, no, that's right, and that's why it is so important to control how much, and particularly if you've got more than one animal in the house, making sure that each gets their fair share and no more than that. The other thing I just would like to mention is the hub here as well, because this is required to connect the product to obviously to the app. So this connects into your home internet router.
Okay.
And you can connect up to 10 devices to this one hub. So if you've got multiple pets, you can connect all of their feeders through the same hub there.
And there's actually, folks, for those of you that are watching, there is a LAN connection there, so you actually can wire it. Can you do? So is it required to be wired, or can you do Wi-Fi as well?
At this point, it's required to be wired.
It's wired.
Yeah.
But it basically is just the base station for that, or for other.
Exactly. And we have other products in our range as well. So we have connected pet doors and so on, and they all connect via the same hub.
Okay. What's going to be the retail on this?
So the retail on this is $179.99. The hub is an additional purchase of $70, but as I mentioned, it's just one hub, and then you're good to go for your whole sort of pet household.
So how does it go about then registering the cat if the cat's already chipped? So do you have to bring the cat
Yeah, let me show you how that works. So all you would do is there is a button on the rear of the product. If I just turn it around here, it's quite a small button. Oh, I'm sorry, it's now just registered.
Okay.
The cat. Let me move the cat out of the way for the moment until the lid closes. But there are a number of buttons on the back here, but one of them is just the Add a Pet button. So I just press this button here.
Yep.
As soon as I do that, the lid opens. And it may be quite hard for you to see on the camera, but there's a flashing LED here.
Sure.
Okay, so that tells me it's in learn mode. It's ready to learn a chip ID. So now what you would need to do is ideally encourage your pet to approach the feeder. So even if they're not ready to put their head all the way in, perhaps put some treats just around the front here, okay? And as soon as the animal approaches the feeder, you'll see that this LED stops flashing.
Yep.
That means it's now stored that pet's unique ID. So it's really straightforward to set up.
Nice. It speaks for itself. This is a product I think a lot of people are just going to see and say, "Yep, that works for me."
Yep.
And pets are almost like children to some folks.
They really are. They absolutely are.
So
They're part of the family.
Yeah. So very awesome. And you can actually set up Well, does it allow? It doesn't allow you to split feed. So
it doesn't allow you to split. Well, it doesn't allow you to split feed at different times. The lid opens for
Sure,
both
both
bowls.
sides.
But you can see, this one has been set up with 2 bowls. So if you
Yeah.
wanted to feed wet food alongside dry, you can. Or there's a single larger bowl insert if you're just feeding one food type.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for bringing this. What's the website to go to?
So the website is shurepetcare.com, and Shure is SURE petcare.com.
Thank you so much for being on. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks very
And
much.
Everything you're going to imagine you're going to see at CES, folks, whether it be healthcare, whether it be pet care, whether it be stuff for your brain, it's amazing. It really, really is.
So anyway, we are up to our next guest, Dan Bowden. Dan, how you doing?
I'm doing well, but my name's Michael Pivito.
Uh-oh. Well, I don't think your mic was on quite yet then either, so why don't you introduce yourself again?
Yeah, my name's Michael Pivito, and I'm with AOR.
Okay. So you're taking Dan's place, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I am taking Dan's place. I'm the head of the U.S. for the company. So
fantastic.
It makes sense to come over.
Fantastic. All right. So, Mike, why don't you tell us a little bit about what AOR is?
Yeah, so we're in the personal air filtration respiration business.
Okay.
So there are literally hundreds of millions of very cool people living in very cool cities, breathing really bad air. And a lot of them seek protection today. They wear masks.
Yeah, I mean, if you walk through the hall right now, you'd see 1,000 or 2,000 people wearing a mask.
Absolutely.
Right
the reality is those masks are flawed because they require 2 things: a filter to block stuff, and a nearly perfect seal to stop the little stuff. And that's where the problem lies.
And I think, as you're saying that, I think most people probably understand that. I mean, I know I look at people who are wearing a mask, and I'm like, there really isn't that much protection. I mean, I suppose there's a little bit of protection, but not that much. Probably more than anything else, and I'm just thinking out loud, is that maybe if that person is not feeling well, that maybe they're actually just wearing the mask so they're not coughing or sneezing on other people, which is fantastic that they do that, right? But other than that, there really isn't much protection for the inbound stuff.
Correct. That's exactly right. Bacteria is big, so having something like that with those so-called flaws is fine because that they're coughing out or breathing out, that's going to get captured.
Yes.
We're really in the air pollution is what we're dealing with.
Sure. So tell me a little bit about what your solution is.
Yeah, so what we found was we started kind of on at a filter level first, and we realized that we had an amazing filter in the lab. But when we started putting it on people, just like everybody else's, it's flawed because of this gap, this constant gap that's there. So we basically leaned into that and said, let's alleviate the seal altogether. So what we do is we have fans that'll never be bigger, louder, bulkier than first generation, but those fans draw in the air. Anything that's in the air is pulled in, and then it goes through a multiple stage of filtration down to a nano level. So by the time that the air hits the blades of the fan, 98.7% of PM 2.5, we captured it. So now that newly cleaned air is flushed to the front of the face from both sides until they collide. It forms a pocket, a turbulent pocket of clean air. So for every breath you have, the pressure's greater inside than outside, so nothing outside can get inside. The seal is formed by air pressure.
And you obviously have the device right here.
Yeah, so basically you can get an idea here. So this is our prototype. We're a tweener. We launched this year, July of 2020. But we wanted to be here. So this is where we are in our development cycle. This is Proto 1 we call. So proof of concept. So we're bringing in the air, we're drawing it in, it goes through our drivetrain chamber that is cleaning the air all the way through till it touches the blades, and now it's blown. You see an air pressure gauge in the front. That's to tell us the pressure is greater inside than outside. If it's not, the fans pick up. In other words, our target is a commuter in Seoul, Korea, about 2 hours a day. They live a filtered life until they're outside, and they're commuting to another filtered environment of work. They're right now going out, and if they're late for the train and they take off running, they're going to be taking air out of that mask. The pressure is going to go down. The system knows it, so the fan picks up, and you have a continuous flow of clean air, high pressure clean air, whenever you need it.
So you bring up a very interesting point. Are there parts of the world that, I think of LA, of course. I don't know if that's our worst community
It is.
in the country, but there are parts of the world that are significantly worse, correct?
Yeah, there are. I mean, the fastest growing market for personal air filtration is the United States.
Okay.
Small base.
Okay.
Right? Our business eventually in the U.S. will be industrial.
Okay.
That's heavily regulated, and that takes time. We'll get there. So in the beginning, it's going to be probably West Coast, New York City.
Okay.
If you're in a large metropolitan
Sure.
area, there's cars all around
Yep,
you.
yep.
Trust. The World Health Organization says 92% of all people on the planet are breathing unhealthy air. So even though you don't feel it, it's there. Obviously, if you're in Beijing or New Delhi, you feel it.
Right.
And you kind of see it when
Right.
you expel.
Right.
So, yeah, it's a secondary market for us initially, but as we get into industrial, medical, military, it'll grow.
I see. So are you, is that your goal basically, is to, I'm interested in your marketing of this product because, I'm not sure, right now, I live in North Dakota.
Yeah.
So, we have blue skies and this, we can't see our air unless it's snowing, so.
Yeah.
But there are parts of the country, you're right. I go to New York City and I feel so fortunate with where I live because I go there or in LA or whatever. And you're right. You can't leave the coffee shop and walk outside and not breathe exhaust fumes.
Absolutely.
Or everything else that's in the air, So I can see where people, I'm just telling you right now, personally, I think I would have a hard time with using this in a public environment, but in a work environment, I would see that. But
Yeah,
I think you need to, I'm just saying that with me, you'd have to educate me a little bit more, but I think I'm close right now. But
Well, I would say this. We live in a country where people are not, it's not a norm to wear a mask around.
Right,
So
right.
It'd be like if people wore headphones around like this all
Right,
the time.
exactly.
And then all of a sudden in our country, they don't. And so you show up, they're going, why is this guy wearing
Right,
a headset around?
right.
Well, it's an everyday occurrence in these cities. So we don't have a barrier of like, ooh, will they put something on their face? They're doing it every single day. It just doesn't work.
that's interesting because, the headphone analogy is really good because the reason we have these on in here is because the noise pollution in here is so crazy. You and I couldn't even have a conversation on the air that they would be able to hear unless we had these crazy headphones with these microphones.
Yeah,
right.
correct.
And everybody understands that when they're walking by that they know what's going on here because of that, right? So the same thing would be true here. And I would imagine. So I suffer from allergies.
Yeah, 25 million Americans have asthma. And you have a 40% greater episode of an attack in just moderate air pollution.
So if you wore this and that took that away, right there. Why would you not wear this, right?
Yeah. I believe that we know that there's all these other markets. Our first and primary objective is protect people from air pollution. We have a whole array and a big, giant, ambitious plan to do a bunch of other stuff later. But we got to first do this before anybody cares about the rest.
So you're launching the product in the second quarter of this year?
We launch it in July. This year. We
okay.
deliver in July of this year. We're taking orders here.
Oh, you are? Okay. Well, fantastic. And what does the unit run?
It's $350.
Okay.
It's a connected device. The other part I want to mention in here is right now you buy a mask that we know doesn't really work.
Yep.
But you don't know that.
Right.
You buy it, you put it on, and you assume it works. So we're the first ever device to tell you that because we have sensors. It's a wearable. That's why we're in this section.
Yes.
And it tells you what's in the air around you. Do you need to wear this? Are you protected or not protected? And so it creates what your battery life is like, what your filter life is like. So it's the first ever kind of connected device, and so it leads us to a kind of a runway. You imagine. When we get into an industrial setting, I grew up in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Okay.
Great place, hot, humid, oil refineries all around the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep.
You work in that condition, it's 92 degrees, 97% humidity. You are not wearing a silicone rubber mask on your face very long.
Right.
So this would allow us to work compliance. So the boss and foreman is going to know who's not wearing it, who should be wearing it, and it just helps them through their entire kind of chain of compliance.
Right. Filters, are they washable or do you have to replace them
occasionally?
No,
they're replaceable, and as a connected device, it tells you when. We know when there's 20% life left on the filter, you'll get a a warning on that,
Right,
and they'll tell
right,
you when the opportunity to order again.
And batteries as well, or
yeah, battery
okay.
charge for an hour, and you have a 5-hour life.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So, okay, fantastic. And where do we find out more information about this?
AO-air.com.
Very nice, Mike. It's been fantastic having you on the
thank
show.
you very much.
Thanks for bringing this along. This is what I love about CES is people who have innovative ideas that come here and share them with us. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate it too. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now, couple important things to note. And YouTube, listen close. That conversation about mask effectiveness was entirely about pollution. Air pollution is significantly smaller than viruses and bacteria. That was the whole conversation there. I know, Google, you're going to have trouble with that. But that... So in the chat, we were discussing while that was playing. This was January of 2020. This was mere weeks before, for us, everything went sideways. And then masks all of a sudden became important, but not necessarily this one, right? Because this one was specifically intended for those who wear them for air pollution issues. That was their primary concern. One of the questions was, did this ever make it to market? I believe that all the lockdowns and everything actually screwed up their intentions. So the last 2 years since CES 2020, we have followed a lot of the products that we started off with that just didn't make it to market or still in flux about what their futures will look like, because it was a rough time. Manufacturing, all you have to do is ask anybody who is looking for either an Xbox, a PlayStation, or a video card right now, how supply chain issues, particularly on the manufacturing side, have screwed up a lot of things. To know that a lot of products have been delayed, either because more focus was put into PPE at one point, or lockdowns backed up manufacturing, or certain products just weren't that important in the light of day. So did this come to market? Not as of yet. They are still taking, they still have their wait list. It does seem like the product is still coming to market, but it was a really interesting interview. As I think Michelle mentioned in chat. Yeah, Michelle mentioned in the chat that it was just before the conversation around masks suddenly became really important, but about medical grade masks, not these air pollution focused masks. So it was really an interesting time. It was almost as if there was a foreshadowing there that none of us could have possibly been prepared for. But everybody at the end of all of these interviews, everybody said the same thing, which I thought was really interesting, because Todd mentioned it, and Marlo mentioned it, and I've said it a couple of times today. We love variation. We love how different our guests are, and the products that they bring are. You can go today. We've literally gone from elder care to pet care. We then talked about 5G millimeter band technology. We never try to focus in on one thing, because as consumers, we all have different interests and different needs. And so, we try to represent that in our coverage as well. We're going to be swapping over here in just a few minutes. I will be leaving you for the day, and Alante will be coming in to take over. We've got some really interesting guests still to come. We've got Quickset is set to come on in a little while. We have a gaming PC company, Showcase PC, that'll be on a little later. There's one product that Alante and I both, when we were prepping for the show, both of us got excited about. It's a company that makes a light that helps with dyslexia. Now, I don't understand how, and that's why we have these conversations with our guests, is to better understand their products and what they're up to, and that product is coming up later today as well. And something that hits home specifically for those of us here in the South. We're here in Florida. We've got a product that will be coming up a little later about mosquitoes. So that's, I'm super stoked to hear what Alante has to say about that, to theoretically to round out our day. Now, of course, again, I'll remind you that schedules are always open to interpretation. Anything can happen. Guests get mired on the show floor in a conversation and can't get away to come to a segment or something like that. It happens. And with this remote stuff, it gets even more complicated. So we'll definitely see where things go for the rest of the day. Now, if you want to know what the rest of the schedule for today, tomorrow, and Friday currently look like, if you're live in the chat with us right now, you can put !schedule. If you're on Twitch, it will respond. The Nightbot will respond very quickly. If you do it on YouTube, it takes a minute before it responds for some reason. Don't have control over that, but you'll get a link to the full schedule in the chat. You can also see things like our studio kit. If you're interested in what it takes to put this room together, you can do !kit, and that'll give you information on that. And if you want to see all the commands that you can do, because there's a bunch. There's a CES team to learn about us and the other teams, the other shows that are part of the CES team. If you want to learn about that, is !commands, and you'll get a link to all of the commands that you can use. And that works both on YouTube and on Twitch. If you are not joining us on either of those platforms, you really should. The conversations that we're having, particularly over on Twitch, have been fantastic today. We've got a lot of people chatting over there, which, we always enjoy. We love when our audience gets super engaged. So definitely come check us out over on Twitch. You can either go to twitch.tv/PlunkitsLive, or you can just go to techpodcast.com and see the chat over there along with the live stream. It makes it real easy, and you can join in the conversation with all of the people who have been chatting along with us today. I am going to take off now. We will put on a video for one more video from 2020, another one that I really, really enjoyed. It's from a company called Crazy Cap. As a bit of a summary, it's a company that made, I showed the tumbler earlier, right? The CES 2022 tumbler. It's a cap that you could theoretically screw onto that. And what it does is it kills bacteria and stuff inside of the bottle using special UV light. And it doesn't just kill it, it pulverizes it, which is a really cool thing, especially, again, now. A lot of these products were just slightly ahead of their time. And the Crazy Cap I've seen in stores since then, which I think is super cool. It's always fun for us. We see all of these companies and we don't necessarily ever see the product come to light at the end, but it is always fun when we get to see one of these products out in the store. Todd was talking about it earlier. Sometimes you see them come to market under the name that we talk to them as, and sometimes we see them come to market under other names, either because they've been white labeled, which is what we hope, or somebody took their idea, which is not what we hope. But sometimes we see it come exactly as we saw. Sometimes we see changes between our conversations and when they come to market. But yeah, so we're going to take a look at the interview from Crazy Cap from 2020. And when we come back, Alante will be here. So for myself, I appreciate everybody who has joined us today and all of the great conversations that we have had in the chat room. I will be joining over in the chat going forward. I know the team out in Mission Control has been active in the chat as well. Michelle's going. So I appreciate all of our team for doing that. I will see you back tomorrow at about the same time as we toss around between the Vegas Tower, the Vegas show floor, and here back in the remote studio. So with that, I will see you tomorrow, and Alante will be here in a little while. Enjoy Crazy Cap. Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J. And with Blueberry, the community that gives creators the power to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get a 30-day free trial by using promo code Blueberry004.
Great scenarios. We have another guest.
We do.
Yeah,
Hello.
hi, my name is Abe.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome, Abe.
Nice to meet you.
And what have we got here?
Here we got a new water filtration technology that my CEO, Rakesh Grud, PhD and electrical engineer, came out. So what it does is you could take water when you travel internationally or you go on a hike, stream water or any tap water that could be bacteria or anything in the water that could harm you, that could make you fall sick right away.
Sure.
So what he did, he built in the cap a deep UVC LED technology so that when you apply the cap, you tap it twice. You can see it turns on the light.
Oh.
So the UVC will turn on inside and it will kill all bacteria in the water.
Wow.
So it'll make it safe to drink.
Wow. That is amazing. Yeah. And this is something that goes so far beyond hiking and just regular everyday
every
life.
household can have.
And there are so many places in the world that do not have clean drinking water.
Right.
The fact that you have this technology to be able to anesthetize the water rapidly and readily is absolutely amazing. Where did the inspiration for this come from?
So, as I said, my CEO Rakesh, he's from India, so he travels back and forth.
Okay.
So he once fell sick from drinking Indian water, so he decided he wants to
Giardia.
He's electrical engineer, so he's going to try to build a product that will help people not go through what he went through.
Do you mind if I see it?
Yeah, of course.
And is this an entire bottle or just the top?
We sell it two ways. We sell just the cap because this bottle is a very famous,
it's pretty common.
Everybody knows it, right?
Yeah, I've got about 8 of them in my kitchen with labels from shows that I got as gift bags.
So it's very. So if you have the bottle, if someone has a bottle that's personalized to them, they don't have to buy a bottle; they could just buy the cap.
Sure.
My favorite feature so far, right here, folks. If you have it in your backpack, it's not going to turn the light on for you.
Right.
It will not turn the light on until it actively has the pressure of connection.
Yeah. So you have to tap it twice.
Oh, twice.
So when you tap it once, you see the battery life. So you just tap
okay.
So you tap it once. If it's red, it's 25%. If it's orange, it's 50%. If it's green, it's 100.
Okay.
100%.
Man.
Okay.
And that is a nice tight fit on there too.
Yeah. So and we sell the bottles. We have a full line of unique bottles, 25-ounce, 17-ounce bottles.
Okay.
That we carry with our nice logo, CC, Crazy Cap. So.
Okay.
And the most interesting thing I don't have with me right now is the charging. So we have a patented charger.
I was going to ask about this.
So as you guys could see, that there's no holes or anything because we wanted to make sure that it's waterproof.
Yeah.
So we built a 360 charger that you simply put on top of the cap. It works wirelessly almost.
Okay. Okay.
Just put it on top.
Okay.
And from the other side is the USB port. So you just plug it in anywhere you go.
Sure.
And charge it once a week.
And, the one thing I've noticed about these bottles, because like I said, I have many of them, is the cleaning and exactly how fast, even just straight fountain water, things like that. Even if you go to the airport and use the little filtered water filler, if you leave that in there for 2 or 3 days, it really starts to stagnate.
Right.
Things like that. Bacteria starts to grow. Algae starts to grow. To know that you can kill those things, even coming, because as much as I hate to say it, most filtered water is just barely filtered.
Right.
It's not going through numerous micron filters, carbon filter, sand filter, things like that to truly remove all the bacteria, all the things that cause these
They
issues.
only trap it. This one destroys it.
Exactly. Whatever's in that filter is literally in that filter
Right.
until you replace it.
Yeah,
So if you
exactly.
run more water through it, it's running through a dirty filter.
Right.
And to know that this is using basically the same concept that any sterilization booth at a stylist, things like that, using UV lamps to put colors
This is a
under.
little bit different. This is
things like
UVC,
that. Yeah.
so it's healthier.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It shouldn't go any bad in the water.
Yeah, and it
Like that.
won't harm you to get on your skin, anything like that.
So, and also another technique that it has, I didn't show you guys. When you tap it twice, you turn it on. You can put on any of your device, your watch, your phone, your keyboard, anything that could contain bacteria.
Okay.
And you want to kill it, you could just hold it, like put it on your phone. Just hold it 2 inches away, and it will kill the bacteria on the phone.
Okay.
Cool.
So-
So you can
Added
sterilize
bonus.
devices like earbuds, things like
Yes.
that you're sharing with other people, that kind of stuff. That is
Yeah.
really forward thinking and another great use for that
So
product.
it's very universal.
Yeah.
So you're buying one thing, it retails for $59 just a cap. With a bottle, it's extra $10. It's $69.
Okay.
Very fair price. That comes very well packaged. Comes with the reusable bag. Everything in the package is reusable.
Okay.
Because
nice.
Well, another thing our company stands for is for going green. We want to help the world eliminate plastic. So everything in our packaging is reusable.
Okay.
So,
And so how long has this project been in the works?
Okay, so in beginning of 2018, he came up with the idea.
Okay.
And he built it till like 5 months ago. We had the second generation ready. So it used to be the first generation.
Okay.
That was a little bit longer, and it didn't have that many features. So when we went public, when we really launched it, we really wanted it to be much better for the consumer. So we cut it down. So like when you stick it in, it shouldn't be any water.
Yeah.
So we made it look much more sleek and much simpler to use.
And there are numerous other products similar to this out there. What makes things like Life Straw, stuff like that,
Right.
where even other portable bottles where they have little charcoal filters
Right.
on the top. And like I said, those are all filtering technology.
Right.
None of that kills Giardia bacteria.
Yeah, right.
None of that kills the bacteria that makes you sick.
Right.
Things
Yeah.
like that.
That
And-
just all traditional filters, as you said, they just trap it.
Yep.
Here it eliminates it completely. So you
And-
don't even have it. You know,
Yeah,
it
and
doesn't.
that's just it. When
Very
you're
cool.
done with the Life Straw, after its few uses, you just throw it away.
Right.
This is rechargeable. You keep using it, and it does 80 times better than what a typical
and it
filter
lasts up to
does.
500,000 water treatments.
Oh, okay.
The cap.
So that's
Wow.
that's a long time.
Yeah. So,
I can't even do the math as to how many liters or gallons that would be real quick.
Yeah, a lot.
A lot.
You
So
can use
a
it
lot.
for 2-3 years.
Wow.
I
Without
would say.
problem.
And
Yeah.
that's incredible for the price point.
Yeah.
So if people want more information about this, how can they get it?
So they go to www.thecrazycap.com.
Okay.
You can see our website. You can buy it there. You can see blogs in it. You can see our endorsements from CNET. They raised they wrote about us that we the best self-cleaning and purifier bottle out there. If you guys could see
saw
over
that,
here,
right?
we won the best innovation finalist at the Outdoor Retailer Show at the end of January.
That's awesome.
Wow,
as Forbes wrote about us.
that's major, man, because that's a huge event for outdoor
Right.
equipment, hiking,
Yeah.
all that
Very
kind
cool.
of stuff.
So there's a lot. Like everybody who I show it is like, oh, this is
Yeah.
something that I should get or
Yeah.
show it.
It's a good situation.
I am getting one for my bag for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
course.
thank you so much for coming and talking
Thank
to
you
us
guys.
today.
I appreciate
Absolutely.
it. And have
Yeah.
the rest enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. You too.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There we go. Hey, everybody. It's Alante. I'm here with the Tech Podcast Network. Sorry, everything's we're definitely rolling with the punches here. I'm on the forefront now. Hopefully we'll get to we'll talk to Quickset here in a minute. while we wait on that, talk about a couple of things here. We definitely had to make a lot of adjustments for this year, going, partially virtual, partially in person, and we're making it work the best way that we can. A lot of the interviews that we have set up here, not all of them are necessarily on time, or we might be. Some people might even come in a little early, or a little out of order, or something like that. So we're just trying to iron all of that out. But first thing I want to talk about, same thing Scott talked about at the beginning of his hour, is make sure to visit the Plugits Live, plugits.live/CES/shop. That's where you can get a lot of the merchandise we have set up there. You can get things from shirts to hats. We also have CES branded masks as well, all for this year with this lovely branding that we have going on here. You can see my tumbler. I'm not sure if we showed this one off yet. I know we had the mug here, but this one's my personal favorite because I'm definitely a coffee guy. But so there's that. He also talked about our sponsors here, so make sure to check them out. Those of you that are in chat, make sure you use some of the exclamation points that we have. There's exclamation point schedule that'll show you everyone that is supposed to come up. It's all a little rough, but that'll show you a lot of the companies that we have scheduled here and their times, and it should actually show you the entire schedule for the 3 days that we have coming up. So it looks like we do have our guest here from Kwikset. Am I speaking with Donnie?
Yeah, that's correct. Hello.
All right, fantastic. Go ahead. It's a pleasure to meet you. Go ahead and introduce yourself and talk about the company.
Yeah, so my name is Donnie Vihar, and a product marketing manager for Kwikset. And I'm responsible for Smart Lock products, the Halo line of products, which are all Wi-Fi enabled, as well as our connected products, mostly Z-Wave and Zigbee 3.0 products.
Fantastic. So what do you have to show us today?
Yeah, so I don't know if you can see in the background, but we do have our Halo Wi-Fi products that's already out in the market today. And there's 3 different flavors here. This one is biometric, your fingerprint. You use it to lock and unlock the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Can hold up to 100 fingerprints or 50 users capable of holding that. These are all managed by the Kwikset app. And This is the keypad version. And this is the touchscreen version here that you can see. So these are all already available in the market today. That brand is obviously having Wi-Fi is that it can connect directly without needing a hub to your home Wi-Fi network.
Excellent. All right, that's fantastic. What are the different price ranges we have for these 3 products?
Yeah, so let me review that quickly. This is the MSRP here is at $249 for the fingerprint, and the keypad is at $199, and the touchscreen is at $229 MSRP.
Excellent. Now, what are the major benefits of connecting this device to your home Wi-Fi?
So you're able to manage it remotely using your app. You don't have to be directly within the lock to be able to manage it. You can add users or issue a PIN code to a guest that you're expecting. You can do this all remotely.
Excellent.
And yeah, additionally, it has the ability, because you have that Wi-Fi connectivity. We have done cloud-to-cloud integration with the voice assistant. So you're able to control all these locks using Google Assistant or Amazon Alexa.
Okay. So you can actually tell it to what kind of commands can you tell it?
Yeah, so you can actually lock the door, or you can unlock it. That would be the the use case for it is to unlock it, and then you'll be prompted for your code, for your security code to allow it to unlock the front door or to
Gotcha.
unlock.
Okay, I wanted to make sure there wasn't anything like crazy cool that you can do with it. I mean, but this, that sounds really fantastic. I mean, to have something that you can, we're going into the smart home phase of this all, and so it's nice that the door locks are coming into that phase as well. I'm pretty familiar with the biometric locks. And it's nice to see that this one is, going into the smart home side of things. So
yeah, definitely, right? And just what I wanted to mention is people are concerned about, keeping it. So all your fingerprint locks, I wanted to mention and emphasize that it's kept locally on the lock, not on the cloud. So that's additional security that's been implemented with a specific lock.
Absolutely. Now let me ask you this. I'm assuming that these are battery powered, correct?
Yeah, these are battery operated. 4 AA batteries are included. The lifetime that we're saying is that depending on the use, right? If based on 10 uses, mean lock and unlock per day, the battery should last 6 months. However, if it's in use more than that, then you'll get a shorter lifetime, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense. Now, let me ask you this: how do you prevent things like remote hacking?
So, again, one of the features that I mentioned is that the fingerprint is kept locally on the lock itself, right? And there are encryption to the actual data that's being passed to the cloud. So that's encrypted data. So those are some of the things that were implemented in the locks itself to make sure that it's secure.
Fantastic. No, it definitely sounds like you guys took the measures to make sure that this is nice and safe and secure, even being on Wi-Fi. So that is fantastic. Now let me ask you, where can you find these products?
So the Halo products is available at any of the retail like Home Depot, Lowe's, and obviously Amazon.com as well. For Lowe's, it's in store, and Home Depot, they're all in store as well as on the .com that you can find these locks.
All right, fantastic. Are there any other points or features that you would like to talk about that I haven't touched on?
Yeah, there's actually another product that I wanted to cover, which is our Zigbee. This was released late last year, like November timeframe. This is our Z-Wave 700 version, our Home Connect 620, QuickSense Home Connect 620. And what makes it unique is that it's based on a Z-Wave 700. So with Z-Wave 700, better security, easier to enroll with your panel or your hub. Made it easier. We implemented a QR code to make it easier to install for the consumer.
Right.
And then our builder market is really keen on this product. MSRP is at $149.
Okay.
And it can keep up to 250 user codes that's available with this product. Yeah, our previous version of Z-Wave 500 only capable of 30 user codes. In addition to that, the distance is twice the range that was available with Z-Wave 500. So battery life is 18 months. So a year and a half, the battery would last with the Z-Wave 700 product.
That is a huge jump up. That's pretty fantastic. Can you, with any of these products that you've shown us so far, can you get anything like custom keys made for these? Okay.
So if you're looking at the physical key, this comes with all the products that I've covered. Halo and the Home Connect 620 has what we're calling the smart key security. So you can actually easily rekey this when someone vacates, like you have a rental place, or if you lose the key. As long as you have one of the original key available, you can rekey this to a different key in a matter of a minute, less than a minute.
Sure. Now, what do you do in the case of you don't have one of the copies of the key? Do you just
So
replace the
you
whole
will
unit?
need one original, or you will need to replace that portion of it.
That's understandable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to show off? I like what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah. Again, I just wanted to emphasize these products are available today.
Yeah.
And you can go to your retailers, right? Home Depot and Lowe's.
Yeah.
It will be there in store as well as online.
Excellent. So Home Depot, you mentioned Amazon and Lowe's and things like that. That's excellent. Thank you very much for taking the time to show off these products for me. And I look forward to I might have to go out and check out some myself.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have enjoy the rest of your show. All right.
All right. Take care.
All right. I really enjoyed this product here. We're pretty familiar with the biometric locks, like I mentioned before. They all work pretty well. They kind of work how you would imagine they would work. Usually their backups are having a physical key or entering some kind of digital code to get into, kind of bypass if you've failed the biometric lock too many times or something like that. So it's nice to see that, this is a market that's really jumping. It's really booming. And I hope that the technology keeps getting better. The battery life becomes more, the batteries last longer, things like that. But it also makes sense that, all of this isn't a matter of how much you use it. How many people are in the home that are constantly activating the mechanism. So that's excellent. It looks like we should have a showcase PC coming up here momentarily. So I'm looking forward to talking with them. One thing that I would really love from our viewers and from anybody that is watching, whether it be on Twitch or YouTube, I want you to comment about either things that your favorite things that you have seen so far, or things that you are anticipating. If you want to comment one or comment both, totally up to you. But and as a matter of fact, if you want to tag us on social media with these posts as well, I would love to see it. See what you are looking forward to, because this is our show, and we want to interact as much as possible. We've had a booming chat all day. And it's been a lot of fun talking about things both on topic and off topic. And thank you all very much for tagging in and telling us what you think about what has been going on so far. I'm glad that things have been running smoothly here. Day one is always a little painful, but it's been a great show so far. Everybody has been showing off good stuff. Trying to think of what was the name of the company that I interviewed before that they just showed off the newer version. Kono. That was my favorite at the time that I interviewed them, and it's probably my favorite so far. I love that they've come back. Yeah, Kono. Thank you, chat. Thank you. I love that they've come back with new versions of their hardware, because I was absolutely blown away when Scott can tell you, because I was the one that drug him there. I was the one that grabbed his attention. I said, this thing is crazy. And it was. And I'm glad to see that they're still around. I'm glad to see that they are bringing new hardware to show off their wonderful technology. Let's see here. What's chat saying? What is Kono? I missed it. So they actually have a device that can, using their spinning mechanism, can project whatever image 3D or not, can project our image wherever it's mounted. And I believe, if I remember correctly, you can pair multiple of these devices together to make bigger images. So like the most exciting potential thing that we were thinking about when we first saw it is this is what billboards could become. The thing I remember the most is they had just a little video of Pikachu, crawling around, running, and rotating, this 3D model that's rotating in this image, and it's all just from this this spinning wheel, and it was absolutely mind-boggling. I absolutely loved it, and I love a lot of the technology that we're seeing nowadays, using either that technology or something similar. Actually, there's a lot of augmented reality technology we've seen projected off of buildings and things like that, and I love it. I love it. It warms my little nerdy heart. It looks like we still have a couple of minutes here before Showcase PC shows up. Let me see, what do we have going on in chat here? Yeah, so if you're in Twitch chat right now, I did see somebody comment, what is Kono? We actually have they were on earlier, but we just posted the interview from 2017 where I first talked to Kono, where they were first showing off the technology. It'd be kind of cool to watch that video and then watch the interview that Scott just did not too long ago with them, and see how that technology has changed and upgraded. I really like the new design, and I hope we get to see that everywhere. Personally, let me see. Remember that rep for Cone? Yeah, he was actually really cool. Let me just take a moment here. I want to see what else we have coming up. So if we could just take a quick little break, and I will be back in just a few moments, and hopefully we'll have some more content for you. So let me just do we have the person? Okay, all right, cool. Never mind that. I lied. We actually have our next guest up. So let's see who we have here. Hello.
Hi there. Sorry, let me just get untangled. I'm a little caught up here in my microphone.
No worries.
1 second.
No worries. And you're from Showcase PC. And
Showcase PC. Yes, my name is
Cool.
Andrew Kuhlman. I'm the CEO of Showcase PC. I just stepped outside of CES. Our booth was going crazy, so I had to get away.
Excellent. Well, do me a favor. You've already introduced yourself, but talk about Showcase PC. What are you guys all about?
Sure, absolutely. So we make 3D and 4D and the world's first hologram gaming PC. So we sell PCs that you can actually put the hologram directly into the case itself and then build the computer yourself. Or we also sell fully assembled gaming PCs with any kind of specs you want, with any kind of hardware you want in it. And then we're also going to be selling self-install kits, so you can actually take the hologram and put it directly into the PC that you already have. So you can turn your regular PC into a hologram PC.
I can't even wrap my head around that. I mean, how exactly does this work?
So it uses an LED fan technology, 3D fan technology. Mm-hmm. And basically there's a LEDs, 256 LEDs on the blade of the fan. And the fan spins around very fast. And every time it spins around, there's a dot that comes out of light where a certain image would be. And as long as that image stays consistent and the dot stays consistent, you can have images, you can have videos, and it does not project black. So any image or video with a black background will pop out and look three-dimensional and be able to rotate in space and give you all kinds of cool effects because it is it is LED technology.
It's so awesome that you're coming on to you're coming into the segment right now, because I was actually just talking about some technology like this. This is some of my favorite things that I'm running into.
Oh, fantastic!
This is it's so cool, and you're saying that this is something that you can actually have animating inside of your computer.
Yep, it projects. It sits inside the computer. You can fit any graphics card in there, anything you want, and it allows for ultimate customization. I mean, right now, gamers and streamers, they're all about customization, and we've had LED lights forever, but we really haven't had like a new innovation in how to customize and really personalize your PC case. But with this technology, you can now put anything you want in the case. You can put your logo, you can put your face, you can put your pet, you can put your favorite anime character and have them dance around. I mean, there's really no limits. It's really limited only by your imagination.
That is fantastic. I mean, I'm going to have to get a Hatsune Miku model to do her idol dance in my computer at any given moment. Now that is awesome. I absolutely love the idea of this, and you're right. I mean, this is kind of the age of we've kind of my friends and I like to refer to it as a unicorn vomit. We've got RGB everything, RGB
exactly.
RAM, RGB hard drives and fans and things like that, which is super cool. I love it. I'm all about it. Everything I have is rainbow. But this is not something that we've seen, and I think this is amazing. So let me ask you about this.
Sure.
Could you explain how you install something like this into your computer?
Sure. Right. So we're actually working on the development of the device that's a self-install. Right now, it's removable. So it's basically like a clip that would come in, and it sits at the front of your PC, in front of your graphics card. If you have a really large graphic card, you'd probably want to vertically mount it. Otherwise, it can fit smaller graphics cards. It can fit larger graphics cards if they're vertically mounted. It clips in, it clips out very easily. So you can take it out to install anything or to get your hardware. You can easily stick it in without any problems. And it's a fan, so it has the additional benefit of cooling. It helps with the cooling of your system. So not only do you get a great 3D image that pops out, but you also get better cooling on your system as well.
Sounds like you guys got something excellent going on here.
Thank you.
I do have a comment from YouTube, actually. Somebody would like to know if... it looks like the comment actually left. I believe the comment was something to the likes of, are you guys selling individual parts and things like that for your build?
So we actually can sell... right now on pre-order, we just have the cases. So we have the single hologram case that's going for $299.
Mm-hmm.
We have the double hologram case going for $399.
Okay.
We're going to be uploading full gaming PCs with all different specs, so you can get a full gaming PC as well. And then we're going to also be creating a self-install kit for pre-order, so you can actually bring the hologram fan into your own PC that you have already. As long as you need about 2 inches of space in the front of your PC.
Okay.
And as long as you have that, then you can install the hologram fan and turn your regular PC into a hologram PC.
Now let me ask you about this because, like I said, I've run into this technology before, but not quite used like this. So
Right. It's definitely been there. It's been out there in CES 2019 or 2018 as a big wall array for kind of like commercial applications and for bars and pubs and whatnot.
Yes.
But we're actually the first people that have miniaturized it and put it inside of a PC case. And I'm excited about it because gamers are very artistic and creative people. So I'm excited to see what kind of creative things that they can do with this now that it's open to such a wider community.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm excited about it. I'm both a gamer and an artist. So
it's perfect for you. Yeah.
I'm already thinking of ways I can use this and spruce up my PC. Now, let me ask you this: are you able to link multiple devices together to, let's say, make bigger images?
Yes. So if you see on our website, we have the two hologram PC right now, and that actually is two fans linked together.
Okay.
And that allows us to create images and videos where the objects tend to or seem to like jump out of the case or play with the top ledge or swim along the top edge. We have a King Kong that walks around along the top edge. We have a orca whale that jumps out of the top edge and big water splashes. We have a couple other really cool ideas that I'm working with my animation team on right now.
Sure.
So, but they are synced together, so you can do all kinds of crazy stuff with the top of your case.
How many would you say could be your maximum?
Well, they have arrays out there now for 9 or 10 or 15, but you couldn't fit that many in a PC case. So for us, we have the 1 and we have the 2. That's probably the max we're going to try and smush in there.
I understand. I know some people out there, including someone that's watching now, that has a pretty large PC chassis.
Oh, really?
So they might try to challenge you on that. But that actually brings me to my next question.
Sure.
What are the dimensions of the device?
So it's about 2.5 inches deep, and the blade is about 11 inches across total. So you need about a circumference of about 11 inches diameter across.
Okay.
For the item to fit. So you need, but we have it in a NZXT, I think it's H510 case right now, and it fits with plenty of room to spare. And that's like a mid-sized case. It's not even the largest case out there. So, it can fit in a normal size case without an issue. It's not huge. I mean, they make a lot of these hologram fans that are very big, like 20 inches across, even bigger. But we do use a smaller one so that it can fit comfortably in the case with room to spare.
Exactly. I mean, like you said, this product has been normally for commercial use, and its limits have kind of been constrained to that, trying to make huge images and stuff. But I mean, not too many people have a giant PC,
right?
At least not in their homes. So.
Right. That was one of the difficulties in developing this, is because there's so many huge fans out there. We had to develop a smaller version that would fit comfortably inside the case. And make sure it doesn't interfere with any of the peripherals, get away with the cables or the wiring of the graphics card. So that's been a little bit of a technical challenge for us, but we figured it out.
Now, what about power consumption? How is it on that front?
So it's very low. I don't know the exact amount, but it's just a fan and LEDs. It can go right into your Molex, but we also have a separate power supply as well, so it can just plug right into your wall.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. That's
cool. So
okay.
we have the option for a separate power supply, so it doesn't even need to directly connect to your power supply of your computer.
Fantastic. All right. I mean, that sounds great. I mean, it sounds like you're really catering to, to the market of gamers and artists and people who just like their stuff to look cool.
Yep, absolutely. We are all about customization. We started with the 3D acrylic PCs, which we've sold for about a year now, and those have been very popular. We just developed the hologram PCs, and we debuted them here at CES. We've had crowds at our booth all day long. So we've gotten a lot of attention, and I'm excited to see the kind of artistic things people are going to do with these cases.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I'm looking forward to it. When are we expecting this to hit the market?
Okay, so the two hologram, or the single hologram fan, we should have ready by about June or sooner for pre-order. I said June on the pre-order, but that was conservative. I think we'll be a lot sooner than that. And then the dual hologram fan will be a couple months later. It'll be coming out. So in time for Christmas.
Yeah, there we go. That's that'll be a hit. That'll be a hit. Trust me.
I hope so.
All right, sir. Anything else that I can add that I may not have touched on?
No, I would say go to our site, showcasepc.com. Click on hologram PCs. We have a video there showing the display capabilities of it, and you can really see what it can do. And I will say it even looks better in person, because you do have some interference with the fan blade spinning and then the video capture, but to the naked eye, you can't see any flickering. It's really incredible to look at, and they are open for pre-order right now on our website.
Awesome. All right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. This was great.
Thank you.
I enjoyed every single second, and I can't wait until we see this on the market.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you having the time to interview me. Thank you.
Absolutely. You enjoy the rest of your show. Be safe, and I hope to see you again soon.
Okay. Thank you.
All right now.
Bye.
That was awesome. I'm just gonna start with that. I was literally just talking about this technology, and now I got to see it again. with a completely different application. I wouldn't have guessed that something like that would be scaled down and placed into your PC. I mean, I imagined it would maybe end up on your wall or something like that, like a framed animated 3D photo or something like that. I think that was more what I was expecting, but to end up in your PC is something I didn't see it coming at all, and that was a real pleasure. And I would love to see more technologies like this, really, that are the same kind of thing but having a different application. I want to see where this goes. Let's see. So, someone I know in chat that has a giant PC chassis said that he could actually fit 8 of those devices into his chassis. I have seen it in person, and I believe it 100%. And I look forward to seeing what you might do with that. Because I mean, the fact that it gives you the image and everything that is black in the image is now negative space is, I mean, that's awesome. I'm already thinking about several different designs that I could come up with that might look cool on my PC. Let me see. Too much power. It does. That part is a little concerning. I do wonder about the power consumption. It doesn't seem like that's something you're going to be running all of the time. And I also wonder how, I mean, a lot of people are going to want to show this off when they're streaming, right? Like a lot of people like to show off all of their RGB stuff on stream. Like they'll have their camera in or have their PC in view so you can see all of this cool nerdy stuff and RGB lighting. But we have seen these things in video, and you know, you see the line breaks because it's, you know, these things don't line up very well. That technology is better seen with your eyes than through the lens of a camera. So I wonder exactly how that's going to. I wonder how it's going to play out. I wonder how people are going to use it to, you know, enhance their entertainment and things of that nature. Let me see here. Who do we have next? Let me check the schedule. Looks like we have CEH Technologies coming up here in just a few minutes. Oh, that is not a few minutes. That is 20 minutes. So I think, I see. So we're going to be talking to Benjula. We're not going to be talking. Oh, okay. I got you. So I think what we're going to do is going to go ahead and throw on a previous interview here or two to kind of cover some of that time, because I may be able to vamp, but not that much. And you know, thank you all again in chat for commenting. I even saw some concerning comments in chat, which was awesome. You know, it sounded very genuine, and I'm glad that we got a live answer for you. I hope it was satisfactory. I think it was. And all right, so let's go ahead and see if we can put on an interview from one of our previous showings, and we will be right back with you momentarily.
Our next guest is here. Hello. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. How about yourself?
Fantastic. For those who don't know, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Well, my name is Robbie Cabral. I'm the inventor and founder of Benjilock,
which we have been big fans of. We've talked about you several times so far during CES.
Yeah, it's very exciting, and look at you guys now. You know,
right?
I'm loving it. I mean, I remember awesome? I met you guys at CES Eureka Park in 2017.
Park, yeah. when you didn't even have a working thing.
I know, just a plain prototype. But you know, the good thing about CES is that we get to meet so many good people. The networking aspect, that's how we all connected.
Yeah.
And it's just exciting and fun, and that's the beauty of it.
And this past year has been big growth for both of us. I see you've got all kinds of interesting things going on.
Yeah, so basically here at the show, we are unveiling new colors of the current Benji lock, which is matte navy and matte gray. You can feel them. They're really hefty and same technology, you know, 10 fingerprints, traditional keys, no app needed, no phone needed.
Well, and my thing about this is that it's got actual weight to it,
Yeah.
like a real lock. Most of the biometric locks that I've seen are like paper.
Oh yeah, no. This is.
I would not trust my Pelican and my equipment with it.
Oh yeah,
anything like that on a job site. But
this I wouldn't. I wouldn't be concerned
This
about.
has the weight of an actual keyed master lock. Like
exactly.
And that is fantastic.
And a lot of that comes from
Hampton products.
Hampton.
exactly. And you'll know more about that. But that was the beauty of partnering with them. Kevin from Shark Tank and myself felt that was the best move for us. Because not only we're building the padlocks, but now we have in our booth travel locks for travel, TSA approved. Beyond that, now we have a bike lock, which you'll see is really cool.
Nice.
We're also unveiling a new side of door locks. So one of the door locks won a CES award this year, so it's very exciting. It has the same technology, fingerprint, traditional key. And it's just exciting to see how the product evolution is going. So
I saw that. I was so excited about it, the door lock, because it was the kind of thing that I think it was last year that the three of us talked about was how this technology wasn't just brilliant for padlocks. It was a great idea that could be used, you know, across all kinds of security products. And I love the idea that we're seeing them out. I know there was a display of a padlock of a deadbolt last year, but it wasn't.
No, but now you'll see it in. Now
here.
It's thanks to the partnership and Kim and everyone. It's just been an incredible amount of work. And I also forgot. We also have a drawer lock, which is really cool.
Ooh.
I mean, it's very exciting. We brought it in, and now you can open it with your fingerprint, also with a key. That has been a hit.
You've been busy.
It's been a hit. Well, we all have been busy, so
that's so great. And you know, I love one of the reasons we keep talking when you're not here about you on the show is because one of our favorite things to do is to watch a company evolve.
Yeah.
And you know, your story is one of the best for that. Getting to meet you downstairs with in a booth with nothing. We can both admit you were in the booth with nothing.
Exactly.
And we almost passed by. If it wasn't for Dave,
exactly,
we wouldn't know who you were, and
Incredible.
we wouldn't know who he was.
Yep.
Yeah. And you know, to have watched you go through Shark Tank and then join up with Hampton and be
yeah. No, I mean, I won't lie to you. When you go to Eureka Park, there's a couple things that I've noticed. A lot of companies come in the first time, the next year they're gone.
Yep.
And, that's one of the things that me as a CTA member, too, I want to help out all these startups that are starting in that I know times are going to be tough, but you just have to keep persevering. Just like you guys are doing here with Plug Hits. It's the same thing. You always have to keep pushing. And I've been blessed that I had a chance to go from Eureka Park to now upstairs and
upstairs with a lot of space. Your
I know.
logo is everywhere.
Oh my God. No, I can see it from here. It's
I know.
It's exciting now. So
you're literally in our shot. Your booth is in our wide shot all week long. So that's just so cool. And you are the same person. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You're the same person that we met.
Yep.
In
Same.
Eureka Park.
It doesn't change. Same person. There's no reason to change. A lot of people get to experience different things in life, and then they just kind of, go overboard. But I just always felt that. I think I learned that from my mom and my parents that being born in Dominican Republic, like you're always humble and always just be yourself, and things will happen. And that's the things I always see about life. And I think I've been blessed to have really good partners because Kevin O'Leary has been great. Kim Kelly has been great. And it's just great. And now we're here at CES again.
Yep.
It's the first day, and it feels like the third one already. The amount of walking, huh?
Oh my God! And you building a booth, and then
exactly
you were at Unveiled. I think I saw
yep,
a photo
yep.
on LinkedIn this morning.
So it was it's insane.
You've got to build a booth. We had to build a studio. We totally understand each other.
Exactly.
How long were you working on prototype concept, things like that, before you actively went to market with this?
Well, my personal journey, it took 3 years, just the prototype. Because, I put in fingerprint great, but the thing was that for me, I just want to keep it simple with the fingerprint and key. And just adding the traditional key to the fingerprint, that's what it took me a long time. And myself now being a product developer, I actually had to hire the right people and figure things out on my own. And so that took time. And then again, that's just a prototype. I wasn't even thinking about design for manufacturing and all that, which that's another pile.
How do we do these next big steps?
Exactly.
The hard, expensive steps. How do we get there?
Exactly. And now I know through this learning experience how difficult it is for startups downstairs. That you have a great idea and all that, but it's not bad to have partners if you pick the right people, because a lot of the corporations and all that, they're just rolling one way. And sometimes they're not thinking outside the box, and that's what us startups bring to the table. And so I'm excited.
And with that in mind, just for all those out there that are following in your footsteps, what should they look for in a partner whenever they're trying to bring a product to market?
That's a good question.
It's great to have an idea, but until you come up with a product manufacturer, someone to help you take it from concept to shelf, it's a little bit different. And much like going into any business, you got to know exactly what you're looking for in a partner. So
that's right.
What should someone be looking for?
I know one of your answers, shared vision.
Yeah, well, I will say that too, and it all starts here at CES too, because the beauty of CES is that you get to talk to everyone. So if you get a chance to network from retailers to other entrepreneurs to investors to, you name it, manufacturing companies, that gives you a chance to explore opportunities, and then after the show, see what works and what doesn't. One of the things that you can do is always see what companies build and what is their product line and all that. And if maybe what you're creating, whether it's an app or a hardware product or you name it, if it fits that portfolio that they're doing. And if it fits, if it complements that, it's not bad to actually go from Eureka Park, come upstairs and meet them, because you just never know. Just take that leap of faith. You don't have nothing to lose.
What are they going to do? Tell you no?
Exactly. That's it. So and I see that a lot of companies don't do that. And I think that's one thing that just be yourself. That's why you're here at this show. It's a big show. Take advantage.
Exactly.
So.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I am so happy to see you.
Likewise.
Hopefully we'll be able to do something after hours, maybe.
Yeah.
This
well,
week.
I'll be here all day, all week until Friday. So it'll be an exciting show. So we'll make some magic happen.
Okay. Well, make sure that you've got one of our numbers.
I will.
And if you've got time after hours, after the show one night, let's get together.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
And I think you still owe me a baseball cap.
I do.
If people want to find out more about your product, how can they get it?
Basically, right now, benjilock.com or byhampton.com, and just a simple Google search, you'll see Benjilock all over now. So,
indeed,
great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Course.
Always.
Pleasure meeting
you.
you.
And keep doing it. I love what you guys are doing, and you have a great team. All of you guys here are just, love it. So
thank you.
Well, you're part of that family. So.
Yep. Thank you.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J. And with Blueberry, the community that gives creators the power to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get a 30-day free trial by using promo code Blueberry004.
Okay, folks, I want to welcome Yuval Boger?
Boger.
Okay, Boger, to CMO of WeCharge. And I think you guys are going to be excited about what you see here. So first of all, talk about WeCharge and what your guys' mission is and the problems you're solving, and before we get into the little demo here.
Absolutely. So WeCharge.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Is that good?
Yep.
Okay, good. So WeCharge delivers wireless power. Now, people
have a lot of battery-operated devices at home. Smart door lock, security camera, toys, smart speakers, and so on. And people hate batteries. Batteries need to be replaced or recharged.
Yep.
So White Charge solves that. We deliver energy safely and efficiently through the air, over the air, just like you see here, from one side to the other, using infrared light, the same type of light that's in your remote control.
Yep.
And so our mission is to free users from the need or from the burden of batteries and to allow them freedom of their devices. Some of the devices that are connected via cables can also be powered by White Charge, so you can use them anywhere you want.
So I've seen some of demos across the show the last couple of days of some of this type of tech happening. I think Google was showing something off in one of their booths where they had a battery pack and they were, wirelessly charging because they got it in the right spot, aimed it. The question I have is, you've got the transmitter essentially to be able to transmit the signal, to be able to pick up by the device. It's going to power the light bulbs down here. What actual frequency then is that running? Is that at the 2930 gigahertz range, or where's that actually at?
So this is actually infrared light.
So it's infrared, so it's the other way.
It's the other way. It's infrared light, just very similar to the light in your TV remote control.
Okay. And then, so is this a focused beam, or is it steerable, or does it steer it? Oh, I actually put my hand in front of it and killed it. So,
So it's a line of sight technology.
Yeah.
And basically, here is another version of the transmitter. It looks just like a light bulb.
Yeah.
So imagine that you can replace a light bulb with this.
Yep.
Once that's installed and you turn it on, it finds devices in a very wide area.
Yeah.
And then once it finds the device, it zeroes in on it and sends very targeted, very directed energy
very targeted,
to
right.
this device and to nothing else. So you could be 3 inches from the device. You're not going to get a sliver of energy.
That's right. I think that's probably what people are maybe a little bit nervous about, is the amount of energy. So what is the actual, I guess, I don't know, what are we going to use the word watts? What is the actual power transmission rate that's going across the open airway?
So we can deliver about a watt of usable power to the device. Some of our products can deliver more, some a little bit less, but for practical purposes, let's call it a watt.
So if I had a cell phone that was laying on, had this sensor, or had this, the wireless charger, is that the right word to say? Is it a wireless? Is that the correct terminology?
That's perfectly fine.
All right, use the wireless charger and put my phone down. Will it charge? Is it gonna? It's not going to be as effective as having on a direct wire connection. But what is what's the charge rate?
Sure. So wireless charging is going to be slower than wired charging.
Yeah.
But then again, Wi-Fi is slower than wired internet connection, and people use it because
that's
it's
true.
so much more convenient.
That's right.
So a cell phone can charge in a few hours, but now that it's wirelessly charged, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to go to a charging pad.
It's always,
It's always there. It charges automatically.
Yep.
You come back home, you put it on a kitchen counter, it charges. You watch some TV, it charges.
Yep.
And so once you don't have to think about it, it's almost like, how quickly do attachments get to your email? You don't know because they just get there.
I think in my studio I have one room that I dedicate one desk area to. And the only thing that's on there is chargers. They're all plugged in. They're all, drawing power because, they may not have something plugged into them, but it's just convenient to have all these chargers sitting there. And to me, it's like, it's 25 cables, and it'd sure be nice just to have something like this where I could drop batteries, where I could drop devices, and then overnight, or it's something maybe I don't need till the next day. I know I come back and it's charged and it's been done, wirelessly. And I think that is where this ultimately has to happen, to get rid of all these doggone cables we're carrying.
I couldn't agree more. This is great for someone like me. And I've even started buying the little Qi pads to charge with.
Yeah.
But they're in one place, and I'm somewhere else, and I don't want 10 of them in my house. So this, that it targets it no matter where it is in the room.
What is the range then on this?
So the range is about 30 feet. The
That's
device
pretty good.
could be 30 feet away, and because it's a thin beam of infrared light, the power that you get does not decrease with range, unlike any other technologies. And so it's not just for phones. I mean, imagine a smart door lock. It's really difficult to get wired power to a door. Or you're going to make a hole in the door, you're going to run through the hinges.
Yeah.
And when you have a door lock that's running on batteries, when they run out, you say, oh, I'm going to be locked out of my home.
Right.
And this way, not
or
only
hope you have the key to override it, which maybe you haven't been carrying because you've been used to using the keypad or whatever.
Exactly. And now that you get wireless power to a door lock, not only do you never have to replace batteries, but now you can add face recognition or fingerprint ID or Wi-Fi or anything that you want, all these things that you wanted, but you couldn't do before because you didn't have enough power.
Or better yet, not have a battery in it.
Exactly. And not have a battery, not have to dispose of it. Some people are concerned about the environmental cost of batteries, toxic material thrown in landfills.
I think about the batteries we use at this show. People would be probably astounded that probably the tens of thousands of batteries that get thrown away by media people here just because we're popping in AA's all day. And, most of us don't recharge because we just don't have the facilities to do it. But when we're home, it's a whole different situation, and we're in the studio or working in our house or so ever. So these are demos. Are you guys at market? This is obviously looks like this is almost ready for production. Where are you at on this?
So we're a B2B company. We're like Intel. We don't sell CPUs directly to consumers. We sell them to people who make PCs that then sell them onwards. So we sell our modules to partners, whether it's a door lock or a faucet or a phone or an IoT device. We've been shipping them to partners, and we expect the first products that are white charged to appear on the market this year in 2020.
So can you tell me then, so white charge will be the mark you'll want to look for. What about this other competing technology that's using the millimeter wave spectrum? What do you think about that?
So there are a couple of issues with RF or millimeter waves. Unlike a laser pointer, which goes straight and does not become wider, all these other technologies, the energy beam becomes wider. What does that mean? It means that the farther you are from the transmitter, the less energy you get because you only capture a small area. And it also means that energy reaches places where it shouldn't be. Whether it's people or pets or plants or, you don't want to heat your pasta when you're charging your phone. Right. And so we are the only technology that delivers truly targeted power that does not decrease with distance. And last, light is the safest mechanism to send power. That's why nature uses it. We're all accustomed to it.
That's right. So is that a continued concern that people keep coming to us? Now we're transmitting energy through the home. Are you getting that as a distractor?
We certainly get that from time to time, and we say that it's not that different than the energy from your remote control.
Right.
And it's not that different than the energy that you encounter in the parking lot because 50% of the sun's energy, give or take, is infrared light.
That's right. It's true. And most people don't even... It's what you can't see that will kill you. But and that's probably a bad analogy to use in this. But again, only at about a watt, that's still pretty impressive that you're able to do that. So exciting to see this. So I think what we'll be looking for then is the WI-charge. You guys have a specific logo, or partners will actually just be putting Y-charge on their packaging?
Probably be powered by white charge.
Powered by white charge. Outstanding. All right, Yuval. Thank you for coming. Thank you for showing this off. This is exciting. I think we're there. I think we're at a point now where we're going to start seeing wider adoption of this throughout the space as people are upgrading their homes or trying to make life a little bit simpler.
We think so, too.
Thank
you very much.
Hey, thank you so much.
And we're back. Hello. Actually, really like seeing a lot of these interviews from previous years. They're always fun, and that I definitely loved looking at that product in particular. Sorry, we're dealing with a couple different things here. One thing I do want to address before we bring in our guests is we did have a comment about the spinning device, and you can actually just adjust the shutter speed of your camera so that you don't have any issues with the viewing of the animation. So I just wanted to get that out there real quick. Okay, so incoming our next guest here. Hello there. All right, can you hear me? Okay, I'm unable to hear you though. Are you muted at the moment? it looks like we may have a small problem there. I'm not able to hear. I do see she's speaking, but I can't hear anything at the moment. So I'll just talk while we try to get that fixed. Let's see here. Actually, I will bring up once again. Make sure you visit the plughits.live/CES/shop. We've got a lot of new merch for this year's show. Main things that we have are t-shirts. We have baseball caps. We have TPN or Podcast Network branded mugs and tumblers. Again, this one is my favorite. I love this. The mugs are awesome though, so don't sleep on those. And we also have masks with this same logo as well. So definitely visit the shop and check out all of the wonderful merch there because we put time and care into them. And another thing, again, I definitely appreciate everyone that is joining us live here. I appreciate all of the comments, all of the interaction that we've had throughout the day. It's been absolutely fantastic. I even jumped in for a little bit and had some fun with everybody in chat. And I'm glad to see that it's continued between Twitch and YouTube. It's all been coming back and forth between the two. We definitely appreciate you guys. I hope to see lots of comments and I'm serious about I want to see what you guys are most looking forward to seeing at the show and what has been your favorite product so far. And it doesn't have to just be in chat. You can also interact with our Facebook page. You can make comments on the YouTube channel and on our Twitter as well. And definitely give us a follow and share that information with us. We absolutely want to hear it. Do we have an update on the guest yet? Okay, it looks like we're still having trouble hearing that person at the moment. So we talked about the merch. Let's see here. I might actually request that we take a little breather at the moment until we can get this one figured out. If we could do just a little be right back and kind of play it by ear. And we should be back pretty shortly if that's all right. All right. Yeah, looks like that's all right. If we could go ahead and just go and take a quick break until we can figure out what's going on with the audio for the guest, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you guys. I'm going to go ahead and go on mute. We'll be back shortly. All right. Welcome back. Sorry about the delay here. Had a few technical difficulties there with some audio, but I think we've got it. We've got it under control here. So if we could go ahead and bring in our guest one more time.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Just a moment here.
No. No. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can kind of.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. No yet. Hello.
Give me just a moment. I want to see what we can do about this. I think this might be on our end. Give me just a moment.
Hello. Hello.
I'm gonna put it on mute for just a second.
Hello. 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 なんて聞こえてるHello. Just one moment. Okay. Hello. Hello. Yes. Just ちょっと待ってね. Just one moment. Yes. Hello.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you for the most part.
Oh, great.
All right. Sorry
Finally,
about
we
all
can
of
talk.
the issues here. it's all a little. We're trying our best.
Yes, we try. Sorry,
Yeah.
it's my. Okay. Hi. Very nice to meet you.
Excellent. So if you could go ahead and introduce yourself and tell me a little bit about your company.
Okay. We are Japanese startup company called Imzak Inc. We have established in 2015 and very new company. We are manufacturing and selling the micro lens that generate 3D mid-air floating images that you can touch. And in the combination with the sensor, you are able to touch these air floating images. And I'm sorry, I think I'm explaining about the product. Is that okay?
Absolutely. And thank you very much for sharing that. Sorry, I'm having a little issue with audio here. Bear with me. Our audience can hear you just fine. I just had a little trouble hearing you. So I do apologize.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Come on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to pause for one more moment. I do apologize for the inconvenience here. Main thing is I'm glad that you got to introduce yourself, introduce the company, and talk about what you do.
Okay.
I definitely want to talk about your product. Just give me one moment. I'm gonna swap out some of this stuff, and we'll be right with you. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hang tight. Thank you. Are you still with me?
Hello.
There we go. There
Great.
we go.
Can
All
you hear
right.
me?
Excellent.
Great.
Yes. So sorry about
No problem.
all
No problem.
I think my last pair of headphones might have it might have kicked the bucket.
That's okay. Don't worry.
Thank you so much for your patience here. So I didn't get to hear the explanation of what your company does, but that's okay. What are you here to show us today?
Yes, we'd like to show you the 3D air floating steering wheel system. Let me show you, let me share the image of this product. Hold on a second.
All right.
Okay, hold on. We are, hold on a second.
Take your time.
Sorry. Yeah, our CEO was also trying to attend, but he has a little internet connection problem, so he couldn't make it. So let me give you the, hold on.
All right.
Okay, share the slide. Hold on, it's not this one. Share the screen. Ooh. Yes, can you see?
I am not able to. There it is. There it is. Yes.
There it is. Can
We got
you see the 3D air floating steering wheel system? Can you?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Right. Hold on a second. Yes. Using our micro lens, we are making the micro lens, and using our micro lens, that any image can pop up and become 3D air floating images. Just simply by placing our micro lens in front of the source image, this can create the 3D air floating images.
Okay, that's interesting. Are you able to interact with these free floating 3D images?
Right, you can touch and move.
Oh, that's
And
amazing.
source image can be anything. So just like, let's say, toilet button and elevator button that you don't want to directly touch, just using this micro lens, it can make it float.
Interesting. Okay, that's amazing. And
Thank you.
now, with you said that you can not only touch them, but you can also move them to different locations. How do you go about doing all of this?
That's right. One more thing is that the sensor is necessary. So in the combination with the sensor and micro lens, then you are able to touch actually and move.
Okay. Now, are there any like special gestures or anything that you need to do to get these different commands, so to speak? Like, do you need to like pinch to drag, or like something like that?
I see. Yeah. Push and slide, and you can move. You don't really pitch, but just air floating things you can press and move like this.
Okay. Is that what the gestures are limited to? Is mostly press and slide?
Right. And hopefully in the future we try to pitch, but
okay.
Right now it's the slide and push, and so it's like a button, and anything can float. So like this demonstration device, this warning and telephone call and maintenance notice can float, can pop up from the steering wheel at this moment.
Excellent.
Anything can happen because it depends on the source image. So
okay. Now, can you interact with like, let's say, more than one of these images at a time? I know that sounds a little silly, but
anything because it just place this micro lens in front of the source image. So it can be anything.
Excellent.
No matter how many.
Could you go into detail about how all of this works and the hardware or software that needs to come along with it?
Actually, it's very, very simple. It's just a lens. It's a micro lens processed by our special patented technology. That's a nanotechnology. So just using this micro lens, just place it in front of the source image. This can float. It pops up. It's not. It's a really simple structure.
It sounds real simple.
Feature of this product, this micro lens, is very compactness. It's very compact. Just placing the lens in front of the source image, so you can create the 3D system in the tight spaces.
Okay.
And the second, very high resolution and high definition, so that it's the floating image is very clear.
Sure.
And it's clear even under the afternoon sun.
Understood. Wow.
And the third, very simple structure, so anyone can just assemble together.
Sure. Yeah. No, that sounds that sounds absolutely wonderful. It sounds wonderful, and like you said, simple. That's like that's the beauty of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, when will we start to see something like this in the market?
Right. We are trying to the automobile for automobile in 2025. We are aiming for
2025.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Excellent. And I imagine there's no like retail price or anything that.
So, yeah. Everything floating.
All float. Understood. It sounds fantastic. Again, thank you very much for your patience with this. And I'm glad that it all. That was very easy to digest. So I definitely appreciate it. Is there anything else that you want to talk about it while you're here? Anything I might have missed?
No, it's okay. We have other technology like such as super hydrophilic technology and anti-reflection technology. But the one we wanted to demonstrate at CES is this one, 3D air floating. We have other 3D air floating toilet button things, but this is the main things. That's okay.
I really, I'm sure everybody would, especially now, really likes the idea of a floating flush button. Because we all know there are a lot of questionable toilets that we don't want to touch, and
that's right.
And something this is a lot of people, since they don't like to touch the toilet, some people will like use their shoes or something like that to hit a flush. But you have disabled people who still need to touch these things in order to flush them. And so a floating button, that's right. That's wonderful. I think this is a fantastic.
Can I show you? Let me quickly show you the floating button picture.
Yeah,
is that
please.
Okay? Just one second. 1 second. Sorry. Here
That's
you go.
Okay. Take your time. I want to see it.
Can you see the floating toilet button?
Where is it located?
On the right above. Can you see? Oh, it's a Japanese toilet.
Okay.
It's electric toilet, and the flash button is on the wall.
So it is actually mounted on the wall above the. That is really
and
cool.
See the button is floating.
I did not expect it to be separate from the toilet, but that makes sense. That's
yes,
absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, common Japanese toilet, electric toilet.
Yeah, so stylish.
My house, the toilet in my house is like this too.
Okay,
push the button on the wall.
Push the button on the wall. Can we get more of that, please? Absolutely. Thank you so much for taking the time to not only talk about your company, but showing off these wonderful products. We love to see it.
Thank you.
And no problem. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your show. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye-bye.
She was a joy. I loved her. And again, thank you guys for sticking with us through some of the technical difficulties we were having. Again, I think the headphones that I had might have been they might have been malfunctioning there, but everything seems to be fine now. I have no issues there. I really do like the sound of a floating button for, I don't know, just everything. Give it to me for my stove, give it to me for the toilet, give it to me for maybe not opening the garage. I thought that was a good idea at first, but no, I don't like that. But I think this is fantastic. There are many good applications for that, and I feel like we're just getting closer and closer to that Iron Man life that we all want to live. And by we all, I mean me. Let's see what we have next here. It looks like we should be talking to Wisest here shortly in a couple of minutes. In that meantime, I'd like to maybe talk about what I missed about not being there physically on the show floor. I really missed seeing the ridiculously large booths, the multi-million-dollar booths that are bigger than anyone's house I've ever been inside of. And probably cost more than anyone's house that I've ever been in. But I mean, these things are incredible. They're a sight to behold. It's like until you actually lay your eyes on these absolutely massive booths with just dozens of products that they're showing off, these giant showcases with tons of people. There's nothing like it. I've never experienced anything quite like it, and I do miss that. And I hope that we get to have some of those in-person shows again. I mean, it's going on now, of course, but again, our team, we just want to remain safe for ourselves. We want to consider everyone's health amongst our team and everyone else that we interact with, our families. So we needed to stay behind this year. And that's okay, because we've still got plenty to cover. There are tons and tons of people that reverted to virtual only, and so we said, yeah, we'll take them. We're in the same boat as well. Yes, someone in chat mentioned Eureka Park. That is always kind of a dice roll. It's like you're choose your own adventure. Which way are you going to go, and what exactly are you going to see? There's going to be a lot of useful stuff and a whole lot of not useful stuff. But there are Eureka Park is a lot of fun to walk through, because you're just gonna you don't know what you're going to see, and that is always a pleasure. North Hall and South Hall, they always have tons of interesting stuff to see as you walk around. The Sands always has their own interesting and unique things to show off. I remember, was it the Sands we were in where we got to have that the sound experience where they had speakers specifically built for vinyl records? Yeah. North Hall. That was North Hall. Okay. That was Central? Klipsch. Yeah. I knew I should have remembered that name. Yeah, that was a treat. That's when I got to experience real audio. Anyway, let's go ahead and move on to the next guest from Wisest. Go ahead and reveal yourself. Am I speaking with William?
I am speaking. Yes, this is William from Wisest.
Excellent. It's a pleasure to meet you. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and your company, and tell us about what you guys do.
Absolutely. So I am so excited to be talking to Plug Hits again. We spoke last year at this event, and Wisest is an investment trading platform, a next generation investment trading platform that is trying to make it as easy to invest in the stock market as it is to play fantasy football. And I am William J. Littlefield II, President and CTO of Wisest.
Thank you very much. Very nice intro there. So what do you got to show us today?
Well, today I would just love to tell you a little bit more about how we have developed our software since speaking to you last time. I'd love to tell you a little bit about the product. So essentially what Wisest is it's a product that allows you to invest in the stock market similar to Robinhood. But the way it works with Wisest is you sign up for our trading platform, and instead of having to pick stocks, bonds, and ETFs by yourself, instead of having to learn about crypto and pick crypto by yourself, we have experts on our platform that we match you with based on your investment preferences. So maybe you're interested in investing in renewables, minority-owned businesses. We organize financial experts into leaderboards that you can then choose to invest with. And so instead of having to manage a complicated financial dashboard, you can manage your team just like you would if you're playing fantasy football.
Interesting. Okay. That definitely That definitely sounds like a good market to be in right now.
Fintech's exploding.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, the cryptocurrency market has absolutely exploded, just like you said. And I mean, I definitely would have loved an advisor at some point instead of learning on my own. So
no doubt. And there's plenty of people out there that as much as they are passionate about financial literacy, passionate about crypto, there's other folks who are really passionate about what they do for work. People that work in medicine or doctors, lawyers, engineers. And as much as they know that investing is a key part of their financial future, not everyone has the time or the interest necessarily. Maybe you're raising a family. Maybe you just are passionate about your own thing. And so why invest by yourself in those spaces when you can invest with somebody who's doing what you're doing, where crypto is their full-time job, their full-time expertise. And we're just trying to connect you with that financial expertise, which is normally just controlled by the 1%. So we're really trying to democratize access to the sort of strategies and experts that are used in high net worth individuals.
Absolutely. I mean, this makes a lot of sense. It's hard to find solid information on what to invest in, what coins are just memes, or what might actually have some value in the long run or in the short term or something like that. And being advised of what taxes are involved, or what you're obligated to pay into or take from, or whatever, all of the questions, all of the ins and outs. It's nice that you guys seem to have a service to kind of advise you on where to go based on your preferences. Now, is this something that you are these preferences things that you set like as you're creating your profile, for example?
That's exactly right. So there's a couple different ways that we add preferences to your profile. You nailed it on the head there. When you first register for the platform, of course, we ask you first and foremost what sort of sectors you might be interested in, what kind of portfolios you might be interested in. Maybe you're interested in a retirement portfolio or some other kind of time horizon. We also have robo portfolios on the platform. Really, we think of Wisest as a platform that allows you to invest with different kinds of financial advisors. To our knowledge, we're the only platform where you can invest with both a human advisor and a robo-advisor at the very same time. But to get back to your question about those preferences, we also know that a lot of people are interested in investing with people that are maybe from their alma mater, maybe people that are in the same community, people that maybe align with their same political values. So it's not necessarily just based on what sorts of portfolios, but you also want to invest with people that you believe in.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. No, I think that's fantastic. If you have a cause or something like that you would like to invest in, it's good that you guys also go into that realm as well, and not just stick to investing in cryptocurrency. It sounds like you guys have kind of woven a net of good advice for just investing overall. Is that the limit of what you guys do?
So right now, the platform currently supports primarily trading activities, but it's a lot more exciting than that. That's a great question. So in addition to investing with financial experts, the moment that you have allocated money to an expert that you like, you will also have all of their posts in your activity feed. And so the way Wisest works is once you've invested with a financial expert, we curate all of their trades as well as all of their commentary on the financial markets into a single financial news feed for you. And this was actually mentioned or praised several times in Forbes this year. We're very proudly featured. Maybe that'll be in the show notes. But yeah, so you're not just investing on the platform, you're also learning from the experts you invest in, just like you would if you follow these experts on Twitter or on Reddit. So we put that all in one place for you. We also have different resources for financial literacy in the wisdom section of the platform. It's called Wisdom because we're wisest. And last but not least, of course, we're providing you financial news from other important popular outlets like Reuters and Bloomberg, all in a single place.
Very nice. Very nice. I like it. This all sounds very solid. I'm just going to ask you one pretty simple question, really, to kind of top this off. What got you into all of this?
That is a long story. I would say I had a bit of a yellow brick road as an entrepreneur, but
understood.
The most important, I guess, part of this story is just that I personally had a background working as a senior engineer at Visa before joining this project. Okay. And I was certainly familiar with the frustration that so many people feel about going about investing. Today, there are so many fintech apps available, right? I mean, the universe is just so crowded. And that being the case, if you're sitting at home and you download a lot of these apps like Robinhood or Coinbase, right, you don't necessarily solve the problem of not necessarily feeling like you know what to buy or what to sell.
Sure.
What good is it if I get free trades if I just don't necessarily feel confident picking stocks by myself?
Sure.
The other problem is that if you don't meet a certain capital requirement, if you walk down to, say, JP Morgan Chase, they were who I banked with when I was in college.
Yeah.
And so you go try and talk to a financial advisor, and what do they tell you? Do you have $100,000 in investable assets? And if you say no, they say come back in 10 years.
Right.
And so we wanted to open up that sort of opportunity digitally to more people that wanted to get started investing but didn't feel like they had the tools.
Right. Exactly. That's wonderful. Any tool that, you know, is here to not just help you along the way, but actually teach you along the way to make good decisions based on what you like and what you believe in. I think that's a good thing. I think that's a very good service you have going on. And is it currently available?
Absolutely. So that's the biggest change from the last time we talked to Plug Hits. Last time we were telling you guys at CES about the idea of Wisest. We had just really started our closed beta, which was a free simulator version of the platform. Since then, we've happily obtained SEC regulatory approval and also conducted an integration to a custodian broker-dealer partner, Apex Clearing, based out of Dallas-Fort Worth, formerly the broker-dealer of Robinhood.
Oh, okay.
And now we are actually transitioning our closed beta product to production at the beginning of this year, probably by the end of January 2022 here.
Hey, very nice.
You can go ahead and head to our website, and we have a waitlist sign up for you to get onboarded ASAP.
What's the website?
That would be wisest.com, wizest.com/sign-up2022.
Fantastic. Now, I wasn't here last year, so this is our first meeting. But
that's true.
I always love to run into someone that we've interviewed before from previous years and see, you know, where the progression has gone. And I'm glad to hear that you guys have a lot of momentum from the sounds of it. So I hope to see more. I hope we get to see you guys in future CESs, and I hope it continues to grow.
Me too. Thank you so much for having us back, and we look forward to talking to you again next year, hopefully under better circumstances.
Of course.
And I think we're all praying that this pandemic will end, and we'll have a cool return to CES in 2023.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for your time, all of the information. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the rest of your show, and please stay safe. All right.
You too. Cheers.
All right. Well, that was great. There's the cryptocurrency summit is booming right now. There's, I mean, we got big gains and big drops going on across the board with cryptocurrency. It's nice that there are more services out that actually want to teach you how all of this works. It's not just, hey, here's stuff to buy, give us your money. It's, hey, we want to teach you what decisions to make based on what you like. And I think that's fantastic. Let me check the schedule here. Are we still on for Lily Light? Okay. All right. We're still rolling with the punches here. Looks like the last one might be Mosquito. Maybe. Okay, so we've got some pending stuff here going on. So hopefully we hear from either one of them. They might take up the maybe not. Okay, let's do this. Let's go ahead and go to another 2020 interview. Hopefully by the time all of that is done, maybe one of the guests will have arrived. So let's go ahead to a previous interview, and please stay tuned. We will be right back shortly.
Help support our coverage with a free account on Privacy, the service that keeps you protected when shopping online. Get $5 to try it now by using promo code QZZ2J. And with Blueberry, the community that gives creators the power to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get a 30-day free trial by using promo code Blueberry004.
So, hey, welcome.
How do you pronounce your name?
It's Yuting.
Yuting.
Yuting. Very nice. Welcome to the show, Yuting.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Yes. Well, we're excited to have you here too, and especially since you brought us such a cool-looking toy. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing it's some type of toy.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's also a robot. So it's the first plush robot.
The first plush robot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Well, this is interesting. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your company first, and then I'm going to guess you were able to give us a little demonstration.
Yes.
Okay.
I will.
So tell us about what your company is, where you're located at, all that good stuff.
Yeah. So my company is Thinker Tinker. So we transform screen time into a meaningful active playtime for kids. We want to merge physical active play with the power of digital apps. So we created Octobo, our interactive system, which is a plush robot that can sense kids like different interactions, but also provide a lot of like physical activities that can boost their learning.
Okay. So when you interact with it, are you using some type of smart app, I'm guessing?
So the product is powered by your own device.
Okay.
So like it works on both like Android and iOS. So families just like download download our apps that are on their tablets, and then it just automatically like connect to our plush toy. And we also provide like storybooks, like physical tokens, and all other activities they can use to trigger different emotions and gameplay.
So is it a Bluetooth scenario where your device is okay? Very nice. All right. Well,
so what kind of age group do you cater to?
Yeah, so this product is very unique in a way that we foster exploration and storytelling. So it's not like limited to just like one set of like interactions. It's for a wide group of people, a wide group of age range, and it can actually grow up with kids. So our different story kits, our different apps, it's designed for a different age group, and so kids from 0 to 7 or even like 8, 9 years old have a lot of fun with Octobo as well.
I could see this application not just at home, but maybe at daycares and stuff like that then too, preschool. Is that kind of, what's your audience?
So currently we launched with like consumer, but we got a lot of inquiries from like healthcares or like organizations because how the system is built, it's very versatile. So we can actually like reskin it into like different characters, and we can also like develop other products for people that in different segments. So it's not like limited to whatever like games that we created, because Octobo is like a controller himself.
Okay. Well, I need to see this now. So.
Yeah, I do that. And so is this the only one that you have, or do you have different, I can't call them animals.
Well, characters.
Characters.
Maybe. Yeah.
Is this, you only have one kind of character?
Yes, currently we only have like Octobo, but we have like Octobo Universe. So Octobo has like 4 other friends. You will see them like in the game, like in the storybook, and we have plans to develop like more products in the future.
Okay.
So let's see how it works.
Let's see how it works.
Yeah. This is like Octobo. There's like sensors in like his hands, like his body. So when you give him a hug or like shake his hands, like he will respond you back with different emotion feedback. But at the same time, we also develop like physical tokens that comes with the storybook, which unfortunately I don't have it with me. But the storybooks, like for example, like this is Octobo and the Great Letter Search. So Octobo invites you in a journey to go on a search for different letters, and you will learn like vocab words. And when you give Octobo the token, he will show you all of the vocab words that you learned in the storybook in an animated form.
So we're seeing this letter L right now, and when we place this on the tongue, I guess, right?
We call it a bow.
A bow, okay,
Uh-huh.
okay. So can we just flip that around again? I don't know if you guys can get that or not, but yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So you can see the, the eye, the mouth, so that's coming out of the tablet. Through Octobo here. So it's very, very clever. Okay, and then we put the letter L down here, and all of a sudden you see some lollipops showing up on the screen, the letter L.
Right.
We also
or
have games.
lion. I thought I saw a lion come up right then too.
Yeah. We also have games like for X it's a xylophone game, so it's like a guitar hero, and Octobo's arms is like different color coded.
Okay.
So you see like the tokens coming down, and then you have to move fast and tap on the
Gotcha.
right color. So our game is like tied in with the story, tied in with how you can use Octobo as a controller, as a medium to trigger different gameplay instead of being sedentary, just like holding a tablet and do like swipe, like tap.
I'm guessing these are already available.
Yes, we just launched it
Okay.
in the market, and now it's on thinker-tinker.com.
Okay, and what does this retail for?
It's $149 for the starter pack, which includes the plush robot, the first storybooks, tokens, and the app.
And then you just bring your own device. Okay.
Yep.
You
Okay.
guys have this in different colors or anything?
No, like Octobo is like the character that we're building. So
Okay.
this is his look. But like I said, like he has like other friends, and we're also like working with some partners to make other characters with other people's IP as well.
So who came up with this idea? Is this you?
Yes.
your-
Really?
Yeah. It started as my master's thesis. Actually,
Oh, yeah?
I was studying my MFA in interactive media,
Okay.
and my focus is in like combining physical and digital gameplay. So yeah, it started as more like a research focus, but then we got a lot of positive feedback from the public, and it got picked up in some awards and conferences, and yeah, it turns into a company afterwards.
Is this your first time at CES?
It is.
Okay. Are you down in Eureka Park then, or where are you located?
We're at Kids at Play.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
So how long have you been developing this?
It's about almost 3 years.
Wow. It's really clever.
Yeah.
And I can see, I'm sure, since you're the developer of this and the founder of this, I bet you have a million ideas about what this thing is going to do in the future.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have a roadmap of different curriculums, and we're actually working on an SDK. So we got a lot of inquiries actually from like healthcare, from education, entertainment. So the next step, like we are not only like building our own product, but Octobo SDK for business will be available for other people if they wanted to build their own like interactive characters.
Well, the nice thing about it is, I mean, you have your own device, your iPad that you bring to this. God, what's the word I'm looking for?
I do not
to
know.
Our, to this.
To the platform, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but kind of curious, where are you selling a lot of these at? All over the world, or do you launch it in the U.S. first, or China?
Yeah,
or?
so we had a Kickstarter campaign which targeted like internationally, so we got like orders all over the world. But currently we're focusing on the North America market. And yeah, of course, like we hope we can expand like globally, but as the initial launch, we'll start with North America.
Okay.
Okay.
And again, where do we find more information?
At thinker-tinker.com.
Thinker-tinker.com.
Tinker. Yeah.
Okay.
Thinker-tinker.com.
Thinker-tinker, Tinker.
Yes.
.com. So
Uh-huh.
Thinker, Tinker -tinker.com.
Yeah.
Is that your website as well?
Yes.
That's clever. I like
Yeah.
that. I
Thank
like that a
you.
lot. So
Hey, this is really cool.
Yeah.
And we got to meet the inventor, and I'm sure you got a lot more, like Marla said, a lot more ideas that'll be popping up. Plus, I'm sure you're getting ideas too, saying, hey, what about this? What about that, right?
Yeah, in a good way, is because we are building this platform in a very like modular way.
Yep.
So, like there's no like really like built-in like screens or like hardware. So it's just like taking triggers. So when families, upgrade their tablet, everything is upgraded.
Okay. Well, thinker-tinker.com. You got to go check this out. This is fantastic.
Yep.
So thank you so much for being on the show.
Appreciate it. Okay.
So
Thanks for having me.
Good luck
You
with
bet.
the show.
You bet.
Thank you.
All right. That product was actually pretty cool. We actually know somebody who got one of those for their kids, and they still play with it to this day. It is actually pretty cool. And I think I was also struggling with Thinker-Tinker. That's a weird one to say, but very cool product. It looks like we're going to go ahead and wrap up for the day. The guest that we had lined up, it looks like it's might be moving to tomorrow, so we'll see what's going on with that. We're gonna be returning to the Las Vegas show floor tomorrow morning. It'll be at 9 a.m. Pacific time. And keep in mind that tomorrow is also National Tech Day. That's a huge. This almost never lines up with CES, like Scott mentioned earlier. So be sure to be here or be square tomorrow. We're gonna have a lot of content, and we're gonna talk about what National Tech Day is. And I think we're gonna have a lot of stuff in store for you. So please be here in chat tomorrow. We're gonna be here interacting as much as possible, and I hope you enjoy what we've got to show you so far, and we've got a lot more in store. So I'd like to go ahead and sign off here with Plug Hits Live and the Tech Podcast Network for CES 2022. My name is Alante again, Alante Sparks, and please stay tuned. We will be back tomorrow.